Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Well, we introduced day 2 of this test, wondering if we were going to see a little bit of history repeating. It does seem as if we might be. In the 2017 Adelaide Test, Australia batted first, rattled up 442 for 8 declared. Wind forward 4 years, and having batted first, Australia batted a few more, reaching 473 for 9 before declaring. England improved on their score too, from a meagre 227 in 2017 to an only fractionally less meagre 236. They took an extra 8 overs this time to make those 9 more runs too. Australia have already extended their lead by 45 to 282, considerably more than England's first innings score. Only once in Ashes history has a team come back from 2 tests down to win a series. That was Don Bradman's 1936-1937 team. Adelaide was one of those comeback destinations as well. Never mind Ollie Robinson, even Smokey Robinson and all of his miracles are unlikely to save England. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me I have 2 tearful clowns who I suspect will second that emotion. In the studio, it's the Bear.
Good morning. A very tired Bear. He's
sleepy
lay in bed, and I don't think I slept. I'm not quite sure.
Oh dear.
But I think I lay there for about 4 hours, and I'm not sure I slept that much. So
that's the problem when you know you have to get up. You end up not going to sleep at all. And the other voice, you just heard a little bit there of an Englishman down under. It's Forthy. Hello, Forthy.
Hello there. You can probably see the tracks of my tears.
I was hoping you'd get that one in as well. There we go. I thought I'd throw up a few for you. Well, gosh, chaps, so much to talk about. Where on earth do we start? Maybe a bit of news. Joe Root, it seems, have suffered an abdominal injury in the warm-ups. As if things couldn't get worse for England, we don't know what that is. BBC has some issues which may bleed into the England test team. An interviewer who interviewed Milan last night has now tested positive. Will that have repercussions? It's all going on. Let's try and concentrate for now on the cricket, which will be continuing. Let me start with you, Forthy. England subside again. Did we dare to hope when Milan and Root were motoring?
Not really. If you've watched England for 50 years, it is, the old cliche of it's the hope that kills you. And I remember, I think, was it Gooch and Atherton a few years ago that they got to something like 220, and we thought, well, this is it. It's all happening here, and still managed to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Once you get your eye in, once the bowlers tire, a partnership can develop, and it lulls you into maybe this time. And once in every 50 tests it happens. But
well, maybe that'll be the next one.
Very much doubt this will be one of them.
Nah, I mean, this is the problem. Isn't it? England just cannot. They get one partnership with the two best batsmen who seem to be in form, but no one else seems to form partnership. I thought Stokes is capable of it. He certainly looked like it yesterday. Faced 90 odd balls for his 30. Looked pretty solid while I was at the crease, but. If the openers are going to fail and Root and Milan are going to score runs, Stokes is going to hang around, then Pope and Butler have got to fucking put their head above the parapet, and one of them has got to be able to stick there with Stokes and create another partnership. It's the only way you're going to put pressure back on the Aussies.
Well, this is one of the things I was going to ask you was about the various matchups which are clearly premeditated. And, they take shape over a series, don't they? Cameron Green is the surprise nemesis of Root. Nathan Lyon is all over Pope, who doesn't seem to be able to face spin. Mitchell Stark is all over Rory Burns and Joss Butler. By and large, Australia have got us in a bit of a hole, haven't they, Bear?
Well, yeah, but they usually do when we go to Australia. Let's remember we have drawn one test, and that was on the deadest of dead wickets you could possibly imagine in the last series at Melbourne. And it was a shit pitch, but other than that, we lost 5-0 in the series before. We lost 4-0 last time. No, 4-1. Sorry. And this could well be, Omicron aside, this could well be 5-0 again. Unless. Look, it's always possible. The thing is, at no point have we put Australia under any pressure in this series yet. Mainly because we screwed up batting first when we probably should have bowled. And to be fair, Australia won the toss here on a really batting-friendly pitch on day one, and they've got a pretty strong middle order. So they did what they were supposed to do, having won the toss, and that was put us under the pump by getting 479. So is it surprising we're in this position? No. I mean, England facing 473, sorry, but England facing 473 in a first innings over the last 3 years. How many times have we got within, overhauled that 473? And to be fair, only the best teams in the world would come back and overhaul that. Someone like India might be able to do something like that, but England at the moment really aren't capable of it. So whilst I'm despondent, we didn't win a toss, and we've got ourselves in a position that was kind of predictable, having got Australia away. Having said that, we have dropped, someone said 9 catches yesterday, but I think it's only 7. But whatever it is, it's too many catches at the wrong points in the game that put us in a real pile of shit.
Have you taken something to wake yourself up?
No, yeah, I can do. Well, I'm ranting. I'll be awake. I'm on air, so I have just got out of bed. I mean, I was rested because I was lying in bed with my eyes shut, so I think that helps. It's rather than sitting out watching telly or something. But yeah, there you go.
I think, Tony, you and I have both dealt with many clients over the years in our professional capacity. If one of your clients' response to a continual series of failures in the business environment was to ignore those failures and concentrate elsewhere on their business and something that didn't need to be fixed at all,
the Boris Johnson approach.
making that, if anything, slightly worse, you'd say these people are negligent. They absolutely do not know what they're doing. The chairman needs to get rid of the chief executive, etc., etc., etc. But this is one win in 36 years in Australia for England, and yet there doesn't seem to be any response. In fact, if anything, it's getting worse.
Well, it's a devaluation of Test cricket in favour of white ball cricket, and then they wonder why it all goes wrong. But let's not start there, because let's not. we at the moment, although we already have, at the moment, it's
suppose we
Stuart
have, yes.
Broad who will have the ball in hand. This partnership, worth 18. Michael Nesser, of course, is the night watchman. 45 for 1 Australia. We've had 17 overs so far, and Stuart Broad is going to open the attack from the city end.
Well, the batsman is...
Michael Neser's here in town, Michael Neser's here in town. Hi-ho, diddly-i-ho, Michael Neser's here in town.
Broad is in. Just steered nicely by me. So it has a throw, and I think that's going to be very close. That throw came in from point. Nisa had to dive. They've actually turned it in the end into 3, but
I think they turned...
umpire Wilson is going to have a look. That, to me,
that's the
looks
first...
pretty damn close.
That's the first time anyone's hit the bloody stumps on either side having a throw in the field. And we've got, what, we're in the third innings of the second test. Whilst we're waiting for the replay, it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
I think he was extremely close. Oh, no, his bat's just in. He's sliding. He is in. And then, of course, they got extra runs because the ball had hit the stumps, cannoned away, and he was up. Many batsmen would have just stayed there and on their stomachs and thought, well, thank God. But no, he was up and continuing to run.
Let's have a jingle for
Give a nod out.
bowler.
Not surprising. But I know they didn't. It was just a single in the end. I thought they
Sweep
took.
the leg, Broady.
Got the best
We're watching it
headband
again.
around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around.
Yeah, I thought it was 2.
Gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
That's because the scoreboard at the bottom still had the arrow on Nisa, so I thought they got back for 2.
Yeah, well, I did. Harris is going to face, and he does flick it away towards Hamid, who's there at square leg.
We can
Stokes.
point out that Root is not in the field and Stokes is captain, so they're assessing Root.
They are indeed assessing Joe Root, that abdominal injury acquired during the warm-up routines.
Hit in the abdomen? Surely that's just a bruise. I mean, that's not pulling a muscle, is it? If you get hit in the abdomen by a ball.
Well, I guess which part of the abdomen? Just the one slip for Broad as he comes around the wicket to the left-handed Harris. There's a little flick outside of his leg stump, but through to Josh Butler it goes. Josh Butler yesterday, in so many ways, looked a man a tad bereft to me. There was. He just looked like all was not well in his world.
No, he doesn't look at ease in Test cricket at all, does he? I mean, I know he says he wants to succeed at it, but he's failing dismally. He's dropping catches, can't score a fucking run. And maybe it is time to go to folks. Better keeper, can't do any worse with a bat currently.
Comes the ninja headbanded Broad nicely forward. Comes Harris, pushes it away to cover, and there is no run.
Should we have a jingle for Harris too?
Yes, we should.
If you were Australia, you would choose Marcus Harris. That's the kind of thing that could embarrass, because he's Marcus Harris.
283 the lead. If you're England, it's that's a long, high, tall mountain to be climbing. As in comes Broad, nicely worked off his legs by Harris. They'll take 1. Hamid is off in pursuit. They will probably come back for 2. Yes, they do, comfortably enough in the end. Seem to be plenty of spaces today in the Adelaide Oval. Looks like another very beautiful day. 48 for 1. We have 1 ball left, the first over of the morning, that Stuart Broad is bowling.
Yeah, they talked about rain this morning, which I thought might save us, but clearly that's bollocks.
Knuckles telling us quite rightly he can't go to folks in this series. They sent him and the rest of the...
whatever happens here, they got to look. I think they're going to make some changes in the summer.
Last ball of the over. Broad in, nicely forward comes Harris. He could do with some runs. He's doing all right so far. He's 23 off 64. It's a way to cover Jimmy Anderson Fields. It's the end of the over, 48 for 1. And we'll find out who's with us, Forthy.
Yes, well, Mayank says if Root's injury ends up taking him out of the entire series, England should just forfeit the remainder of the series and go home because it's not worth it now. Honestly, it's hard to disagree. Peter Laylor, BBC and ABC broadcast boxes are empty after positive COVID test result, and he's just given us an image of the empty boxes there. This is symbolic of something or other. Mog, as Tony can attest, the voice in that Nisa jingle is my natural accent. And Mayank, what's more shambolic, England cricket or Boris Johnson's Conservative this week? And Messi Jez, his abdomen simply an ECB word for bollocks?
Well, I was wondering that. It's going to be Jimmy Anderson, not surprisingly. How he would be hoping that what we assume will be his last tour of duty, certainly in Australia, would go better than it has. I don't really think you can blame him too much, as this one is left alone outside of the off stump by Nisa, who looks fairly comfortable, I must say.
Well, yeah, wouldn't you? You got 280 on the board. Go out and have fun, can't you? This man's bowling.
It is indeed.
Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja, aja. Jimmy, 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 aja, aja.
Anderson bowling from the cathedral end as he's in and onto the back foot goes Neeson, punches it straight to Rory Burns at extra cover, and there is no run. 48 for 1. Yeah, Root now then, since scoring 578 in the first innings in Chennai, which was built largely on Root. Why am I hearing an echo there?
My apologies. That was my fault. I got us up on YouTube on my phone and came on volume.
That's all right. I'll finish that thought in a while then. As in comes Anderson, and nicely played again by Nisa. Yeah, that 578, Root got a big contribution to that. England have been dismissed 10 times for under 200. Their collective batting average for 2021 stands at 23.65, the fourth lowest in any calendar year since 1910.
Say that
Strip
again.
out. England's average for 2021 stands at 23.65. That's the fourth lowest in any calendar year since 2010.
Is that per wicket?
Yeah, no, yes. As in comes Anderson, left alone, tidily to the manor born by Nisa. Yeah, lowest team average for England in a calendar year since 2010. What would you do if you took out Root's 1,606 runs?
1,500 and something.
Calendar year.
Stop watching cricket.
1,606. Well, there you are. 48 for 1. Anderson bowling tidily though. 4 dot balls so far in this over for him. He's bowling to Michael Nisa, who's very happy and comfortable to leave. Watches it carefully past into the gloves of Butler. It goes.
Well,
there's no run.
I was talking.
Did I see Johnny Bairstow there, by the way? Is
he's probably on the field.
He's the man on for Root.
But, I mean, this is it. England have got to find players who can stick it out. I was talking with Messi before we came on air. You look at India this summer, and Australia's first innings here, and Australia in Brisbane.
Anderson in, and he's pulled Nisa. Having said how comfortable he was looking, neck and crop, he's been undone by Jimmy Anderson, one that jagged back to him, pinned back, actually knocked right back his off stump. He has gone for 3 off 13. He did his job, but he has to go. The night watchman's gone. England have their first wicket.
Jag back, but that one.
Did jag back. Beautiful ball.
Did jag back, yeah, it's a great ball.
Second innings wicket for Jimmy. Now, what England have got to do is they've got to find batsmen who can stick. I mean, I was talking with Messi out there. Look, you've got Malan and Root who are on form. Openers are openers, and Burns seems a bit out of sorts. Haseeb's looked okay but got himself out. Stokes yesterday, he might not have a lot of practice, but he stuck out there for 95 balls, looked pretty comfortable and looks capable of forming a partnership, right? So Pope, Butler and Wokes have got to be men who stand out there and bat for time and can stick with someone like Stokes if Malan and Root go, and therefore you've got to be able to form another partnership. The other thing they've got to do is learn to leave the fucking ball, man. I mean, that's my point about, you watch India and England this summer, they were really diligent. KL Rahul and Rohit Sharma got several partnerships in the 90s and 100s just by being extraordinarily slow and very diligent. And England just don't do it, you know. You've got to get the ball holder, legs in the bowlers, and not lose wickets early, and then you've got a chance.
Well, the players more adept at playing late and able to leave and watch the ball through under their eye line are the ones that have done okay, which would be Milan and Root.
It's not even necessarily leaving late, it's just leaving, you know, not jabbing at the ball.
Well, Broad's going to continue. He's going to bowl to Marcus Harris, who is forward and pushes to mid-on. There is no run. Marnus Labuschagne is hardly going to encourage England. Just to continue the theme, by the way, of history repeating, 2017, that second innings, Australia did get rolled for not very many. Jimmy Anderson took 5 for 40 odd, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's already underway today. That would be even more a nod back to 4 years ago if he keeps up.
They got rolled for about 130, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah,
in the second innings.
They were miles.
In fact, at one point,
as in comes Broad.
Oh, great!
Takes an edge, and Broad has Harris taken beautifully by Butler. At least that brings a bit of a smile to his face. England have their second wicket of the morning, the third overall. It's 48 for 3. Broad has struck. Harris has gone fairly cheaply again. It's a little bit of sunshine on what has been a gloomy test for England.
Dreams that I dreamed were mine are gone.
And that should make Butler feel a little bit better. That was a good catch.
It was a good catch. It was an absolute beast of a ball from Stuart Broad. It moved away from the left-hander's outside edge, having moved into him and then moved away off the pitch.
very diligently didn't whoop when I saw it 4 seconds before.
Well done. What I noticed yesterday was sometimes you seem to be ahead and sometimes you go behind. Are you watching on the internet?
I think he's a man from the future.
Yeah, I'm a man from the future. I don't know what I'm watching. You know, the main feed that isn't the internet, but sometimes it is ahead and sometimes it's behind. I have no idea why.
Yeah, that seems a bit weird. And the other
Well,
thing,
it's Mini-Me, it's Big Me and Mini-Me.
Yeah.
Back in tandem. It's Steve Smith to accompany Marnus
the
Labuschagne.
2 people I hate the most in Australia.
One of my friend's daughters.
Hold on.
Stand still.
Stop playing with yourself.
Oh, it's very unsightly.
Stop fiddling.
Stop fiddling about.
Stop playing with yourself.
Oh dear.
Stop fiddling.
You look a bit mental.
Stop playing with yourself.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Stop fiddling.
Oh,
Stop playing with yourself.
you will go blind.
I was going to say one of my
Indeed,
friends.
Steve
One of my friend's sons is going out with an Asian girl called M.E. That causes, as you can imagine, all manner of confusion.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. That's a comedy.
Yeah.
There's a comedy show in that, surely.
There is, I think. Yeah.
Well, Stuart Broad, first wicket of the morning for him. England have already taken 2, the night watchman and then Harris. 1 for Anderson, 1 for Broad. The boys are back in town.
Oh!
Edged!
No! Backing
And I
out!
think dropped by Joss Butler, whose capacity at the moment to take a blinder and then have a stinker has been acted out in just 2 consecutive balls. Another snorter from Broad. Legitimate edge from Smith. First he takes a fantastic catch to his left to remove Harris. The very next ball he misses an easier one to his right.
He's gone too far, hasn't he?
He has. It caught him on the heel of the hand. Wrist or heel anyway. Broad's going to have to put that behind him. In he comes. He's big shout for LBW. He thinks he has him. He doesn't. It was a celeb appeal from Broad. He's asking about.
I think it was low enough. The question is, was he in line? You know, it's bloody Smith. Well, Stokes is going to review. I think that's marginal one off stump.
Well,
I think he's
pause for breath.
outside the line of off stump.
I think he's outside
the line of off stump.
So Smith doesn't seem overly bothered, does he? Hitting outside the line is Messi's view. Knackle just messages to say it was all lunge, no foot movement, which that's referring to Butler, not to Steve Smith. Is he outside the line now?
I don't know.
He's close than I very squared up.
Very squared up. The question is, did it hit the edge of the bat? No, it didn't.
No, there's no bat. It catches him on the knee roll. We see
There's
it
no question of
bump into
height,
that.
I don't think, either, because he's on the crease.
Snicko doesn't snick, only belatedly when it thumps the pad.
I
there's
think this
nothing
is
on
gonna be one of those
hotspot.
incredibly frustrating.
Umpire's call job, is it? It pitches outside,
Jesus.
impact is umpire's call,
fucking
hitting the wicket. And would you believe it?
He's bloody lucky.
Really lucky.
Well, I don't know who the umpire
He's, I mean,
was.
basically, he's morally out twice, but
Yeah.
still in.
Well,
But that's
there you
typical
go.
England, isn't it? Basically, let's go on to it. Yeah. It's and the other point I was making to Messi this morning is actually England in this test lost the toss. Australia did the right thing. They batted. They put a shitload of runs on the board. And England
They
are
did.
not very good at getting themselves back into a game when they're 470 behind. So this test has kind of followed the pattern of the team won the toss, did the right thing, put themselves in the position to put pressure on the oppo, and it's exactly what they've done. Which is what you win the toss and you bat first. That's exactly what you're supposed to do, and they followed the plan. So England being in this position isn't that unsurprising from that situation.
He must be ticking. This is just work towards short mid wicket off by Smith. Is no run. What did he get in Adelaide in the past? He's played 3, Stuart Broad. Best of 3 for 98. That was in 2013. Warner, Bailey and Brad Haddin on that occasion, his victims. What did he get in the first innings, mind you?
He got a couple, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah, I think so. Well, he can't believe he hasn't got another one there, but he hasn't. That one's down leg side. Little waft again from Smith, who doesn't look remotely comfortable.
Wow.
He got Harris in the first innings. So that 3 for 98, still his best. Round the wicket he comes. Oh no, we're watching replays.
That was a crack it over from Broad. Let's be honest.
It was
It
an
was
absolute brilliant.
amazing
Anyway, let's see
effort.
who's with us, Forthy.
Yes, Silly Points says, probably sarcastically, good stuff, England. That was before we actually did have a really good over. Mark Davis, what a mess, good God.
Yes, there you go. Sums it up.
Messages. Possibly not the smartest move for England to dismiss Harris cheaply again. Guarantees Australia can replace him with impunity. That's probably a good point, actually, isn't it? Farong. Greetings all from a chilly Mirpur, but rain has moved on overnight. Australia need runs, England need wickets. They have 2 thus far this morning. Batting woes resemble Bangladesh. England first innings 12 for 2, 138, 86 for 8. I'll break off.
Anderson's going to continue from the cathedral end. It's full, and that's the lightsaber leave from Labuschagne as its originator looks on from the other end.
Got jingle for him too.
I wonder if they both then go, well played, Marnus.
He's on a night beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble.
Anderson, he's fired up too. High batted lead through to a hapless Joss Butler. Poor Joss. Literally, how can your world go from ecstasy to despair in the space of literally 2 deliveries? I mean, just sometimes life, as they say, is a box of chocolates.
And
But he seems to have the whole Quality Street family pack.
Yeah, with rat
in
poisoning.
one over.
With rat poisoning. It'd have been a golden duck for Smith. Can't have had many of them in his career.
It would. No, indeed not. I'm sure Knackle will tell us how many. That would be really interesting. That's left alone by Labuschagne through to Joss Butler. It goes 3 dot balls for Jimmy.
He's not
penny
quite
for
completely
his
helpless in the way that James Bracey became completely helpless last. So when he looks like he couldn't catch a fly because he's taking blinders at the same time as dropping sixes.
Yeah, but that's really annoying, isn't it? You know.
Now Knackle has become rather rather Wildian on us. I'll tell you in a moment, as this one is left by Labuschagne. Apparently, he says, it's only Labuschagne if it's from the Marnus region. Otherwise, it's just sparkling Steve Smith, which I thought was rather witty.
It's an aperçu.
Yes, indeed. Well, Labuschagne yet to score. Smith yet to score. He really shouldn't be there.
No.
He's been dropped. Eminently catchable edge to Butler, dropped, survived an LBW that should have been out, survived just, and this is left alone by Labuschagne. He could have had a golden duck followed by the dismissal the very next ball. He didn't. He's still there. They're both on naught. But that was again another dot ball. We watch now a different angle as Butler dives to his left to take the wicket of Harris, and I suspect we're then going to watch as he dives to his right, almost in identical fashion, but seems to dive past the ball. Anderson's going to be in to Labuschagne. Left again, taken by Butler. The end of the over, it's 48 for 3. Labuschagne yet to score, Smith yet to score. Smith has won the Test Golden Duck. LBW to Dale Steyn at Port Elizabeth in 2014. He was batting at 6 back then, maybe in his days when he was more a leg spinner than a batsman. 40.
He was never a good leg
Yes,
spinner.
Ferron concludes the comment. I had to unfortunately finish off with Brisbane 61 for 2, 172, 74 for 8, mirroring the earlier first innings. Oh, Joss again. He concludes from his comment. Yes, indeed. Mayank, Piggy Smith is now going to get 150. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
Baston's got 9 lives. But if he gets 150, I don't think England mind too much because it just gives them less time to bat.
Well, exactly. I think it'll be a quick runs is the name of the game for Australia. Broad is going to be in. That one's driven straight to cover, where it's fielded by the substitute fielder, Johnny Bairstow, who is on, remember, for Joe Root, who has an abdominal issue, having been hit during the warm-up routines. Somehow you just feel there are certain occasions when the world conspires against you, and for England it just seems to be that they get these little punctuations of optimism and then brought straight back to earth again. Forward comes Smith, pushed into the onside, and there is again no run. Broad has his hands on his head. Every ball feels like a wicket to him at the moment. He's bowling quite beautifully. Anderson is bowling quite beautifully. England do have 2 breakthroughs this morning.
Yeah, an out of form opener and a night watchman, which makes you feel a little bit better. But this is the main dish here, isn't it? I mean, you've got to get through these 2, and reasonably quickly. And it'd be good if they could get them early.
Broad's going to be in from the city end. That big stand behind him worked away nicely by Smith to mid-wicket. There is no run. Broad has his arms up. I'm not sure why. Well, I'm trying to be optimistic there. I mean, we were doing our Lennon and McCartney there, with me as the jaunty Paul McCartney and you as the rather more downbeat Lennon.
Well, I'm not downbeat, but I mean, you've got to take your chances, and that's the 8th drop of the match so far for England. 8,
yeah. I mean
that's nearly a whole innings, isn't it? Really, that's getting through the top order, and you're down at 10 and 11.
40.
I feel like George Harrison, who's desperate to get a couple of songs in an album. Come on.
Yes. In comes Broad, left alone by Smith, through to the beleaguered Butler. What the beleaguered Butler saw? Well, he saw a drop, that's for sure. And it's 48 for 3 as 40 chuckles from Melbourne, groans from Sydenham, not quite sure what from Claygate, despair.
Existential ennui.
Well, yeah, existential ennui. One slip forward on the drive beautifully by Smith. That's got him off and running. That was a glorious off drive. That's going to go all the way. It's the first one of these. Okay. Sounds like Merry Melodies, that one, doesn't it? I think that was taken from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded that way. It's a gorgeous shot, I have to say.
Just too
absolutely full. Yeah, that's the way to play that drive, and he just played it magnificently. It's very interesting when you watch these in slow motion. Just, I mean, in real time it is just so quick. I'll just hold that thought as in comes Broad. That though goes past Smith's outside edge, squared him up. He had a little prod forward, and it was through to Butler. It's the end of the over. It's 52-4-3, just the 4 from that broad over, that beautiful drive. Bear's gone to the woods, so fourthly I'm going to come to you and say who else is suffering or turning Aussie cartwheels of delight with us.
Well, Imagine says, so Bear, most hated Australians are Smith and Labuschagne, but it is a packed field, and although they're close, he obviously hasn't seen enough of our Prime Minister. Scummo, also known as Scott Morris.
Scotty from marketing.
Yeah, Scotty.
Why is it? Did he once have a marketing job? Is that what it is for?
He did. Yeah, he was once marketing director of Tourism Australia. Apparently, he got dismissed from that job. And Messy Jez, confirmation that abdomen is ECB speak for bollocks. I'll break off.
In comes Anderson. Through to Butler. It is left alone by Labuschagne, and there is no run. Oh God, we see there again. If you wanted to feel that the world's against you, getting a smack in the swingers is a good way to just make your day even worse, isn't it?
Well, Will McPherson has tweeted, Joe Root having a scan on his unmentionables this afternoon, having been hit by a throwdown when not wearing a box. All sorts of ramifications. First and foremost, for the over 8 having lost their own spinner. Would see
genuinely,
a bit of Stokes' off spin.
We hope he's all right, because we can all wince at that one. That one's left confidently by Labuschagne, but Anderson, not surprisingly, has his hands on his head because, well, they do say there's only 2 types of leave, a good one and a bad one. That was a good one, but boy, it wasn't that far from bad. As Al says, the main ramification is for Mr. and Mrs. Root. That's why I was actually genuinely quite serious for a moment.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
That was close, wasn't it? Sorry, I had to get my Barocca. It's the one thing that I do healthily when I come here.
Anderson, in he comes. Past Paul Wilson, forward comes Labuschagne. Not a pretty shot, but effective enough. He just pushes it down to his toes. And again, there is no run. 52-4-3. Nessa has gone this morning. Bowled by Broad. Harris has gone, caught by Butler, who immediately off the very next ball dropped Steve Smith, who would have gone for only his second golden duck of his Test career. He didn't. He is still there. Anderson in, Labuschagne forward. Burnley's finest does a little bit of turf moor expertise. Actually, that probably would be a big thump up field, wouldn't it? So it was a little bit more. It was a little bit more delicate than that, to be fair.
Whack it upfield. Clear
there was nothing too dicey about that little bit of footwork from Jimmy Anderson. It would look rather good, to be honest.
It was interesting to see match of the day last night. Literally was the match of the day.
Well, it's like the old days. You had just the one game. 52-3. Anderson in. And that rears up a little bit at Labuschagne, who turns his back on it, has to wear it. It goes away into the offside. Of the 9 England players who've played both tests, only Root and Milan have not dropped catches, says the statistic knackle.
Interesting, they're the 2 best batsmen as well, isn't it? It's confidence thing, catching.
Well, it is, and I think there you can see, Butler's batting reflect his travails elsewhere or the other way around. It does look as though we may be a man down as well. Nicely forward comes Labuschagne, pushes into the onside. Al stands prepared. All my work on rotors is going up in smoke.
He might turn up right at the last minute.
Quite used to that. It could be Mr. Lastminute.com.
That's an interesting stat. That's an interesting stat. That's a batting partnership. Root and Milan 300 for 2. That must be 300 for 4 because both of them have been out. Or maybe that's only when one of them has been out at a point. The rest of the team 380 for 28. It's pretty fucking damning, isn't it?
Well, it's 52 for 3. Fourthly.
Mog, so which flog who's made a few runs in the BBL will replace Harris? Elixir of Azazel, who I don't think I've heard from before. He makes a terrific point, one I've made frequently. How come when England travel, at least 3 of their best players are always injured, but that's never the case with Australia? Any series anywhere, you can guarantee Warner, Smith, Labuschagne, start line and Cummins will be there. That's such a good point.
Well, I think you might slightly be forgetting a certain fast bowler in 2005, but generally, I do take your point. Generally, yeah. That's left, I think, by Smith.
Well, let's just say 2002, was it? no Thorpe, no Flintoff, no someone else. Goff. The 3 best players didn't come. 2006, no Vaughan, no Trescothic, no someone else didn't come. We seem to time it terribly each time, but Australia always time it perfectly.
Yeah, it's true to a degree.
52-4-3. Broad has continued. He's just bowled, of course, that first ball. That was a dot ball. This one is a swing and a miss from Smith, who nods back. Actually says, well played, rather magnanimously to Stuart Broad. I'm sure that will make Broad feel a lot better.
Exactly.
52 for 3. If I was Joss Butler, I think I might very well be keeping away from my bowlers for a while. Broad has bowled absolutely delightfully this morning. He's got movement, he's got bounce, he's taken a wicket, he's had a drop, he's had an LBW that was out, turned down, and on umpire's call. He and Anderson together are continuing to try and carry the fight to Australia as forward comes Smith, pushes into the onside. 2 mid-wicket, there is no run.
The other interesting point is that Stokes seems to be captaining on the field, but Butler is vice captain. So
yes.
So they basically said, sod off vice captain, we're going to Stokesy.
Or they recognise the fact that Joss is just not right, and as we said earlier in the day, there is just a feeling he just things don't look well in his world as Broad is in. That's an easy leave for Smith as he raises the bat aloft and through to Joss Butler, who deals with that competently enough. And there's no run. It's trying times for England. Australia looking to build a quick lead. They may lose wickets in the process. But that lead, of course, currently stands at 289. It's only going to stretch from there. And to be perfectly honest, I would have thought, we'll just hold the thought for a second, as Broad is in, Smith forward, not pretty but effective, away into the offside,
never
fielded
pretty.
by Bairstow, never pretty. I mean, to be honest, either England need an absolutely rapid collapse, in which case the score is achievable, although given their batting travails, unlikely. Or they just need Australia to be out there for as long as they can keep them out there, don't they?
Well, the second is more likely.
The second is the only chance, really.
It is just the one slip, which suggests that there is a degree of containment in the strategy. This is left alone. Through it goes to Butler. It's the end of that over. 1 for 16 for Broad. 52 for 3 Australia. 40. We're going to have a change, aren't we? It is definitely time for a change.
It's definitely time for change.
I will need to take my leave.
Yes. I think there's a suggestion that we might be we're not a man short. Everyone's here. I shall get
going. Morning, Al.
Morning, chaps.
Al. G'day, Bear. Yeah, that LBW was awfully close as well.
It was close enough that you might wonder why it was that he was given not out, even though it was deemed to be umpire's call.
Yeah, well, I think because the problem is that Smith goes so far across, I think a lot of umpires think he's automatically outside the line, isn't it? So he gets a lot of benefit of doubt from that. Marnus Labuschagne is facing up, and he lets another one through from Jimmy, and there ain't no run. And that's a shame. Got Smith out then. That would have been, as I was saying earlier, at some point England have got to put Australia under the pump and see how they, cope with the pressure. At the moment, it's all been too easy throughout this series.
It's about as close to the pump as they've got.
Well, yeah, but if they take that that catch,
well and truly,
that's full and driven by Labuschagne with no real intent straight at cover, and there is no run. And they've got to learn how to play Nathan Lyon as well. That's another big thing that England have to do.
Well, they've had plenty of practice and they haven't got it right.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing from an Australian point of view, to be honest. I mean,
Oh,
England got
no, that's the. Sorry, we're having a.
two of the greatest players of the century, and
That one
not
is
much else.
angled in towards Labuschagne, who defends it square on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah.
As I said yesterday, as an Australian, it's nice to win, but it's also nice to have some competition.
Yeah. I mean, you want
Where are you going in the winter?
I'm staying here.
Well, of course, everything could change with Omicron, couldn't it? I mean, whole tours will be on and off. That's defended back down the track, and there's no run. Weren't you supposed to be going to Bangladesh and pulled out on that one?
We did, yes, but then we made a habit of that.
Yeah,
Jeez.
you have. Didn't you get beaten? Last time you went to Bangladesh, you got beaten though, didn't you? If I remember rightly.
and we got thrashed in the T20s there earlier this year. But that didn't end up meaning a lot because we were playing on absolute dust bowls.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're getting in test matches as well, which will be entertaining.
Yeah.
That's worked into the leg side. And Labuschagne finally gets himself off the mark after 17 deliveries.
The person I felt sorriest for in that context was our friend Farong, who loves to see a bit of test cricket in Bangladesh.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's Australia, so, much like England. You're going to India soon, you get hammered out there, I'd imagine. They'll do the same to you as they did to us. They'll just create a bunch of dust bowls, and it'll all be over as Ashwin and Jadeja wheel through you on a daily basis. That one's left alone at the end of the over by Smith through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Nuff says it works for ABBA. How about a hologram of Alan Knott? Wishful thinking. Farong says he sends a picture of the screenshot of the review on that second ball of Smith's. Farong says dropped by you-know-who first ball, Smith's second ball, oh dear. And clueless middle-aged man, which could apply to a whole lot of us, says England has 8 players over 30 and 3 over 34. Australia has 5 over 30 and 1 over 34. Who would you put in the England team for the New Zealand tests? Hashtag Dad's Army.
Well, yeah, New Zealand to come to England. Thankfully, we're not going to New Zealand after this, which we've done before. Which has made life hell if you're a guerrilla cricket commentator.
Yes. An England-based one.
Yes, basically. Labuschagne facing up to Broad, who's coming in, I don't know, 4th over of the morning, and that's defended outside half of the bat, out to cover, and there is no run. 53 for 3, Australia. Labuschagne just got 1 off 18, Smith 4 off 17. Already been dropped and got bloody lucky on an LBW call.
I think when you start looking towards the future, I think that the first question is to be asked about the health and the elbow of Jofra Archer. And I think everything goes from there.
Well, yeah, you've got Jofra as Broad comes in and is defended by Labuschagne, and there's no run. You've got to be looking at the end of Jimmy. I think Broad will be around for a few years. His pace is still reasonable. It's still on 135s, 137s. Everyone, I get a bit despondent about how people go on about. I think they're comparing yesterday. This is the home umpire thing, isn't it? They're comparing Robinson's LBW yesterday with Smith's today. Robinson was umpire's called on the off stump, and of course it was given out on the field, and he was out. And today Smith was exactly the same, given non-out, and he was out.
I think you're
left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Your analysis of why one might have been given out and not out isn't necessarily about home umpires, but about the position of the batsman in relation to where the ball, the pad and the ball might be in the same spot, but the rest of the body isn't.
Yeah, that's the thing, Smith.
So it's almost an optical illusion.
Yeah.
That's true. I would have given exactly the same decision as the umpire in both cases.
Yeah, I mean, you put on the thing, you thought it was outside off stump. And to be fair, it kind of looks it because you can see his leg stump and almost his middle. That one's angled in towards Labuschagne. He gets behind it and defends it, and there is no run. I don't know. I think England have got to make some wholesale changes for the summer. I think Butler has to probably go. No matter what he does for the rest of this series, I think. John was banging on yesterday,
as John does,
and Fred, no doubt, will take the piss out of me because I was saying after he caught the first catch on the first day, yeah, but he caught that, and umpires and keepers standing back a 10 to a penny. Clearly not. That one is defended out to cover, and there is no run. I mean, that's 3 drops in this test alone, isn't it? I mean, none of them necessarily easy. One of them was dead easy, and 2 harder ones. But
if you don't have the fundamental technique, then catching the difficult one occasionally papers over the cracks about the fact that it's almost not necessarily any more of a given than chance that you would make the catch anyway.
Squared up a little bit, Labuschagne there. Defends it. It goes out into the offside towards cover, and ain't no run. And that ends the over. Socials, Messi.
Yes, Suman Nag says Aussie's 289 ahead. Do we fancy England win from here? In brackets, positive responses only. That's not going to get a lot of responses, I suspect.
No positive. Shut up, Suman.
Missing You Tuto says, did Holding bite Jimmy? I don't know what that's in relation to. Simon Nag says, question for Bear, if you were Stokes, what would you tell Joss Butler to do differently on keeping?
If I was the bowlers, I'd be a bit, furious, to be honest.
And Farang says, no box, root for root. It wasn't a full tilt batting session. He decided against wearing an O'Donnell protector, commonly referred to as a box. Unfortunately for Root, the ball nipped back at him and struck him amidships to leave him in agony and unable to take the field.
Oh dear. Ollie Robinson has dropped the ball as he is coming in to bowl his first ball, which gives me a chance to play his jingle. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie! Oi, oi, oi! Ollie, Ollie, Ollie! Oi, oi, oi! Ollie, oi, Ollie, oi! Ollie, Ollie, Ollie! Robinson! And as for England, when teams come to England, I think he lost his footing a bit actually in the footholes as he was just about to deliver. Ollie Robinson has just come out of nowhere to be a great find for England, and I think he can replace Anderson in the attack. That's through to keeper, and there's no run. England's problems aren't going to be at home. I mean, you've still got Wokes, you've got Stokes. Joffa will come back at some point. If you start off with Stokes is in the side, and you've got an attack that's Broad, Wokes, and Robinson. I imagine Robinson will get the new ball with Broad. Wokes will be third seamer, and if you want to have a spinner in the side, then there's more space if Anderson's deciding to retire. As Robinson comes in, and he does deliver the second ball. His first overs are never very good though. Ollie takes an over to get his radar in. Often sends it down leg side, as that one has been.
I think there's certain questions that need to be asked,
Too long leg
not necessarily about people who are leaving, but about people who might be staying. So, can Ben Stokes' body stand up to the strain of being a true all-rounder? That's a question. Is Joe Root willing to put the work into his bowling for him to become an all-rounder? And the answer to those two questions kind of begin to think about the flexibility and the tactics you have about filling the rest of the squad.
Well, possibly, but that's left alone outside the off stump when there's no run. Now, the thing is, England, you rarely need a spinner, do you? So he can certainly fill in England. But the other question is, when next time we go to the subcontinent, who's going to be our spinners? I mean, Jack Leach will be, but he might feel that he's been treated so badly by England, he might decide that he wants to retire from international cricket. I doubt it. But Moeen Ali having retired, who's going to be the second spinner in that lot if you go to a subcontinental arena, as that's left alone by Labuschagne through to the keeper and there's no run?
Well, you can't expect to be no good. You can't expect to be not good enough to play regularly, and then all of a sudden, when you need them, for them to be good enough to be playing in conditions that require more expertise.
Well, exactly. But
so you have to persevere with having one of them in the team.
You'd have thought so.
If nothing else, for balance.
Yes, Robinson is in, and that's lightsaber leave by Labuschagne through to the keeper. There's no run. I mean, that's the thing though here, isn't it? They made the wrong choices, the wrong grounds. Clearly, Leach probably should have played at this ground, and it might have helped him that the pitch has been pretty grippy, turning not greatly on day one, but certainly now there's turn and bounce.
There's a Two Ronnie sketch, isn't there, where there's like mastermind, but he's answering the question before last. Have we have we done this? Have we chosen the team for the test before last?
Whereas, you know, in the first test they should have either had Broad or Anderson instead of Leach, and probably had Leach in this test, and given someone else a rest then.
Okay, Ian Dirk says, looks like a sparse crowd. COVID restrictions, Christmas shopping, they're all spaced out. I got to tell you, Ian, my suspicion is that South Australia opened its borders fairly recently, and COVID has started spreading there in a way it hasn't for a long time. If I was living in Adelaide, I wouldn't be going to the test match, even though I'm fully vaccinated, because it's just a risk not worth taking. And I suspect there's quite a lot of people in that same situation where caution is the better part of valour. And let's face it, the TV coverage, apart from the commentary, is bloody good these days.
Well, that's the thing. I've always said I kind of prefer absorbing my sport through the telly.
Well, and also, if it's anything like being in the UK, the price of a test match ticket's fucking expensive.
Yeah. Well, they're more expensive here than anywhere else in the world, I think.
It's a lot cheaper here than over there, but it's still not cheap.
Yeah. We haven't changed the bowling. This man's bowling.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the tee.
And Smith just leaves that first ball, and there is no run. I think England
Mox.
Go for it.
Mark says that there's an overseas test tour that doesn't involve India or England. It's a 70% chance of mysteriously disappearing off the schedule. That's about fucking right, you know. Because we dumped South Africa as well, of course.
You dumped South Africa, and that's a good series. Australia, South Africa. Oh, that one is again beating the outside edge of Smith. And Wokes is chuntering, and once again Smith. He always nods his head and says, "Well bowled." Somehow doesn't get out. Very irritating.
From your point of view, is that more irritating that someone's gone, "Oh, that was really good, but not good enough to get me out"?
Yeah.
So you think there's some sort of
yeah. If you bowled less well, I'd hit it.
Well, he's getting a bit of movement. That's too full, driven by Smith, but straight up to mid off. And there ain't no run.
Have we made something of the fact that Wokes, home Wokes and away Wokes are two completely different cricketers?
I looked at the figures yesterday. Both his batting and his bowling averages are more than twice as bad overseas. It's just phenomenal. It's actually something like 2.5 times as bad for his bowling.
I don't think he's actually bowled that bad. That one is straighter. It's up to mid-on. There's no run. I mean, I think it's a lot harder to take wickets in Australia anyway, full stop. I mean, the wickets are flatter. There's not so much movement in the air, and the ball doesn't do so much off the deck, so I think it's going to be harder. His pace is not too bad.
It's true, but I did a comparison with some of the other bowlers, and while they weren't, there were worse figures away than at home, it was nothing like Wokes' proportions.
Yeah, but he hasn't played that many. I mean, this is only second series in Australia. That's left alone through.
Similar in New Zealand. I just looked at all home versus all away, and it was fucking phenomenal. It really was.
Yeah, you got to learn how to bowl in some of these places. I mean, he was a bit overlooked in the summer in England here as well. He hasn't been a regular in the side, particularly. I think he will become. He certainly picked up his bowling in England, and his pace has gone up a little bit. Full, driven by Smith, wide enough and mid-off that they'll get through for a single. And the score moves on to 55 for 3 after 28 overs. Just the one.
Suman Nag points out that today is the 36th all-out anniversary for Team India at Adelaide. We all know what happened after that. Do England have it in them to turn around for an Ashes win? No is the easy answer to that. Farung says, great start England and what could have been if Joss held Smith first ball. Tough day for the GPL, it appears. It's worth mentioning the GPL. Where do we know how much huge...
The pot is 78 quid. Hombre Nuevo seems to get up, put in an entry and go back to bed. He is in. He is the only entry in so far today. Robinson is in outside the off stump of Smith, and there is no run. And again, I think they're missing a trick here. These two are happy to leave outside the off stump. I think you've got to set those leg side fields and bowl at the stumps and try and frustrate these two.
Oh, come from around the wicket.
Nah, that's not going to do you any good because you're going to be into the hip. Nah, it's going to be into the hip of both of them.
Well, no, I don't mean like come around the wicket and bowl into the hip.
Yeah, but it's the angle. They can get. It makes it a lot easier to just get inside it to a right-hander, right arm round the wicket to a right-hander.
You do that and set the leg side field.
Well, yeah, but you're never. You're going to take virtually everything out of the equation apart from court. Or it's very difficult to get. You can get bowled. Certainly never going to get an LBW. That one's just worked into the leg side and there's no run. The angles just don't work unless there's prodigious swing into the batsman. You got to go wicket to wicket and bowl pretty straight, and then set yourself with a mid wicket, a square leg, probably someone back square and behind square, and just try and strangle the singles that they like to get inside the line and work it out there. That one's too straight. They have got a square leg. That's good. So that won't be a run.
Ravi Nair says, oh my word, in his absence, Jofra Archer has become the greatest bowler in the world ever.
Well, he's not, but he has that, he's got that height and he's got that extra pace. Now, the question will be, having had his, his elbow operations, will he, remain that quick? There are a lot of bowlers who come back after surgery and they lose a little bit. Hopefully he doesn't. Short and down the arse, and Smith just not interested.
If it's
through the button,
if the surgery is anything like Tommy John surgery that baseball pitchers have, they normally, there's a high percentage now that come back with a stronger arm than when they had it.
Well, that'd be good. That'd be great. It's a real shame he's not on this tour. He'd have been a real weapon for England. Especially if you had Wood, and if they had Stone as well. The option of 3 proper fast bowlers, they could rotate. Short of a length. Ollie Robinson's just working himself into this spell, and that's defended on the back foot by Smith. Out to the leg side, no run.
Tony Bishop's responded to Suman Nag's question as to what Silverwood should do. He says beer, pizza, and then threaten the team with a night out with Michael Vaughan if they don't pull their socks up.
He should go and find a COVID person and stick them in the team room so they can just go home. Robinson, last ball of the over. Down the leg side, and he's out.
There's a nod.
Yes,
there is a nod. He's been strangled down the leg side. It's Piggy Smith. He tried to get inside. He did walk. That's another half decent catch, and Smith hasn't cost England a mountain of runs after being dropped on 0. He has only managed to get 6. Got a little bit big, and it's gloved around the corner by Smith. He looked around, and it's a good catch.
That's a great catch.
It's weird, isn't it? Butler scored 2 good catches, dropped a sitter, and dropped.
Well, he dropped a medium to difficult chance.
Labuschagne when he was on about 30, or when he was in his 90s.
Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were talking about today.
No, on the first day. The first Labuschagne one was, it was high and wide down the leg side. It was a dive again. And 50-50, maybe 70-30. But the second one was just, regulation practice catch, and it was a terrible drop, and allowed him to get a ton. which is no good. Well, it's good to get Piggy out for bugger all, though. So let's have a jingle.
I'll catch up on a few tweets while we're at it. Question for Al: define happiness. A catch from Josh Butler or Wickets of Smith and Labuschagne? Maybe getting both.
Happiness is a destination. It's not a place where you live.
Happiness is a warm gun.
Elixir of Azazel says, I have a theory. A keeper who dives around a lot is a poor keeper. It means their footwork isn't good enough to get themselves into position and has to compensate by jumping about. There's a bit of that, but you need to be able to do both, don't you? And Mog says, is Jofra ever going to come back, though? Which is a good question.
Well,
I'm missing Ututo says, Robinson deserves a more relaxing jingle.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
new batsman, and he's this guy.
He's just a sweet driver's head. A sweet driver's head. From transdimensional driver's head.
Well, this is interesting. Labuschagne is facing up. He's got 1 of 27 deliveries, and he just defends Wokes back down the track. There's no one. Smith, first time he's gone cheap in the series, which is a good thing. Good angle of attack, good catch. Yeah, it was the shoulder of the bat. No, it's a little bit of glove around about the shoulder of the bat. And having Australia 55 for 4 is quite interesting.
This is now officially under the pump, right?
Yes, first time in a series. Left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. Get Labuschagne or Head here. You're down to Cameron Green, who scored bugger all in the series, and then you're into.
No.
Well, Nice is out, so then you're down to Stark, Lyon, and Jai Richardson. Oh no, Alex Carey, he scored some runs in the first innings as well, isn't it?
What's the under for the next wicket?
Interesting. With Labuschagne there, I imagine it'll be reasonable. That's beating the outside edge of Labuschagne's bat again, and there is no run. Should have been doing some unders today, but I haven't.
Wow.
I don't necessarily want to say about that all the time, because I don't want to feel like I'm encouraging a habit, but
I do have a habit anyway, don't worry about
it. There's a graphic on Channel 7 just said this session 12.3 overs, 10 runs, 3 wickets.
Which is good. Outside the off stump, left alone once again by Labuschagne. The fall of the next wicket is, I might have to go for it, 81.5. Yes. That's because Labuschagne's there. I'm going for that.
Yeah, the bear goes under. Headline.
Yeah, it's not really big. It's not really breaking news, is it? Tell you what is breaking news: Twathead fucking Frost has left the government.
Oh yeah,
no loss there. Well, is that because they're not going far enough, or because they're going too far? What do you reckon?
Because he's a fucking numpty and he can't get what he wants. He's throwing his toys out the pram.
What does he want?
He wants us to float off into the ocean and be Unchained Britannia. Which of course is not a reality that actually works.
So this is not invoking Article 16 of the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Well, they've realised that they must have realised by now as
cricket's on. Fuck politics.
No. Wokes playing into the leg side. And there's no
come on, we don't get to talk about this stuff anyway. So.
Yeah. No, I think he's realised that actually all these supply chain issues and all this shit, it's no good being just talking a load of nonsense and trying all this crap with the European Union, because they're a hell of a lot bigger than us. And I think they're shitting themselves a bit, because these are all underlying problems that aren't being pointed out, because we've got a massive pandemic that's been going on for 2 years, which has kind of saved their bacon on that. As that's defended into the offside and there's no run, and that ends that over. None for 14 for Wokes. Travis Head is going to face the next ball. 55 for 4. Give us some tweets.
Mark says, what are the chances of England poaching some young spinner from Asia with the promise of citizenship, cash and test caps? Sounds a good recruitment policy.
Yeah, I think
South Africa.
I think the head of selectors, Priti Patel, might have something to say about that.
Clueless middle-aged man says, the commentary is great if you turn the TV down and put Guerrilla Cricket on. Thank you for that. Mog says, and just a quick reminder, Bear, Steve Smith is a twat. I don't think Bear needs reminding.
No, I don't need reminding of that, Mog. So's Labuschagne.
Says 10 runs in the first 11 overs today. I feel like it's the 1880s all over again, or the 1960s, come to that, mate.
Or next summer.
Yeah. No specialist spinner for England. Where to now, says Farong. Lions 2 spells in England innings. Got 3 for 30 in the second one. Last 3 tests are played on pitches that assist spin. Does the Bear get a call up?
Right. Robinson is in short, and Travis Head ducks underneath it. There's no one. No, I think bowling spin in Australia is actually an art. Learning to bowl spin properly on Australian wickets, and obviously England's, much like anywhere. I mean, you get a lot of assistance in India, and I think you can. There's not a lot of bounce, but you get all the turn you like, and you can bowl at the stumps, or you can learn to bowl there a lot easier. Whereas these pitches that eventually turn, but it's actually in the bounce.
Yeah,
it's a slightly different way of bowling your spin. Oh, jacks his head and flashes his bat at it, misses it, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
You've done well to describe that, because Travis Head there was going in 3 different directions at once.
Yeah. He definitely played at that. It's lucky not to get anything on it. It jagged away actually for him off the pitch. This doesn't bode well.
Farong says there are plenty of willing participants available here in Bangladesh who'd love a Pommy passport.
Yeah. They won't get one though, not with Priti Patel in charge. That's defended out to cover, and there's no run. She hates anybody.
Yeah, that's true. And Adelaide Barmies, who were with us yesterday, says, "Get fucking in."
Get in there.
And,
very much so.
We are 3 deliveries time.
Yeah, we are due a change. It will be at the end of this over, as Robinson is in and is defended. Braced front leg by Head out to the covers. Now, and Knuckles going to take over ball by ball. We're joined by Forthy and Anthony Condon, who's not going to be there. So I think
it's going to be Tony who's going to
step in. It's a shame, Anthony, if you're listening. Where the fuck are you? That's a no
I DM'd
ball.
him a while ago and he hasn't responded.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, it's not because he's not out of bed, because he's obviously daytime over there. Well, maybe he is still in bed, but heavy night out last night. It's middle of the afternoon now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Robinson's coming around the wicket to Head. He's jumping around in the crease, defends that out to cover, and there's no run. 1 ball left in the over, and then we'll have a change. Now, going back to that Brexit thing with Lord Frost, I just think that they're too scared. I think Europe will eventually, they play quite softball with us, really. I mean, quite accommodating, but at some point they're just going to, throw their toys out of the pram, going, nah, I'm not doing that. And then they can, they can really screw us up. All our trade comes through Europe. It's ridiculous. Short, wide, cut, nice, hard hit by Travis Head. There's no one out in deep. And to end my spell, it will be a boundary out at the cover.
Okay, we'll catch you later.
1, 2,
Have a cup of tea.
3.
Time for a change.
One of the very few shots of any kind of authority that Australia have played this morning or this afternoon Adelaide time. It's been very much England's morning. The first sustained spell of pressure they put Australia on. Actually, that's not true. That's not really true, given yesterday and with Ruta Malan, and given the day before with Wickets just before lunch. Whether it's come too late to make a difference is a question worth asking.
Someone's got their TV on in the background, by the way. There's an awful lot of noise going on. That's it.
Yeah, I think Forthy, we're getting some intrusion of Shay Forth into the Guerrilla Cricket broadcast. But it's been very much England's morning. In the 14 overs we've had in the first hour, England have taken 3 for 14. Stephen Smith, the latest to go after the dismissals of Michael Neser, the night watch, and Marcus Harris, Anderson, Robinson and Broad each taking a wicket. And England have, they're going to go down firing some shots at least. Don't let the ship sink with cannonballs unfired, I suppose. But
this is the sort of cleft stick or the horns of the dilemma for England, though, isn't it? Because that lead is 296. So if the ball starts doing all kinds of things and Australia get rolled, remember 2017? It's exactly what happened then. and they still strolled to a comfortable enough win.
Well, I mean,
So is it better?
And it's not that much of a dilemma, is it? I mean, when you do concede that big a first innings, just there are no good choices anymore.
Actually, it wasn't that comfortable as from memory 4 years ago. There was a point at which England definitely in the last innings looked as if it was a possibility. They were, I think, halfway to the target with only 3 wickets down. But of course,
it wasn't the false hope of expectation dashed by the horrors of reality, was it?
Yeah, the target. The target was 354, and England were 169 for 3 at one point. So it was sort of, but a lot would have had to go right.
Yeah, I do remember the Barmy Army singing "We're Halfway There," for example, and there was a feeling of optimism in going very, very briefly.
Yes.
Yeah, when you concede a significant first innings lead, an awful lot has to go right, and Australia lead by 296 runs and can afford a bit of a collapse. I mean, the fact that Australia haven't batted with any sort of urgency is a little bit confusing to me. You would think that Australia want to pile on as many runs as possible and be bowling again fairly soon. I mean, the idea, obviously, is that they want an hour and a half at England tonight at least. Now that might happen sort of fought by force if Australia get bowled out here. As you listen to Guerrilla Cricket's continuing coverage of the men's 2021-2022 Ashes. You join us just after the first hour of day 4 with Australia leading by 296. I'm Knuckle M. Pandey taking you through the next half an hour as Chris Wokes continues, yet to take a wicket in this innings. Marnus Labuschagne just blocks this into the onside and there is no run. I mean, Marnus Labuschagne has done, Tony, in this innings nothing in terms of trying to score runs.
No. Curious, but then if you recall on the first morning, Australia's progress was positively glacial. And yet, as we were discussing at the start of play, they gathered speed,
but those
and got themselves to a great score.
Those two situations aren't the same thing. You know, first morning of a Test match, England bowling very well. That situation is rather different to the one they find themselves in now, leading by nearly 300 as Wokes is in and blocked by Labuschagne. Back to Wokes, there is no run. I mean, England have bowled well this morning, but not 1 off 35 for Butter, who averages in the mid-60s. Well,
I think it also suggests, they probably know how long they think they need to bowl England out, and I would think in their thinking, they know England are highly vulnerable. Come the dusk, the floodlights, the pink ball. I don't think they feel they need to rush to win this game, if I was to be honest.
This is down the leg side, and Labuschagne does turn this away for his second run of the innings, down to Ollie Robinson at long leg, bringing Travis Head back onto strike. No, they don't. Australia could declare now and probably be heavy favourites to win the game.
You talk about Wokes as well. He only took 1 for 103 in the first innings, so his record is still troublesome in Australia.
He got he got taken apart by that swinging Stark and Nisa partnership. And a little bit by Alex Carey. He bowled tidily for the first 2/3 of his spell, but Chris Wokes has yet to develop the weapons in Australia that will make him anything more than a tidy bowler. We've got for Travis Head a slip, a short catching point, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off, and a catching fielder shortish on the leg side as well. Wokes is in. This is pulled by Travis Head, pulled well by Travis Head. There is a short mid-wicket, and that's a really good shot. It's gone square of that man into a huge gap at mid-wicket. Deep square leg, had no chance. 4 runs for Travis Head.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It wasn't that short. It's a very good shot.
And the lead stretched over 300 as well with that shot.
Yes, indeed. Travis Head on his home ground, South Australian lower middle order, I suppose, or middle order with Head and with Alex Carey. This is better line perhaps on off stump and just squirted off the outer part of the bat to Ollie Pope, and there is no run. Kind of interesting anecdote about Travis Head, and he made his first grade debut, so the top level of Australian club cricket. He was dismissed by Nathan Lyon, who who was just about to make his Test debut and his Shield debut, and was at the time the head ground staff curator at this ground as head drives to mid-off. And the person who caught him was a young man from Sheffield on an Aussie grade winter, Joe Root.
Well,
end of the over, 5 runs off it. Australia 64 for 4, leading by 301.
Unfortunately, Joe Root, for latecomers, unlikely to be batting. He's in having all sorts of tests.
Well, do we know that?
Abdominal injury. No, we don't know that for sure. But
we don't know
he's
that.
definitely not on the pitch.
He was having some throwdowns, didn't wear a box, got hit in the ahems, and is having a scan on them, which is why he has not taken the field this morning.
Derek, happiness is my wife, and it's her birthday today. Oh, happy birthday,
that's
Mrs.
cute.
Derek. That's lovely, isn't it? It's really nice. It's a ray of sunshine. Thank you, Derek. Ravi Nair, it's so lovely when England does what England does best. Give us flashes of loveliness in the middle of the self-created Slough of Despond. It's like buttered toast and Marmite. I think Slough of Despond is a quote from Bunyan in Pilgrim's Progress from memory. But
Ollie Robinson in to Marnus Labuschagne. A little bit of movement off the seam, but left on length by Labuschagne. Dies rather through to Butler, and there is no run. Robinson's bowled very well all Test match, all series in fact, and he's troubled Stephen Smith continually with targeting that straight line, just sort of the inside half of off stump rather than the outside half, and that bit of bounce. He did make Smith look uncomfortable in the first innings, and the wicket was a little bit of a bonus. Another good catch from the mysterious Joss Butler. Short extra cover in position for the drive, which Labuschagne hasn't really tried to play all innings yet. This one bounces a little bit, and Labuschagne guides it well on the bounce to the wide-ish slip, and there is no run.
The case of the mysterious Butler.
He's a curious wicketkeeper. Sometimes his footwork looks excellent, and he gets himself out of trouble actually with his footwork and his athleticism. Sometimes he just ends up lunging at the ball, and his head's not in line, and he ends up actually going, because he's still very athletic, he ends up going, we've seen it a couple of times, he's dropped catches, going too far and being hit on the wrist. Very curious wicketkeeper. That's a good delivery from Robinson, angling in, and perhaps just holding its line to pass the off stump, but Labuschagne played inside the line-ish, allowed himself to be beaten, and there is no run. Maybe just, again, 6 to 8 inches too short, if you're being hypercritical. It's one of the many things that people have been critical of England for, which I think is, of the many problems that England have got, I think is way down the list in this series, frankly. As Robinson is in to Marnus Labuschagne, who just not quite the full lightsaber leave, but a little training saber leave through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Messi Jez has just given us the full Bunyan quote here, I think. This miry slough is such a place as cannot be mended. It is the descent whither the scum and filth that attends conviction for sin doth continually run, and therefore it is called the Slough of Despond. You could, of course, read that as Slough. Now, I've been to Slough, and that sounds about right.
As Robinson is in. Full delivery and clipped nicely by Marnus Labuschagne. A shot of real authority. Pitched up a little bit from Ollie Robinson and clipped beautifully between mid-wicket and mid-on for Marnus Labuschagne's first boundary of the innings.
1, 2, 3, 4.
For all those saying, why don't England pitch it up when the ball isn't really moving that much? That's why. That wasn't even that full. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, very nice indeed. A little bit of a flamingo flourish with the back leg.
Flamingo with a lightsaber is a terrifying prospect.
Yes.
Labuschagne on to 6 the lead, 305 as Robinson is in. Again full, again on the toes, and this time clipped square this time, but again finds the leg side boundary. 2 boundaries to finish for Marnus Labuschagne in the over. He moves to 10. Australia 72 for 4, and are they going to start getting moving and piling on the pain?
Yes, it's rather a shame for Slough that they're known for 2 things, quotes, literary quotes, the Slough of Despond and come friendly bombs and fall on Slough by Betchman, but anyway. Suman Nag, with Burns and Hamid 3 wickets for Aussies and Root injured, how much will England get with 7 wickets if target is 375 to win?
A bit harsh on Hasib Hamid, I think.
Well, yes, I agree. Mayank, good possibility England will need 375 to 400 and 125 to 130 overs. It's doable. I love the positive thinking. Mayank. Please keep thinking that way. Suman Nag, likewise, in regards to Guerrilla Cricket Association, replying to messages. Mog, the cricket is
Hold
on.
that thought, as Chris Wokes is
politics.
in. Yes, there is a little bit of now acceleration, punishing England for going too full. Full outside off stump, driven very sweetly by Travis Head through extra cover for 3 boundaries in 3 deliveries in the last little while. Good positive stroke from Travis Head.
Travis Head, don't forget, didn't he get 230 in the Marsh Cup in KOK in October? But he's been in some decent nick for South Australia.
Yeah, he beat Usman Khawaja to the middle order slot. He got a second innings 100 in his last first-class game on this ground against Queensland, and was preferred to Usman Khawaja in that spot at number 5, and made his highest test score in the first innings, the first test match rather, so can't argue too much. Yes, he did make a list A double 100 on what was apparently an incredibly flat pitch, but even so, it's a list A double 100.
And still, there was rare as hen's teeth, so it's still a pretty impressive effort.
Field has gone in now at an off Hayden, just to the offside of the cut strip for the aerial drive. So this is driven pleasantly, half stopped by a fielder at the diving cover, and Ben Stokes, who is Erzat's captain in the absence of Joe Root, one of his caps flies off as he chases this towards the boundary. Travis Head will come through for 2. So we've had 14 runs in the last 4 balls when Australia had looked completely stuck up until then.
Is Erzatz quite correct, Knuckle?
Stand in.
Yes,
Erzatz is a poor copy or dodgy substitute, isn't it? Am I right?
Yes, that's right. I wouldn't put Stokes quite in that category.
No.
Linguistic precision on Guerrilla Cricket, you love to see it. An LBW appeal from a ball that's probably sliding down leg.
Yeah.
The umpire is not particularly bothered, and Ben Stokes is making the "it's too high, lads" gesture to try and talk Chris Wokes out of reviewing it, and England are not going to review it. It did hit Travis Head on the pad, but it didn't have a lot going for it. Speaking of Slough, that's where I'll be tomorrow night, flying from Heathrow on Monday morning, and we're staying in an unprepossessing airport hotel tomorrow night.
Well, if anyone's got any
tonight,
positive literary quotes concerning Slough, do join us on social media.
Wokes in. It's a good leave in the sense that off stump is still in the ground. Came back in from Wokes from round the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, and it's not missed the off stump by that much. Maybe just going over the top of off stump. Yeah, going over the top of off stump. Well left. I will give him that, Travis Head.
Unprepossessing is one of those weird words where people often say that, but they very rarely actually use prepossessing, which does of course mean appealing or attractive.
This is back of a length and clipped into the onside by Head, clipped square, and they'll come through for a single. So Chris Wokes and Ollie Robinson now starting to leak runs a little bit. It does bring Marnus Labuschagne on to strike. That LBW appeal in the couple of balls ago was indeed missing. Like, it wasn't going over the top by as much as Ben Stokes thought it was, but it was clearly missing leg.
Yes, there are other adjectives which seem to be the same, whether they're negative or positive, like valuable and invaluable. And there are others again which no one can agree on, like sanguine. Does that mean? What does it mean? Everyone seems to disagree.
Flammable, or rather inflammable, which it can mean both. It's both not catching fire and catching fire. Pushed into the offside. Marnus Labuschagne then gestures towards point for no obvious reason. It was like he was trying to bait the point fielder to come in and field it. Very odd bit of gesturing from Marnus Labuschagne. It's another good over for Australia. 7 runs off it, and they move to 79 for 4 lead by 316.
Disgruntled's another one, Forthy. Disgruntled.
Yes.
I mean, you
It's
rarely
one of
say
these-
how gruntled
It's
you're
one
feeling.
of my favourite. One of my favourite in a crowded field of PG Woodhouse.
It is. I was going to say PG Wood. Yeah.
While he was not
Yes.
he was not quite disgruntled. He could certainly be said to be less than gruntled.
Yes, that's exactly right. Mog, the cricket is on bare. Fuck politics. Adelaide Barmies just found Frost's dummy, and you can see the image on our Twitter feed. Missing Utoto. Time for more head jokes. Head takes nearly the head of root comment from yesterday was actually a valid head joke if you think twice. Mayank, if no Joe Root can be a good thing for England. They can really put the brakes on the overrate and just waste time and snatch a draw if they don't feel confident they can
And
win
ensure
this.
that Joe Root is banned for the next Test match, possibly. They're now down to -8 World Test Championship points from the first Test match in Brisbane. So poor was their overrate, which is not something I particularly care about. But bowling that slowly is.
Oh, there he is. He seems to be
Joe
walking.
Root has had a scan on his hems. They are both still present. He is moving a little bit awkwardly, but he is seemingly going to take the field. I'm sure I just saw Ollie Robinson bowl an off break to mid-off.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. Our England have England got something really unusual up their sleeve? Sorry, Forthy.
No, I just said it's watching Joe Root sit down there looked like a man who is in sort of the second week of constipation. It was, well, I'd say so. It happened to me once when I went to Romania. I won't dwell on the matter. Yes, it can happen. But that was the most ginger seating that I've seen for some time from Joe Root.
Since Ollie Pope and Ben Stokes sat down next to each other.
Ollie Robinson's going to bowl off spin. Ollie Robinson, looking actually quite a lot like Ashley Giles in those sunglasses, does bowl a sort of off spinner's arm ball outside off stump. This is very odd. And
bowls like Ashley Giles as well.
Actually, it wasn't an arm ball. It did turn a little bit. But yes, Ollie Robinson is bowling off spin. And he's in. Tosses this up. It's a big full toss. And he feels well off his own bowling as Travis Head blocked back to the bowler. And there is no run. Ollie Robinson, who has been bowling very well in his usual guise, is bowling sort of accurate overspun off spin. That one dips a little bit and turns a little bit and is driven by Travis Head to cover. And there is no run.
I mean, you wonder, is this desperation or is this just brilliant experimentation? I'm not convinced either way yet.
Or is it boredom? Tossed up and it drops a little bit on Travis Head, who drives to Johnny Best, do an extra cover. There is no run. I mean, he's tossing the ball up and he's getting a little bit of overspin and a little bit of dip. It's not the worst bit of part-timery that I've seen or experimentation. This is driven by Travis Head to the deepish set mid-off for a single, or is it overrate?
It's overrate, I think.
I would imagine
in the absence of Joe Root.
Yeah. We've got Milan. Obviously, yes, you haven't got Root. You do have a bit of Dawid Milan if you want some leg breaks from him, but
but Ollie Robinson is bowling shades on off spin and tidy enough.
As you say, it's not the worst. Definitely not the worst.
He's done all right. And the Ashley Giles comparison is uncanny.
It really does, doesn't he? I mean, tall and sunglasses on and shaven-headed, and it's all very
touching the wheelie bins.
All very loopy. High arm action, tossed up and to the right-handed Marnus Labuschagne, who drives to mid-off, and thus ends one of the less execrable overs of part-time off-spin from a seam bowler that you will see. 2 singles, perfectly adequate. Joe Root returns to the field, and Australia are 81 for 4, leading by 318.
If Ollie Robinson's not the king of Spain, he's not exactly the king of Andorra either. Suman Nag, how would you explain the Ashes series so far? England playing badly, hence Australia winning, or Aussies playing well, hence England losing? We'll come back to that. Madan Mohan Sharma, this English batting lineup is very weak. Apart from Root, all others are averaging less than 37. They must play their A game to match Australia. A sound summary. Thank you very much, Madan. Ravi Nair, yes, it's Bunyan, referring to our Pilgrim's Progress quote. And Madam Mohan Sharma is back. Jos Buttler is a very good player. He must be supported to be in the team. He is a match winner. I'm liking these gnomic comments from Madan. He's reduced the cricket to dot points. It's good.
Chris Wokes is going to continue bowling seam, and that's a very good delivery, actually. Maybe, again, just 4 to 6 inches too short. Marnus Labuschagne did have a little fend at it, though, this time, as it went off the seam through to Josh Butler. There is no runs. That wobble seam delivery which just hits the seam and goes, and that time Manus Labuschagne did have a little fend at it. It's very good usually at just playing the original line, but he had a fence, missed it through to the keeper, no run.
Tony, I'm a bit behind on tweets. Shall I just do the odd one between balls? Do you mind?
Go for it.
Again beaten outside off stump. Manus Labuschagne jabbing again at a back of a link delivery that seems away. Through to the keeper, no run. Go, Forthy.
Suman Nag, rather cheekily, all set with Christmas shopping gifts. What presents are you guys lining up for your listeners?
You're getting it now. Well, actually,
exactly.
at the end of this over then, we will talk about Patreon, because that will tell you all sorts of lovely presents.
It's at least as much you giving us a present as the other way around, and this is a straight delivery clipped by Labuschagne into the onside. There is no run. Our continued presents is a present.
We're on a literary roll here, because Ta Pung Shan completes the quote in full. Come friendly bombs and fall on Slough. It isn't fit for humans now. There isn't grass to graze a cow. Swarm over death.
Sounds like Slough to me.
John Betjeman. Someone had just spilled his pint when he wrote that one, as this is a full delivery and pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. Perhaps in an airport hotel in Slough.
Yes. Have you seen The Office when Ricky Gervais quotes John Betjeman, and at one point he says, "What's the matter? Doesn't he like women?" About the gay poet John Betjeman's rather funny.
Metroland. I remember reading Metroland.
Yes, Julian Barnes.
Yeah. Once in, again beats Manus Labuschagne on the outside edge. This time Manus Labuschagne, I wouldn't say played inside the line, but didn't follow it with his hands. He's been beaten 3 times in this over by Chris Woke. It's been a very good one. Possibly too late to make any difference, but as I say, England don't want to be found retreating to base with ammo intact.
Adelaide Barmies, after the reviews and poor choice of bowling tactics late on day one, I'll see your
Hold that
onion.
thought. Last ball of the over. It's a full delivery, nearly a Yorker. And Manus Labuschagne, well done to Manus Labuschagne for keeping his head and clipping this one very nicely through square leg. Having been beaten 3 times in the over, he has the wherewithal to put away the half volley. 4 runs off the over. Australia lead by 322.
Must be time for some more Ollie off breaks in a minute.
Well, mate, Joe Root's obviously been off the field for a while, so even though he can't, now he comes back on. Obviously, he can't bowl for a while. So yeah, maybe. I've seen a lot worse from. I've seen worse from people who are theoretically actual spinners.
Yes, that's true. And just to complete that Adelaide Barmies thought, I'll see your bunny and raise you the bard. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 7. I was not angry since I came to Australia. Paraphrased.
Tossed up from Ollie Robinson, too full really, and it's easy for Head to just push it to Rory Burns and extra cover. There is no run. Ollie Robinson is actually running back to the end of his mark, so I think they have had a word. And Messages tells us that before that over, England were 3 overs behind the required over rate. This one skids on, Head goes back and punches past point. There is a fielder out at deep cover, so they'll come through for just 2. But Australia are moving a little bit now. The runs are starting to flow. This partnership is worth 32 at over 4 runs and over.
He's not the first player to demonstrate, both spinning and quicker bowling, is he?
Tossed up
Gary
from
Sobers.
Robinson and
Gary
driven
thank you.
to mid-off. There is no run. I mean, let's ignore people who are actually very good at it, like Gary Sobers, and actually Sachin Tendulkar bowled a bit of everything. Ben Stokes has bowled off spin in the Test match in Bangladesh.
Tony Gregg was very good in both disciplines.
Tony Gregg, Gary Sobers, as you rightly say. Yeah, and to be fair, he's yet to show he's bad at it.
3 runs.
He's doing all
Tony
right.
Gregg once won a
balls so
Test
far.
match.
This one, hold that thought. This one turns from outside off stump, clips to Pope at mid wicket by Labuschagne, the right-hander. There is no run. It's a pretty leg-sided field. There's only 2 fielders saving 1 in the offside, plus a slip and a deep cover. Ollie Robinson will bowl fairly straight. Tosses this up outside off stump. It's driven straight to Anderson at mid-off. There is no run.
Yeah, Tony Gregg once took to spinners in the West Indies in 1974 and won a Test match, I think, with 11 or 12 wickets. The last Test match England won against West Indies for 17 years.
A little bit of turn from Ollie Robinson. Manus Labuschagne able to play it off the pitch and pushes to cover. There is no run. Thus ends another tidy over of stand-in emergency off-spin from Ollie Robbins?
Chris TB, bi-weekly is another word with two meanings. It really needs to be sorted out. Ravi Nair suggests that sanguine is actually a simple case. Started with the theory of humours and excess of blood, therefore cheerful, optimistic. Over the centuries, its meaning has shifted to calm or easygoing in the face of adversity.
Nice. Nice.
Yes,
used to mean
nice.
Silly or foolish.
It did indeed, yes. That's another word that's changed out of all recognition. Enormity has changed over the years. I think spectacle used to mean the opposite. Mr. Currell from Margs, is Ollie Robinson the new King of Spain? Well, I was suggesting he's not at least the King of Andorra, maybe the King of Portugal?
You can't be a King of Andorra, Forthy. As you well know, Andorra's a principality.
Well, yes, thank you, Tony. Very good. Okay, then, King of Denmark. Continuing doing the Shakespearean
yes,
thought.
absolutely, spot on.
He could be the King of the Netherlands, which in its its national anthem pledges allegiance to the King of Spain.
Yeah, bizarrely it does, you're right.
Change of bowling at the other end, and Anderson replaces Wokes. Will jingle up Jimmy after this delivery, which is blocked back to said Jimmy, and there is no run.
Jimmy was a local boy, but he see much more than the change in the weather. Sitting in a uniform of a three-piece suit and the ribbons from his past.
Bowled tidily in his first spell today, and indeed for this innings he's 1 for 3 off 8.1 overs, although admittedly he bowled largely too wide of off stump to be of any use last night. But he and Stuart Broad bowled very well in the early stages of this day, back of a length, and Travis Head, who's on 19 off 23, 24 now with that dot ball, having hit a couple of boundaries in a row, has just got Australia moving. Australia 88 for 4, leading by 325.
Yeah, the tipsman says not the worst we've seen, and Mayank agrees about Ollie Robinson's bowling. It's not even that bad. Nothing to write home about, but not Hashim Amla or Indy-style shite.
Hashim Amla's 1 over, it might be more than that, but the over of bowling that I've seen from him is one of the funniest things I've seen. As Anderson comes in, there's a short extra cover in position. This is two-leg sidey and clipped to Wokes at mid-wicket. There is no run. If you want really, Alex Hales bowled an over of very bad off-spin when in his brief Test career. Dominic Sibley's over of indescribable somethings was quite painful to watch.
Didn't he have an extraordinary action as well, Sibbers?
Sometimes managed to look like he was bowling off both feet at the same time.
Yes, that was
very weird. As Anderson is in. This is back of a length and pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Darwin Malan.
I think from memory, both David Gare and Nasser Hussain at various points have bowled 1 over of absolute filth.
Nasser Hussain famously was a very decent teenage leg spinner until he got the yips.
When he was a teenager. Yes. In fact, he was a bowler first, wasn't he?
Michael Atherton was a decent-ish leg spinner until his back went.
And a very capable fielder wearing a woolly cardigan, as we found out at Lord's.
Nasser Hussain, yes.
Yes.
This is back of a length and clipped leg side for a single by Travis Head. Yeah, it was a very sort of sensible dad fleece.
Mike Atherton's actually got decent Test wickets when he first started Test cricket in '89. He got quite a respectable Indian batsman out. I can't remember which one now.
I do enjoy the bowlers who've only got 1 wicket thing.
Alistair Cook.
Mohammed Yusuf, yeah, indeed. Mohammed Yusuf in one-day international cricket has bowled 2 deliveries, 1 run and 1 wicket in different games. He bowled in both cases. In one, he conceded the winning run, and in the other, he took the last wicket of a game that Pakistan had already basically won. A little bit of movement away off the seam again. The wobble seam from James Anderson, and Lavashane squared up, pushes to the running Hasib Hamid at cover. There is no run. 1 run off the over. Australia 89 for 4. Back to the Demon Oliver at the other end, and we will have a change in the box. I'm going to move over to summarise for Al Hotchkiss, and Messi Jez will read your last half hour of social medias. Also, GPL, you've got half an hour.
Do we enter GPL, Knuckle?
You go to GorillaCricket.com/competition and follow the on-screen instructions. You're guessing the number of runs that will be scored in today's play. You pay £1 per guess. You have as many guesses as you like within the time limit, which is the first session, so you've got just under half an hour. All of your pounds go into a pot, and if you're bang on with your guess, you win the pot, which started at £78.
Robinson continues his off spin, and that will be played down by head to long on, and there'll be a single.
So GorillaCricket.com/competition. You have 25 minutes.
Consider yourself warned, people. Robinson over the wicket, and Labuschagne goes back in his crease and tucks that behind square on the leg side. Will be Hamid who comes in and does the fielding, and there will be another single taken, bringing Australia's total to 91 for 4. Robinson quick about his business, and that looked for the first half of the delivery like it was going to be utter filth, but able to be just again driven down to Anderson at long on, 3 singles as we enter the boring middle overs.
I quite like. I mean, Ollie Robinson. I was pulled up on my incorrect use of the word ersatz earlier. There is a sort of ersatz Ashwin to Ollie Robinson's approach to the crease. Nice high arm.
That is. But down the leg side there, Labuschagne easily able to flick that to square leg. Hamid running in from his original fielding position will limit the damage to a 4th single of the over.
Do you think he's done this in the nets from time to time just to impress the skipper that he could do it if needed?
Probably.
Possibly. Again, bit 2 leg side, and there seems to be 2 different types of ball being bowled in this over. There is the one for head, which he hits to Jimmy Anderson down at long on, and then there is the ball to Labuschagne, which he'll hit behind square on the leg side, and he will take a single.
Trying to bowl very straight, which I understand.
So let's see if the pattern continues. Loopy. Labuschagne does well he was way outside off stump. Labuschagne does well with no footwork to get the bat on it. It goes to deep point. There will be a 6th single, but maybe an indication that the Robinson experiment may be due to close. And that is 95 for 4. And Jez, whereabouts are we on the world of social media?
Elixir of Azazel says it's almost as if picking 5 right arm seamers with very little variety between them was a doomed idea to begin with.
How dare you?
Leah says, morning everyone, morning Leah. Just check the scorecard. Is that a miracle I can begin to smell?
Nah.
Mrs. Luigi Magpie says the best present ever is the replay. Being able to hear the matches in my normal time is fantastic. Worth my Patreon pledge. Thank you. That's a very good point. Claire Sanderson says England spin option sorted. Yeah, maybe. And
Here's to Mr. J. Leach. If just bear with me a second, read it after this ball. As Anderson goes, first ball of his 10th over is wide outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper for no run. Jez, what was that tweet?
Mark Spooner says, I only just started listening today. Did you guys mention Jimmy's century achievement? Yeah, Jimmy is the first ever England bowler, I think, to reach 100 not-outs in Test match cricket, which is quite an achievement.
Splendid
Actually,
achievement.
I mean, he is also the only England bowler to play 150. One of only 2 England bowlers to play 150 tests. So,
yeah.
Still, erstwhile achievement. It's back of a length and fended away by Labuschagne, and it's just wide of slip, and that's going to go down to a vacant 3rd man for 4 runs. It was Joe Root who was sprawling desperately to trying to be able to catch that ball, and let's just say that he got up really quite slowly.
Yeah, he's feeling it, to be fair.
Well,
it's actually a drop, isn't it? It's got a hand to it.
I don't think he's got a hand to it. No, he hasn't got a hand to it.
Nearly grazed the fingers.
Yeah, so it doesn't count as a drop. I mean,
close.
So
he's got a lot of guts to be on the field, to be honest.
But true enough, Labuschagne blocks that ball straight back to Anderson, and there'll be no run. But yeah, it's part edge, part off the splice of the bat, or high up on the sort of the neck of the bat.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce, wasn't there, from Anderson? Labuschagne genuinely beaten by it. I think a fully mobile Root would have taken that.
And you could tell it hurt Root like hell when he landed.
I have a rules-based question after this ball from Anderson, which Labuschagne just leaves to the keeper and there'll be no run.
Rules or laws?
Well, let's go with laws to start with. If Root had been off the field for the remainder, all of today, say the remainder of the Australian innings, would there have been any position about where he could have batted in England's second innings?
I don't think you get more of a definition of an external injury than being hit in the hems by a ball in the warm-up, so probably not. And I suspect he would be able to bowl if he wanted to, which he clearly doesn't.
Anderson in, wide of the crease, and that's beaten the outside edge of Labuschagne. Anderson rolls his eyes and the entirety of his head to the skies. And it's 99 for 4 as Labuschagne mutters something to do with the process, I think.
Is that a leg cutter from Anderson? Sort of, yeah. Ran his fingers down the side of it. Really good delivery. Labuschagne is very, very good at the play and miss.
Sometimes it's the best shot in the bag to have. Last ball of this 40th over, and Labuschagne gives it the Olay and lets it go through to the keeper. Anderson is 1 for 8, but a non-threatening 1 for 8. And Australia are 99 for 4. Jez?
Madame Mohan Sharma says, listen to this match. I remember 1978, Australia-India 5th test played in Adelaide. India was given a target of 498 runs by Simpson and scored 445 and lost the match by 47 runs. Yeah. Well, it'd be exciting if that did happen.
I remember Pakistan a few years ago very nearly chasing 450. I think it was in Brisbane. Also, Shafiq scored a magnificent 100.
Yeah. Elixir of Azazel says, so much talk about Murali's action, yet it's Shane Warne who's turned out to be the biggest tosser.
Well, I was... Whilst
that job.
Whilst I was off, in between stints, I did wonder why Robinson was bowling off spin before this next bowler came to the crease. But now that Root is on the field, Stokes is allowed to bowl, apparently.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
I just saw Stuart Broad warming up. I wonder if he's warming up in Joe Root's eye line.
Give me the ball! 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 As Stokes is in, and that is short and pulled from outside off stump by head. But will only go to Chris Wokes at sort of a deep cover position, and there will be deep square leg position, and there will be a single taken from Stokes's first ball. The 100 up for Australia in the 41st over. So it's been tough sledding in this second innings.
Well, it was very go nowhere. It was sort of inertia, really. Stuck. Can't stop them. They're going downhill.
Yeah, GMVQ for Australia so far in the second innings.
They scored 14 runs in the first hour.
Yeah. Stokes in, and that is again short, and Labuschagne will pull that ball away, and it will be Hamid who will do the fielding. Deep square leg.
I'm increasingly thinking that the fact that Ben Stokes has been doing a human trebuchet impression in this test match is because he is so short of a gallop that he doesn't think that he can just bang away top of off without completely losing his rhythm. So at least
no ball as well.
Yeah, so at least if they say, right, just bowl short, at least we can set a field to
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey, you were over the line, that's a foul.
So they've got Ben Stokes at about 60% capacity.
Right, well, I have a feeling about that, which I will let loose after this ball, which is wide, and Head tries to cut the ball and can only find a point, and there'll be no run. If Stokes is only 60% fit, what Stokes should be is on the sidelines, and that's going to be a no ball too, or that's maybe a replay of the first no ball.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think they're all being called now. So
that's I get on the. I'd get ready with that jingle button if I were you, Bear. Stokes in, and that is short and on the hip of Head. And Head will tuck that to square leg. And there'll be another single taken. Australia now 103 for 4.
We've only seen the dogged, determined Ben Stokes with the bat, but there's probably an argument that it hasn't shown as much with his batting. So he's probably he is worth his place in the side, even if he can't bowl.
He stunk of desperation to even send him out there in the first place.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
If you want an unpopular opinion, which
they were desperate. Let's face it.
Yeah.
They lost Archer and Stone.
Well, Stokes in, and that is actually on the top of off stump, but Labuschagne squares himself up to play the ball to Anderson, and there'll be no run.
England didn't try and pressure Ben Stokes into coming back.
No.
Ben Stokes, I'm sure, has put pressure on himself.
And no ball.
Ben Stokes has put a lot of, or at least has.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
The only thing you can say is at least they're getting a little closer to the line after this delivery.
Which Stokes will bowl in, and that is on Labuschagne's leg stump. He will turn that to square leg, and there will be a single.
Ben Stokes has had a very tough year in terms of his, he's had that bad broken hand which took ages to heal and took a couple of different surgeries. He's had a lot of mental health difficulties this year. He's obviously lost his father relatively recently, and he's obviously thought, right, I'm ready. And if someone who has taken the time out says that they're ready, you sort of have to trust them a bit.
No, you don't, as that is a bouncer, which is way over the head of Travis Head, and will be called a wide.
Wide.
The very definition of leadership is to take unpopular decisions.
The nuance to that is you limit what Ben Stokes, even if he doesn't bowl, is worth his place as a batter. I would have been happier, frankly, if Ben Stokes had been playing this series purely as a batter. But again, that's definitely hindsight, because obviously we didn't know how short of a gallop he was with the ball before the series started.
Short, outside off stump, and Head swivels and pulls and reaches the boundary for a 4 before anyone's had a chance to move. Good shot there by Travis Head. Just need to do some counting up about how many balls have been in this over. I mean, that's partly the reason why Stokes is so knackered. He's having to bowl 2 overs to get 1 done.
9 ball over by the end of it?
Yeah, wide and 2 no balls.
Yeah,
so far.
The graphics people are going, we can't fit any more in, as this is the last ball of the over. We hope tucked onto the hip of Head. Head hits it to mid wicket. There'll be a single taken. I think by that reckoning, there have been 10 runs off the over, including all the wides and the no balls. And 12. If there was pressure, there is less of it now.
Yeah, as much as the first 10 overs conceded, I think. Farong says England have fought back well today, even with Joe Butterhand's keeping. Let's say England need 400 to win in 4.5 hours. Could they chase the runs down or bat out the time? Perhaps alternative GPL. How many minutes will England bat in?
I think they would. I mean, the pitch will be doing a bit for Nathan Lyon, but they'd like to think that they could bat out 4 sessions. Whether they actually can or not, I don't think they will. But it's not completely beyond the realms, is it?
Oh,
yeah. And Broad is on.
Broad is on replacing Anderson.
Leah on the wicket wonders says Cook is especially good in that his only wicket is Ishant, who had him on toast, particularly in that series. I think it was 1 for 7 Cook got, wasn't it?
1 for 6, I think. Yeah. Well, it's not quite. Ishant had Cook on toast the series after that, but close enough.
Here comes Cobra Kai's Stuart Broad.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around.
Broad around the wicket, angling into the hip of Head, who turns that behind square on the leg side, and there'll be a single.
This is interesting. So Anderson switched ends. Bowling he bowled at the Cathedral end early today. He bowled at that end mostly in the first innings. Seems to have bowled one over at the other end, at the City end, and now Stuart Broad's on. Is Anderson going to come back on at the other end? And Ben Stokes is being used just to change their ends, which makes very little. Does that mean Root wanted to get Anderson back on but got the ends wrong, or Jimmy had one over from that end and thought, no, I like the other one?
We'll discuss all of this in just a second as Broad is in, and that is a ball that's squared Labuschagne up and taken the outside edge, but it all ends harmlessly with no run. None of those scenarios that you mentioned make England's decision making look any good at all.
Well, I mean, that one's a hard one. I'm not a miracle worker.
I think there's a fairly stiff breeze today, and it may be that Anderson decided he'd prefer to be at the other end after trying it out at that end.
You've got to be quite a delicate human being. I don't like running into the wind as Broad is in, and that is outside the off stump and left through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It's more how it affects your swing, isn't it?
This wind's too hard.
He wouldn't be the first bowler to.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, I think the direction of swing is more. Stuart Broad can swing the ball, but it's not his primary thing.
Yeah, but has it swung though?
Well, that's a fair point. Actually, seam movement has been by far the bigger weapon in this Test match for all bowlers.
And with the best will in the world, if we're expecting it to swing after 41 overs, we're probably in the realms of fantasy rather than optimism. If Broad is in slightly wide of the crease, but unfortunately too wide of Labuschagne's off stump through to the keeper. No run.
Seems more dangerous anyway. It's harder to read. You can't really read it out of the hand, and it goes later.
I've got to say, Labuschagne has looked particularly ordinary ever since he got close to 90 in the first innings.
Well, he was looking that way before. I mean, he went 35 balls at one point in that innings without scoring a run. Was beaten 3 times in the same over by Broad in the first innings.
Broad in, slightly closer to the crease this time, and a swing and a miss from Labuschagne.
He's not at his most fluent. He's not in great rhythm, but he's continuing to bat and allowing runs to happen to him. It's actually been, if Steve Waugh played this innings, everyone would be talking about his grit and his determination and his never say die, I'm playing for the Peggy Green, and all of that. But because it's Marnus Labuschagne, people see it differently.
No, I mean, for me, I think because Labuschagne is rather process orientated, I think it feels like he's falling slightly within the process, which can happen, as it's difficult to tell whether he's, because it's a short arm pull which is mistimed, but it looks so much like his leave that it's difficult to know whether he hit that ball accidentally or not. But either way, it goes to square leg and there'll be no run, and that's the end of the over. Jez?
Yeah. I particularly like that expression, by the way, Knackle, about allowing runs to happen to him. I think it's a really nice way of putting it. Ferron wonders if they use the magic spray on Joe's injury. Leah says, what did I miss? What did Warren do this time? Or are they just slagging him off for the usual stuff? I do know that this morning he retweeted the video of Stuart Broad getting dismissed and given not out by Alim Dar, and used it to say that Broad had guts to do that, and Alim Dar was a dreadful umpire, which I thought, coming from someone who's made an odd mistake himself, was amazing.
Stokes in short, pulled away by Head in front of square, and that's gone for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's a term in boxing which is that the referee might stop a fight when a boxer's in no position to defend himself. I'm not entirely sure how much more of Ben Stokes I need to see, to be honest.
Yeah,
this is quite painful.
Stokes in, and that is tucked onto the legs of Head. He can't beat mid-wicket though, and there'll be no run.
He's surviving on memory and fumes and sheer anger. Ben Stokes. There's no rhythm to his bowling. He has this lovely sort of fade away from the crease at his best, but there's none of that. There's no seam movement. There's no extra bounce. There's just nothing to it, really.
Yeah, we're mentioning all of this, and the law of the commentator's curse says that he's about to bowl someone. But I'm not even sure the law of commentator's curse can help, as that's on the top of off stump and blocked by head, and there'll be no run.
The only positive from Ben Stokes' bowling in this series is that he seems to have developed a little bit of a knack of taking wickets with absolute garbage, which is quite useful sometimes for an all-rounder.
Yep, that's true.
But Ben Stokes at his best is a really dangerous bowler. He can bowl these long spells. There's another no ball. He can bowl these long spells of hostile short bowling. He can swing the ball, reverse swing the ball, but this is hard to watch.
Stokes is in, and that is on the legs of Head, and Head will clip that ball, and there'll be some good work on the boundary sponge by Ollie Pope. And there's potentially a run out. A good throw, maybe some hesitation in the running from Head and Labuschagne, and I think there'll be a review of this. It was clipped to deep square leg. Ollie Pope did well to stop the ball from going for 4. At least that'll be the first thing they check. No, he's definitely stopped the ball from going for 4. Then swoops back into the field of play, and then with a cannon-like arm.
Whoa! Just made it.
Just made it. So Labuschagne just in.
Yeah, Labuschagne in coming back for the third, I suppose. He hesitated coming back from the non-striker's end. Really good throw right over the top of the stumps, and Butler did the needful, but it was a good full-length dive that Labuschagne saved himself on. The third umpire actually wasn't very interested. He was just walking towards the stumps to put them back into position, Paul Rifle. So I think he... obviously they check, because you might as well, but no, he's in just.
Yep.
Not much more that Pope or Butler could have done with it.
No, it was a routine, mundane 3 was made to become a very exciting, oh my god, what's going to happen 3. But nevertheless, 3 is the magic number. Stokes, he will come into bowl, and that is outside of Labuschagne's off stump, but he will just block that to Anderson, who stands at mid-wicket.
4-minute GPL warning. 4-minute GPL warning. GorillaCricket.com/competition. 4-minute GPL warning.
Consider in your GPL calculation that Ben Stokes may bowl more overs.
I don't think he will, and he won't have another one before lunch now because this one's taken so long.
No.
It's been a good little counterpunch from Travis Head to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
He certainly looked more in nick than Labuschagne, but that's short. And Labuschagne pulls the ball in front of square, in front of his nose, and that will be another boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I think the pressure had probably gone before this, but whatever chance that England had of at least giving the impression that they were being able to stop Australia has just gone completely in this 10 legitimate deliveries and a few more no balls.
It is
24 to 2 overs. It's just hopeless, isn't it?
It's interesting whether this has been wrested away or given away, and that is left alone by Labuschagne to a ball that jags back slightly, but it will go through to the keeper. There is no run, and that is the end of the 43rd over eventually.
It is worth pointing out, obviously, that Australia could have declared this before a ball had been bowled today and probably still have won. So
that's probably true, yes. Mark Spooner very helpfully points out that Anderson isn't just the first player to 100 Test not outs, he's the only player ever. And there are only 6 other players who've got more than 50, in fact, highest of which is Walsh with 61. And then Murley 56, Willis 55, Martin 52, and McGrath 51. Some serious batting talent there.
So all number 11s.
Yes. I suppose it's no surprise.
Yeah, that makes sense. In there, 2 of the worst batters of all time in Courtney Walsh and Chris Martin.
Yes.
Broad is going to continue his 10th over of the innings. He'll be around the wicket, but that's on to Travis Head's legs, and that will go behind square, bisecting Robinson and Hamid. He's timed that really well, and that's gone to the boundary for 4 runs.
Number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
365 is your lead.
I heard Bear talking today about the players beyond the main few standing up, and Travis Head stood up in the first innings. Alex Carey batted really well, I thought, in the first innings of this Test match. And Travis Head, okay, in a position of, as I say, very little pressure, has done very well again in this innings. And Cameron Green with the ball.
Yeah.
Broad in, short, pulled away again by Head, this time in front of square, but it only gets to Hamid. He'll limit the damage to a single.
It's not that bad a delivery.
There's trust in the Australian teams that everyone will do their job.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is made easier by the fact that 3 of the top 4, Warner Smith and Labuschagne, are firing, so it does make that
because they're
considerably easier.
But what makes doing your job easier at the beginning of the order is knowing that people lower down will do their job as well.
Yeah, obviously it all feeds into each other, doesn't it?
So, in the midst of all of this, is that the team policy of Root and the Rootettes is flawed in some regard, as that is left alone by Labuschagne, and there'll be no run.
To be fair, I know England get battered for planning a lot. I don't think Joe Root scoring all of the runs for a year was a plan.
No, I wouldn't suggest that it was. I wouldn't suggest that it was a plan. I'm just worried that no one's considered that even after Plan B, there's another 24 letters of the alphabet.
It's hard to know, isn't it, from the outside, how many plans have been considered and how and not.
Well, Broad in, and there's a fuller length delivery, and Labuschagne will whip that ball through mid-wicket. Time will tell whether that gets to the boundary sponge. It will be Ben Stokes who does the fielding, just short, and there will be a 3 as I think Travis Head was the one that was slower in that particular capacity. I think if they'd have tried an all-run 4, I think they would have both ended up at the same end. Nevertheless, a well-timed shot, but a decent 3.
This has just been they've played with complete freedom in this over. It's not been a bad over, actually, from Broad in terms of where he's been putting the ball, but he's just working with nothing.
Yeah. England will have bowled 28 overs in the session.
That's not too bad.
59 for 4 at Drinks. They've scored 73 runs.
Tucked onto the hip of Head, behind square on the leg side. Ollie Robinson will fire the ball in. And then if the ball had been over the stumps, there might have been a chance of a run out there, but it was not, and there was not. And 1 ball left to the over.
So they scored 14 runs in the first hour, and then in a 4-ball spell scored 14 runs off Wokes and Broad. Wokes and Robinson, I think.
Yeah, I think Head can take a lot of credit for all this, to be honest.
Yes. Dynamic. He's scampered the ball away, which is lovely, as he goes on the back foot and punches this ball down to mid-off. Stokes will let the ball come to him, and I think that might be the end of the first session.
That is indeed dinner.
What's the end of the second session called?
Tea.
So is it just dinner and tea?
Yeah.
Tucker break 1, tucker break 2.
Yeah.
So why aren't they both half an hour? Anyway.
Oh God, no! It's nuts,
You've got 89 runs.
Ooh, it was good enough in the 19th century. Madam Mohan Star says you're all talking about the wickets of Atherton and Cook. In 1982 in Kanpur Test, Capital Dev was hammering the English bowlers to score 116. Then David Gower came on to bowl. His first ball was a full toss, which Capital hit straight to the fielder who took the catch. Yeah, that's not uncommon, is it?
Well, true enough.
Wonders why but Stokes is suddenly bowling no balls.
I wouldn't have even thought that he could bowl, considering he couldn't get his arm above shoulder height later on in his career.
Just 2 more tweets. Mr. Carroll says you can tell when Warne is about to say something stupid, his mouth opens. And Oxymoronica says Silverwood was too scared to tell Stokes that despite taking time out for his mental health well-being, he needed to prove his fitness and get a few games under his belt before being automatically made available for selection.
How would he have done that, given at that time?
Yeah,
if Stokes says he's available, he plays, obviously.
Well, and therein might lie the problem.
Yeah.
Not that it's the obviously bit at the end that creates the problem. Bear, as we drift towards lunch, and you drift towards somewhere approaching
sleep.
What have we got to entertain us for the next half hour or so?
We're going to continue with the Jingle Ashes.
Excellent.
Got enough to take us through lunch. So I guess we'll see you in 40 minutes or so.
See you in a bit.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Great, but we haven't had a single Beatles jingle yet, and I'm really disappointed. Us old folks, that's what we relate to.
Well, if you want to watch the Beatles, you get 13 hours worth of a documentary. You can.
I did that.
I started that yesterday. Good.
Probably. One thing I can tell you, it's not entirely cricket related. Yoko Ono was a complete waste of space. There you go. I'm with Nathan Lyon. Exactly.
Okay. All right. So you're going Nathan Lyon. You did. That's right. So that makes it 3. Okay, Annie.
I agree with Messi. Sorry, it was. I agree with. I can't remember. It's
Somebody.
Sock. That's it. Sock. Sorry. I agree with Sock that the Nathan Lyon jingle at the beginning is a bit, but it gets a lot better. Apart from obviously the lying part, which is not good. But the Jack Leach, it just brings back happy memories of Jack Leach bowling, and even the song it resonates with me a bit in my youth. So it's got to be Jack Leach. It's always got to be Jack Leach.
I had a feeling you might go in that direction. And a quick question for you now. I was lucky enough to chat to Stuart Broad's dad about the 86-87 series, but one of the things that really stood out in that series was England had 2 spinners that did really, really well. They had Embry and Edmonds. Took a lot of wickets, won them a test match. Do you have faith that Jack Leach, or indeed Don Best, will even get a chance to win us a test match in this series?
Really, no.
Well, I picked the right question for the there, didn't I? Brilliant.
Yeah. And it was a yes/no question, Tony. Serves you right.
I'm trying to make it too serious. Let's move on. Thank you for that. Okay, who hasn't voted? Bear.
Just on that, Tony, I have
Yeah.
a prediction that by the 4th test in Sydney, they will pull in Matt Parkinson from the Lions to play on the SCG.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know why Bess is in the squad, but that's another question. This is a jingle podcast.
Let's talk about the one you want.
We'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
And Messi, you think they'll bring him in for the rained out Sydney test?
The El Nino series.
Well, I did hear the last time we won the Ashes was in an El Nino event, so that's a positive. In Australia, that is. Right, so it's difficult, isn't it? I like the fact that Nathan Lyon has greatest of all time in his jingle, and it does end really well. But Jack Leach is really chilled. This is a toss-up, and just because we might get the review jingle if Jack was to vote for Leach, I'll go Jack Leach.
You're going Jack Leach, and Jack, another Jack
Well,
for a
it's
Jack.
tricky, isn't it? This is actually this is the only time that or the first of the 6 times or 7 times we've been through this, and I've genuinely been like, I like both of those. This isn't obvious. To send it to the review though, to be that petty, who do I have to vote for? It is Leach.
Leach.
Yeah?
If were you to vote, without wishing to lead you, were you to vote for Nathan Lyon, there might need to be a review.
No, it's the other way around, isn't it?
Wait, yeah.
No, there's 3 for Jack Leach, 2 for Lyon at the moment.
Okay, so I have to go for Lyon. Well, The Leach jingle, what it actually reminds me of is being up at 3 in the morning watching England get annihilated by India in March last year.
Funny enough, that might be a premonition.
I have better memories.
So yeah, let's whoever ties it, Lion.
It is. We are going to need a
Review jingle.
Yeah.
And Maxwell's taking on the pad. There's a big appeal. He's out. He's out. Here comes the review. Here comes the review. Is he waiting for it? We're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. Here it comes. Review. You fucking idiot! That's so plumb. It's unbelievable. This is hitting.
This is umpire's call at absolute worst.
Yeah, this is hitting middle stump.
That is hitting middle stump
halfway up. It's hitting middle stump halfway up.
Terrible review.
Here we go. It's pitched outside off. Impact is in line, and the ball is. He's gone.
Well, if you thought we were going to get through any kind of show without Knuckle and Gary appearing somehow, there they were. There. Fantastic. Right, we're going to have a quick review question then. Let me see. I am going to go for Annie, and I'm going to go for Cat. Annie versus Cat. Annie, you first. How many test matches have Jack Leach and Nathan Lyon played between them? Take your time.
Yeah, I am.
I didn't actually mean that literally.
Oh, sorry.
How about a guess?
21.
21. Cat, what's your answer, Cat?
Well, I was going to say 25, so I'm still saying 25.
Not against each other. How many total matches in total have they played between them? It doesn't matter. Your closest, Cat. The answer is 116.
I was going to say, Nathan Lyon's played what?
Nathan, he's played 100. He's played exactly
100.
100. Jack Leach has played 16. You add the two together, 116. 25 though is still nearer, which is worrying.
Carry on the wine. Carry on with the wine.
Let's move on very quickly. Oh, we need to give that.
Oh, hold on, Kat, you were in the jet lag, didn't you? You came in with Dan and Jen in those days.
That was my favourite Test Ashes series of all time, because I went to the Cardiff Test every day and went to the Day of Lords, and then I think the rest of the time I was in a jet lag commentating with you guys. It was a fabulous series.
It was absolutely tanked in a jet lag, but there you go.
Well, that does.
Yeah, that was a good venue for commentating.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
That was before my time, but I really feel I've missed out.
From a listener perspective, the commentary got considerably harder to follow by the third session.
Well, of course. We were discussing that the other day, Messi. It was a quite drunken series, that one.
Well, we're going to move on. We've only got 3 pairings to go, and it's currently tied up at 4-all. The next is going to be one of the Mitchells. Is going to be Mitchell Stark taking on none other than England's favourite equestrian, Mark Wood.
You can't win the Ashes without your best players on the box. Drop Mitchell Johnson and bring in Mitchell Stark.
I think we heard enough of that one, and he's against this chap.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Right, Jack, I'm going to start with you here.
Well, it's fucking ridiculous that a grown man pretends to be a horse. He's supposed to be, a leader. A person that children look up to, and he's galloping around the outfield at Lords. It's ridiculous. So it can't be Mark Wood. It has to be Stark. Plus, it's a much better jingle. It's 2 for 2 in terms of the credibility of the character and the credibility of the jingle.
Well, and we're on to pace bowling. England had a whole strategy, Jack, of bringing in pace bowlers and Jofra Archer, Ollie Stone. It seems to have sort of rather fallen apart. We now are relying on extreme pace, fallen apart literally. And yet, we've got interesting weather conditions that might even favour England. Are England hampered in the bowling department, or do you think they'll be okay?
No, they'll be pretty bad. They might get more than one draw because of the rain. I think Australia are probably not quite as good or quite as scary as we maybe think they were. The last time we went there, it was bad, wasn't it? But yeah, I don't really. I mean, probably England's my second most important bowler is Jack Leach, to be honest. And he's going to have to bowl a lot of overs, and he's going to have to be quite good overs, I think, for England to have much of a chance.
That's a perfect cue to bring Annie in.
Interesting, yeah.
Stark or Wood, Annie?
Well, I'm going to completely disagree with Jack because he likes to disagree with us. So I really like the Mark Wood, and that's partly just the quite good line that makes me laugh a lot, and I think it's a nice easy listen jingle. I like it, and the other one the start one a bit meh.
Okay, and Bear.
Well, there were a lot of Mitchell Stark jingles, and that is obviously who's that? That's based on what's his name? Bruce Springsteen, isn't it? He's all right. But Mark Wood is a classically put together jingle. It's got all the right notes. It's funny, and I disagree. He doesn't have to be a leader on a field, Jack. He has to be a stupid little horse running around in the outfield. That's for the kids, yeah. And someone needs to bring a bit of brevity to it. So I'm going Mark Wood.
You're going Mark Wood, okay. I thought for a moment you were going to go a bit Eric Morecambe on us there when you had all of the right notes. I was waiting for them, but not necessarily in the right order. but okay, Sock.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Mark Wood as well. I just I think it just appealed to me a little bit more than the Mitchell one. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll see much of Mark Wood. I expect he'll play maybe half a test before he breaks down. So it might be one of those jingles that, we like it, but we're not going to hear it much over the summer or the winter here. I think the only thing that will save him is that there has been a bit of rain and that front landing foot might be a little bit softer in the ground. But
if you chuck yourself on the ground as well, it's going to be a softer landing.
I just don't think we'll see much of the player.
Okay. Kat.
Well, I think this is very close for me. I love both of those jingles. They're both spectacularly good. I like the Stark being that sort of classic rhyming parody, well-known 80s track, presumably 80s track. Really, really good, nice and brief. But Mark Wood, we don't have enough operatic style, light opera jingles, and I think we need more of them.
Mog's very good at light opera.
Such a perfect jingle, and the structure of it is beautiful. I have to go with Mark Wood.
You're going with Mark Wood and Messers.
I have to go with Mark Wood too. I mean, the first time I heard that jingle, it just made me snort like a horse. It's a very fine jingle first up, and it still retains a good deal of its amusement factor for me, so I'm with Mark Wood too.
Well, Australia, let me tell you, we're going to need to pull their socks up here. We're going to move on. We've got a slightly interesting pairing. Got another ringer in. For England, it's going to be Samet Patel. Didn't expect to see him, Sock, but there you go. You got the idea now. And he's going to be up against Usman Khawaja.
So we'll go Usman first.
Okey-doke.
Khawaja is larger than the little Maharaja. Usman is a Muslim, unlike Janet's husband. Khawaja in charge. So Usman Khawaja is a solid pro. But if his task closed, then so's Hendo. But still he gets a go. Usman Khawaja.
Very nice.
That is very nice, but
you need to settle back with some popcorn for this one. It's quite long if it's the one.
Yeah, it is. I don't know if anyone can beat this jingle. This is an all-time classic.
Hey, Summit.
Yes, Dad?
I've got something to say.
Uh-huh.
I really love the skillful way you beat the other players to the lunch buffet.
Oh, Dad! Oh, Dad!
For the first time this series you ran it. The cheese board's now ours, so let's scram it. But please don't take pomegranate. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Samet. There's Irish stew. Your belly's no longer like granite. Of course it's not working, let's can it. Your moves are approaching Titanic. I've one thing to say and that's damn it. Summit, there's birth on crew. Andy Flower thinks that you're a joker, and you need to share the stone or two. But your diet plan is mediocre. So S-A-M-I-T, let's try a poo-a-oo. Oh, this jingle's nicer than Ravi Bopoha.
Oh, Dad.
Now I'm full up and I'm so glad.
Oh, Dad.
That I could kick Gooch in the gonads.
Oh, Dad.
Well, I'm not going to go for the chuckle factor this time. I'm actually going to go for the greatest look of bemusement, which leads me to you, Jack, as you probably could guess.
I know what everyone's going to do here. They're all going to vote for the body shaming jingle, but I'm not for that. I'm not for that, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves for that Mark Wood call. That was atrocious. Ruined my entire morning. It's Kawaja. I also like the Beach Boys, so yeah. Kawaja.
Yeah.
Kawaja for me. I think that's...
Oh, I'm not allowed to vote, but you might be surprised I lean in your direction.
Yeah.
Okay, Annie.
I've never heard the Summit one before.
Sadly, that reflects how often he plays, Annie.
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I've only been the Gorilla for 3 years or whatever, so he hasn't played a lot.
On the archive, have you not gone through our entire archive?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I do like. It's a Rocky Horror, isn't it? And it is a good song. It's a bloody long jingle, though. I think the batsman would have come in and been out again several times. So I'm going to go for the other one too.
You're going for Usman?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Oh, well, this is going not in the direction I thought, but they're good rationales. Bear.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is with Sam, it is very long, but, I mean, it's just genius. I mean, getting those words, I mean, it is a minute and a half, but I mean, to come out with a minute and a half song about Samet is, you know, I don't know it's body shaming, but it was quite funny. And the Usman Khawaja jingle, I mean, great harmonies in that as well, as you say. It is a tricky one, but I am going to go Samet just because I just think it's genius.
Before going Samet, righto. Let me go to you, Kat.
Okay, so I feel like this is a sort of fight off between the song with the fat shaming and the song with the subtle racism. So we've got a bit of a combination.
Or not too subtle.
I hate the yes, maybe not. I really hate the Kokomo song. I can't tell you how much I hate that. I was stuck working in a factory in about 1989, I think that came out. Working in a factory to earn enough money to come to England, quite honestly. And that song came on the radio every hour, every single hour. And
well, not that one. Not that jingle.
Come on, not the jingle. No, not the jingle. No, that would have been quite remarkable, but yeah. So, and I do love the Rocky Horror jingle. I feel like, you know, ideally you would pick the best 10 seconds of it and sort of highlight the best 10 seconds, but I'm sure that's possible. But I'm afraid I have to go for the Samet.
You're going for Samet, okay, Messers.
So, fat shaming maybe, but I feel qualified to be in a fat shaming area, given the fact that I relate so much. But I do, you know, notwithstanding the hatred of the Beach Boys song on Cat's Butt, I actually really like the Khawaja jingle as well. But I can't go past the Samet jingle. It's just so clever. So yeah, Samet.
Well, now, Sock, you do have a casting. Well, you don't have a casting vote, but you can take this to a review or not. It's up to you.
You know, I like the Summit jingle. I saw a bit of him play. He played for the Melbourne Renegades, I think, in the Big Bash. And my thing, you know, when I first thought when I saw him was, Jesus, who's this big fat guy? But he did pretty well. I like the jingle. I think it's too long. I think it would be a nightmare if you're in the seat on the mic at the time, because you'd need to cut it off, or, you know, throw something at the person who was in charge of the jingle machine to cut it off. I like the Kawaja one. It's well put together. There's a little bit of subtle racism there, but I thought it was a good tune. So I'm going with Usman Khawaja on this one.
You are going with Khawaja. Well, that does mean we have a tie.
Maxwell's taking on the
Time for review.
He's out! Here comes the review! Here comes the review! Is he waiting for it? We're waiting for it! We're waiting for it! Here it comes! Review! You fucking idiot! That's so plumb, it's unbelievable! This is hitting...
This is umpire's call at absolute worst.
Yeah, this is hitting middle stump. No, we'll take that out. There you go.
Well, there you are. Right, now, seeing as you were last, Sock, I'm going to go with you up against Jack, I think. Here
no, hold
is-
on. They both voted for the same song. You've got to have people on the other sides. Because determine who wins.
No, they're just going to represent England and Australia here. And the question, is this: Samit's highest first-class score is higher than Usman Khawaja's. What's the difference between those two scores? You have to give me a number. Start with you, Jack.
71.
71 for you, and Sock.
25.
25. Oh, you've made that really difficult for me. Bear, you're going to tell me with the math. I can tell you, Samit's highest first class score was 257. Usman's 214.
43.
43.
So Sock
43
wins.
is the difference. Yeah. So Sock wins it for Australia. They needed that.
It's close.
Okay.
You let us down, Jack.
Yeah. So Sock wins up. No, I knew the answer was 43. It was the figuring out who was closest was vexing me. Right. So there is all to play for. I tell you, Australia need this to tie, I think. Let me just double check. 1, 2.
There's 11 to... It can't be a tie. How many players do we have?
Well, no, because they're 10. We've had 10 so far, and Australia have 1, 2, 3, 4. England have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so they could tie it.
Well,
and the two in low.
Hold on.
5 plus 4 is 9.
Yes, exactly.
England have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So far, Australia have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
So it's 5 all.
And this is the winner. This is
This is the deciding. Oh, this is
just
like you said.
the decider. Just like
Amazingly.
like I almost said. Correct. All right. So we have got to close off proceedings. None other than the man who's fond of his bananas, Peter Siddle, and who else? The venerable James Anderson.
Tricky, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know quite what I should do. I'm at the Aussie team barbecue. I have found myself something to eat, but I don't think it contains any meat. Bangers to the left of me, burgers to the right, but I'm eating Peter Siddle's tofu.
Up against... where is he? Here he is.
Will I catch you later, Mr. Simmons? On Twitter? Jimmy Anderson!
Yep. Burnley's finest. Right. I'm going to start with you, Messrs.
So I really can't go past the Peter Siddle jingle. And I love Peter Siddle anyhow. So it's got to be Peter Siddle for me.
Peter Siddle for you. Kat.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm with Peter Siddle. I mean, you can't really top that last line, can you? Eating Peter Siddle's tofu is just spectacularly good. So, and the Jimmy Anderson jingle, it's not exactly a jingle. It's more just someone yelling out his name. I'm sure we can come up with
Norcross, actually, but you know.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm with Siddle.
Well, it's also, if we're being sort of, politically correct, it's a tad northernist, but there we go. let's go on to who haven't we had? Sock.
I think the Jimmy Anderson one's a bit wishy-washy. It's not really there. Doesn't have much to it. I like the Siddle one. Bit of a joke about his dietary habits. The man did get a hat-trick on his birthday. So let's go with Peter Siddle.
We are going for Peter Siddle, though. All right, Annie.
Well, you say it's a tad northernist, but Peter Siddle's, you could say it's a tad vegetarianist. But having said stuck in the middle of it, yeah, it's got to be Siddle. It's just a lovely tune. It's a funky tune. It just makes you happy. I'm going with that one.
What have you done, Bear?
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, the problem is we got so many Jimmy Anderson jingles, but a lot of them are just rip-offs of songs that have Jimmy written in. And there's quite a few songs with Jimmy in.
We actually have Jimmy, don't we? The
we got the Rifles. We got the Undertones. There's one by Green Day. Yeah, so there's a lot of songs with Jimmy in it that we just ripped off, and that was an original, and that was done years ago. And it is good. It's quite entertaining, and it is a bit northernist, but I'm a southerner, so that's all right. And but Peter Siddle's is another genius little bit of lyric writing by Sherwood. So unfortunately, I have to go to Siddle.
All right. And who haven't I been to yet?
Jack.
Yeah, it's 6 from 6. The Jimmy Anderson, it's a bit too balmy army for my liking. So Peter Siddle, definitely.
It's too balmy army. Well,
what a comeback.
That is going to mean 1, 2, 3. Big decision. I'm just going to double count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, the Jingle Ashes have gone to the drumroll. The urn is going to be staying in Australia. Well, it won't ever leave Lords because it never does. But in fact,
a little replica.
The little replica is going to belong to Australia for this Jingle Ashes to the tune of 625. Right, a couple of things I'm going to nip round the room, and you're just going to tell me who's going to win and why. Let's do that very quickly. I'm going to start with you, Kat.
Well, I've just put a couple of bets on today, you'll be glad to know, and Dan and I had great delight going through the odds for a 0-all series, because I think we're going to get some washed out tests, and we're going to get a few draws, and possibly no single result. And if we do get a result, it's going to be 1-0, 2-0, possibly 2-1, 3-0. So I've actually put a sneaky bet on all of those results. And I managed to put a bet on, for 40 Australian dollars, I've bet on all of the results and I get my money back no matter which one comes in. But I am betting, I get the most money if it's a 0-all series result. So that's what I'm predicting.
You're going for a 0-0 draw. It's either a series of washouts or draws.
Or draws. I'm happy if they're draws. That's more fun, actually, than washouts. Way more fun.
That's an interesting... That's going to make...
You weren't expecting that.
Don't get me wrong. I love a ground out attritional draw, but 5 in a row might be...
Especially when we're staying up all night. It's all right for you lot over there.
But there you go. Messers.
So that's a very 60s result, and it'll all draw in a 5-test series, isn't it? I actually think that it's going to be a 2-1 result, one way or the other. And I've done a little bit what Kat's done. I've bet on Australia winning 2-1 at $8 and England winning 2-1 at $17, because I think inevitably the weather's going to be shit. It looks like there's going to be plenty of rain in Brisbane, although it does dry out really quickly, but it may well be a draw there. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a draw in Melbourne. And a result in Adelaide is likely, but England could win that. Sydney probably a result. And then I think the last test likely to be in Hobart. That can always be a draw down in Hobart. Past pitches there are anything to go by. So yeah, I'm going 2-1 Australia is the most likely result, but who knows?
Okay, and Sock.
I mean, for all the talk about the weather, there's not many test matches that go to a 5th day anymore, so I think, if they get 3.5 or 4 days of cricket in, that they can probably maybe get a few more results. But, the odds are that it's probably a 2-1. I can't see either team pulling 3 out of the hat in this series. It's interesting. I think the teams are a little bit closer than maybe what a lot of pundits are suggesting. I think what's going to really come down to is the attrition of the fast bowlers. I mean, conditions are, if you get it very hot and humid in Australia, that's what's really going to take it out of them. I think on paper, neither team is particularly strong at the crease. They've all had their bit of batting woes over the last few years. I think it's really going to come down to, those little magical spells by 1 or 2 bowlers in a game to swing it. 2-1, I think Australia probably have the advantage. They're at home. But, saying that, I think if it is wetter and it's a bit more humid, I think that's going to suit Jimmy Anderson and his little duckers away from the right-handers. So, 2-1, but I think it will be very close.
2-1, but close. Okay, and Bear.
On another podcast, I went 3-1 to Australia because I'm usually really optimistic about our chance of winning Australia, and the last 2 times I've said that we got absolutely pumped. So I'm trying to reverse psychology on myself this time and saying that Australia are going to win 3-1 because I didn't realise the weather was so bad, but I assume there'll be a draw somewhere because I always assume there's going to be a draw somewhere. So for this show, maybe I'll just go different, and England are going to win 2-1.
2-1. Oh, okay. 2-1 for you and Jack.
4-0 or 3-0 if it rains.
You're a
I think it's what happens. No. What happens with this England team is that they go 3 months without playing, and then we all just assume that like Cook and Trott are back in the side or something like that. They can't bat for shit. Bowling away from home is not going to be very good. Australia, it's not a vintage Australia side, but it still has Smith and Labuschagne in it, and Cummins and Hazelwood. Stark normally terrorises England, and Stokes can't bat against Lyon. So there's a few ways they can get us. 4-0.
Right. Wow. Okay. Thank you for
You
that.
just went from 3-0 to 4-0. You talked yourself into
It rains. It might rain a bit more than like it normally does. So maybe 3-0.
I think having
the drainage at the Gabba.
Having the Perth Test out of the mix, you'd almost always certainly get a result in WA because you very rarely lose many sessions to weather. So I think that's one big thing. If you take the likelihood of that test is, I think, not going to go ahead. So I think if you take that out of the mix, whether it's replayed in one of the bigger venues or as Jez suggested that it goes to Hobart, that does bring, I think, the likelihood of losing more time to weather and possibly then forcing a draw because of that. I think 4-0 is very brave. Very brave.
Okay. And Annie.
Yes. Okay.
Can England summon up the
I'm
spirit
gonna
of 86-87?
Not quite what Kat went for, but I'm going to go for 1-1. And I think England have actually won 2 tests in Australia in the last 20 odd years or whatever. No, more than that. So in 86-87 they won 1 test, and in 2010 11. So it's about time we won another 1, I would say. I think, just going on that logic. And I think there's going to be quite a few draws. So I think we will have 1 victory, and I can't see Australia getting past us too much. So I'm gonna go 1-1.
You get good odds for that, Annie. It's 26-1 if you want to put a bet on.
I've never put a bet on. I wouldn't know how to do it.
We can teach you.
Could you? I bet you could.
Just wire the money to Kat. She'll do it for you.
That's all right. I've already got a bet on 1-all. So if it wins, I'm not going to send you the money, but I'll let you know
how much I would have won.
I will throw this spanner in the works though. Omicron. What happens?
Yeah.
We have the first test, and halfway through the second test, Omicron takes over the world, and the whole thing gets cancelled.
Yeah, that's the other reason I'm staying low on 1-1 because God knows what will happen.
Yeah.
Well, Omicron sounds like sort of the viral equivalent of a good all-rounder. Seems to be good at everything. Can defeat the injections. It looks pretty unbeatable.
So Tony, this is one where you actually get to have a vote. What's your prediction?
I probably am going 2-1 England. I've just got a sneaky feeling. I've been studying that 86-87 series a lot. The can't bat, can't bowl, can't field team. Yes, they had 2 spinners, but take the fantastic Graham Dilley out of the equation. They only had 1 really quick bowler. Gladstone Small took 5 wickets at the MCG. Chris Broad was man of the series. Got 3 back-to-back tons, the first player to have done it since Wally Hammond, and
I think we've got a chance of getting a victory. I really do.
I think they could look to that team for some inspiration, and it's going to be a bit closer than people are giving it credit for. And I've just got a feeling England could shade it. So I'm going to redress the balance a little bit.
16-1 for that, Tony, so you could make a killing.
Well, I'm not going to put the house on it. Let's put it that way. But
I think you should, Tone. I think you should.
I think I should put my house on it. Okay. Well, I have to tell you then, for the secondary event, the Ashes itself, our Gorillas seem to be going primarily for Australia. 4 votes for Australia, 1 for England, and 2 draws. In, of course, the big event, Australia have won the Jingle Ashes. Before I say thank you to everybody for this fantastic show, what I am going to do is remind you that if you want to help Guerrilla Cricket, you can go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, or you just go to guerillacricket.com and you can find a great big link to go to Patreon. If you help us on Patreon, there are different levels of help you can give us. It helps to keep ungeo-blocked, free, internet-based commentary going around the world, music, jingles, fun for all major test series involving England, and much more besides. You can get t-shirts, you can get access to our archive, you can get a bunch of fantastic things, but above all else you will be helping the show. So that's patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and you can definitely help us. So with that, I am going to say the hugest of thank you to Cat Jones, Cricket Bat Cat. Cat, thank you.
No worries.
Hey, we're ready to go. Returning Lazarus-like from somewhere. So, those are out there.
Thanks, Tony. Looking forward to it.
The patriarch of Perth, the Papa Smurf of Western Australia, Messi Jez.
Thanks, Tony. I've had a ball with everybody. Thank you all.
Fantastic. And of course, we're back. Just about. I feel the bear may just have nodded off in the cave. Did you, Bear?
Absolutely.
We weren't really I was really phoning you in a panic. Just mild concern.
I was going to send you a message actually saying you might have to phone me to wake me up.
Well, just as well I did. Just as well. Forethought. Forewarned is forearmed. The lead has stretched inexorably to 371 for Australia. This partnership has been rattling along for Australia. They have moved to 134.4. And you've heard the bear. Also, it's Al. How are you, Al?
Pretty disappointed by the way that England bowled in the last 3/4 of an hour in that session. I think that we might talk about the inevitability of this large lead. I think that there has been a certain degree of self-complicity in how that's gone. 75 for no wicket in the second hour of the session. Just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit every day this has happened. They're a little bit behind the rate, and Root is in danger of missing.
That's definitely scrambling their brains, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think.
And the other thing is it's so bloody hot that it's difficult for anyone to bowl.
Chris Wokes is going to be in. He's into Marnus Labuschagne, who immediately stands tall and punches him wide of point, and it has been hauled in just short of the rope by Ollie Pope, also somewhat beleaguered in the batting department, but he galloped after that and will restrict them, I would imagine, to just 3.
I think they're going to look upstairs. That was very close.
Yeah, I thought possibly he was touching the rope as he hauled it in. We are having a look now. He hauls it in. No, I think he's done it pretty well. That boundary sponge went flying as his knee collided in with it.
Yeah.
It's not quite so hot today, apparently. It's just 19 degrees C, says the man from Perth, which is several miles away. But nonetheless, he's got his finger on the meteorological pulse.
Well, this is a group of people who went earlier than normal in order to be acclimatized to conditions. They were a group of people who didn't all go and play in the T20. I think was he just saying don't bowl yet while we check, or was that a no ball sign? It was a don't. No, it wasn't a no ball.
It wasn't a no ball, no. Travis Head is going to face, they did get 3, and that's a decent ball from Wokes. Travis Head goes up onto his toes, pushes it away into the offside. There is no run. 137 for 4, 374 the lead, and this partnership positively thundering along. 82 it's worth now, and really it's just about setting them up to have a bowl in England later, of course, as this one is. An attempted steer around the corner from Head, well taken by Butler. What a curate's egg of a day he's had. It's gone from ecstasy of a fantastic catch to an immediate dropped catch,
and then another good catch,
and then another good catch. So he's a bit up and down. Defines the terms. What sort of day have you had? Well, a bit up and down.
Yeah. Hot spot showing that it hit Head right on the buttock.
It did. And away into the onside this goes, just backward a square. So we've had bollocks and buttocks in the news today.
Well, and also
goes bollocks.
Contact as well. There was a story, wasn't there, at the beginning of the day that there had been a positive test in the media around the ground. Messages has said that Milan has been ruled as a casual contact, not a close contact. So for now, England are in the clear.
Around the wicket comes Wokes. It's thumped back at him, through him, and possibly a chance, but boy did it hit hard. So I don't think we'll hold that against Chris Wokes. It's gone all the way straight for one of these.
I am reminded of Viv Richards nearly killing Mike Hendricks in the 1979 World Cup final, and Richie Beno saying a wise decision to duck. Who wants to be a hero at this stage of the innings?
Well, I go along with that. Having seen the replay, a very wise decision to duck. Short, pulled hard by Travis Head, but it's only going to dribble in the end. It maybe didn't get as much of it as we thought, and Ollie Pope once more is called into action.
That might be 50. It is 50.
But it is 50 for Travis Head. You're absolutely right, who's having quite a series. He's going along extremely nicely.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Yeah, he keeps coming in at the right time, though, doesn't he? I think Australia want to lead a 450, don't they? I think they want 8. What, they're 470 ahead now? 370 ahead?
Eighth Test 50 for Travis Head in 21 matches. Got 3 tons as well. Third fastest ton for Australia.
I think that 450
Brisbane.
total might be a decent. It's a very achievable target in this session.
Well, I reckon in the next hour they're just going to biff. Well, certainly Head's just going to biff.
Head's going to biff. Yeah, I suspect that is right.
Does that leave Labuschagne with splat and kapow?
Yeah. Something like that. Annoying.
Well, Cat's Poppy is called Batman, isn't he?
Yeah.
And they're getting another
we'll
one
be seeing him
called
soon.
Ribbon.
In comes Ollie Robinson, back to a more conventional approach of fastish medium. So way into the offside by Labuschagne and by Head, and he'll get a quick single. 51 for him. Are we going to jingle anyone, Bear?
Yeah, might as well. Who we got?
Robinson, I thought might be.
It's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
Well, he may be half asleep, but he's in full-on Mixmaster mode, is Bear.
Well, of
I
course.
like that. Very good. 144.44. Robinson in, crunched by Head, but doesn't get hold of it. And it is straight to Rory Burns, who's probably starting to think that it may not be that long.
He's starting to think about how he's going to shake his head when he gets out for single figures.
Yeah.
I've tried the quick head nod. I've tried the slow head nod.
Maybe
I've tried to shrug.
Simplified his approach. It's the left armour that's been getting him stark, isn't it? This one is nicely played by Head, and well fielded by Robinson off his own bowling. Again, there's no run. Yeah, it's the left armour, a variety that England are conspicuously bereft of. And frankly, that difference is well, it's just one of the differences, but it's been a costly one.
Yeah, that and pace and all sorts of things, really.
Robinson, he does get bounced with that height and a swing and a miss route at first slip, throws up his hands, but no one else did. And I think there was plenty of daylight between bat and ball, and there's no run.
But as I said earlier, I think you've got to look harder at the Gabba loss than this one, actually, if this turns out to be a loss, which is looking likely. England probably made the wrong decision on the first morning, having won the toss. Here, Australia won the toss. They batted and got a big score. What else do you do? I mean,
Robinson in, forward comes Travis Head. In comes Rory Burns, no run.
Winning the toss doesn't guarantee you 450, though.
It doesn't. But it's a very good batting wicket. England, went past the bat. They batted well, and they got themselves the score that they wanted to get, having won the toss. So they made the right decision. They got what they wanted to do, and England have been under the pump ever since, and they haven't helped themselves by dropping a bunch of catches. True.
Robinson will be in to Head, who pulls him high, hard.
Oh, great catch.
And it has been taken by Ben Stokes down at deep mid-wicket.
That's
what a catch. That's an absolutely extraordinary catch. He flung himself low because the ball was dipping rapidly. He's taken an absolute worldie. It deserves better circumstances, frankly. But Travis Head, he pulled it high, didn't a bit off the top of the bat. Stokes was motoring away to his left and diving forward. That is some catch.
If you are looking at how that came off the bat, you are looking in the wrong place. That is a gnat's crotchet off the ground when he's caught that. He's moved 20-25 yards to his left in order to be able to get that. That is from the top right hand corner of the top draw.
That is why you pick Ben Stokes if he's available.
Well, yep, he's gone. Travis Head has caught an extraordinary catch of quite brilliant proportions by Ben Stokes for 51 off the bowling of Ollie Robinson.
It's quite difficult to watch that at 10-6 being sleep deprived, because there is a part of me that goes, did I just dream that?
Yeah, no, I mean that's the kind of thing Stokes is in the side for. I mean, I kind of get your point before lunch, Al, but I also vehemently disagree. I mean, he's one of England's best players. Yes.
Oh, we've frozen. Please don't.
No, you're still here.
Green's going to be the next man, Tony, if you're experiencing some technical issues.
Yeah, it is going to be Cameron Green.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
You still there, Tone?
I am still here.
Yeah.
Having the old internet issues back, but hopefully we'll get through. I'm getting a very jerky picture, I've got to say, as Cameron Green's first ball is pushed away into the onside, and there is no run.
No, Al, I mean, I think who else is going to play instead of Stokes in this side? I mean, I get the point that he might not they probably didn't want to bowl him as much as they have, and his bowling has been a bit ropey. But I mean, yesterday with the bat, he didn't bat too bad. I mean, he looked pretty consistent. He was out there for 90 odd balls. There's just no one stuck with him.
That ball just dabbed into the offside, and Labuschagne will take a single. No, I'm quite happy to have to hear alternative points of view. I realise that what I was saying might not be popular, but it's.
I just think it's a bit insane. I mean, I just don't think there's anyone else that I mean, the whole point of Stokes is he adds balance to the side because he is that fifth bowler, and he also happens to be a number 5 bat, which is really quite handy.
He's when he's.
We've lost.
When he's gonna log back in. I think when you've got 100% of him, he's the Swiss Army knife that every team would ever want. But
even if he's not 100%, he's better than most players.
But how far less of 100% is acceptable? You know.
I don't think he's that far off. To be fair, he's kept himself fit. I'll take over. Wokes.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that could have been a run out. Wokes was in. Labuschagne just jabbed it. It must have been Green just dabbed it behind square. Ollie Pope had a shot at the stumps, and Labuschagne wasn't even in the frame, but he missed the stumps. That's a pretty poorly called single.
You were saying earlier on today that it's not exactly been a well fielded Ashes, has it?
I mean that was the first direct hit from either side this morning from Hasib Hamid on the stumps. In the entire series, and we're in the 3rd innings of the 2nd test, which is kind of rare. Wokes is in, and again, are we watching that again? No, same shot, dropped this time by Labuschagne down towards 3rd man, chased down by Ollie Pope, and they'll get back 4-2. I mean, I don't think that wicket's going to make a lot of difference. I think they'll still motor on towards. I mean, they've got enough now. Let's be honest. I think they'll probably bat for an hour in this session. And they'll have a lead of somewhere between 4:30 and 4:50.
Yeah.
And that'll be enough. And then we'll have a session and an hour. I'm kind of hoping that England get bowled out in that time, so I don't have to get up tomorrow morning. There's a little bit of me who wants that, and obviously there's another part of me who wants it to go all the way through tomorrow. Oh, jabbed at by Labuschagne again. It beats his outside edge, and there is no one. At some point in his Test career, Labuschagne's luck is going to catch up with him, and he's going to have a whole run where he jabs off, gets caught behind for very low scores.
The law of big numbers is going to.
It's got to, hasn't it? I mean, he does an awful. I mean, Knackle says he plays and misses on purpose. Yeah, he might play down the line, but he also plays a lot of these balls that he does miss. It's not a question that he's just a bit lucky, I think, at the moment. That one is played out to the cover boundary. He'll get himself a single, and that ends the over.
Let's have a couple of tweets. Farong tweeted last night that Australia would like to declare it tea today. Lead would be about 450 to 500 and 120 overs to dismiss England. Quick quiz: who has scored the most 50s in one-day internationals during the 20th century?
Who scored the what?
Farong's asked us who scored the most 50s in ODI internationals during the 20th century.
What a question.
Good question. Oh, he's back.
No idea who that would be, but someone like Ricky Ponting?
I don't know.
He obviously knows the answer, having posed the question, or is he expecting us to try to figure it out for him?
Michael Hussey, Bevan, an Australian, I'd say.
Robinson in. Oh, past the outside edge of a tentative little prod from Labuschagne and through to Butler it goes.
That's what I mean. That's not playing and missing on purpose and playing the line. That's jabbing at the ball and fucking missing it. He is just a lucky wanker, and I hate him.
I'm sure he's a nice man. I'm sure he gives to charity.
No, he's not. He's
clueless middle-aged man said he's going to the MCG test. Hopefully England come to make a game of it. And Brian Barrish says, "Good day, nerds." Checking in to say that Australia lost their 5th wicket.
Robinson in, down the track comes Labuschagne. He's launched that high towards cow corner. That's going to be 2-3 bounces into the sponge and 4 more.
It's
on the charge.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
I'll finish Brian Barrish's tweet. Australia have lost their 5th wicket, but not before getting some good head.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. He did well, another 50. He's in a nick of form. That was absolutely launch speed, 109 kilometres an hour apparently. Robinson's going to be in again. Worked nicely off his hips this time by Labuschagne. Backward of square leg. He'll get another single. He'll bring Cameron Green, who could do with a few runs.
Yeah, he's done bugger all. But he's done all right with the bat. The ball.
Well, the ball, he's done very well with the ball. He seems to have Joe Root as his main target. Yeah, but hasn't really got going with the bat as yet. 154 for 5 now, Australia. The lead 391. Bear, you were saying you probably thought 450 was about the target.
Yeah, anything over 400. Get off your video, Josh.
Josh is chomping at the bit. In comes Robinson, pushed away into the onside by Green. He gets another single. Good sharp running by him. Chomping, whichever it is, one or the other, he's doing it.
And hopefully, again, look, hardly anyone's ever come back from 2-0 down. Don't expect England to. But each test is an individual event, and if you're 2 down with 3 to play, potentially, you've still got 3 to play, right?
That's right.
If you win the next one, you're 2-1 down with 2 to play and everything to play for.
Well, you can only concentrate on what's directly in front of you.
Exactly that.
In comes Robinson, nicely worked away off his legs, but straight to mid-wicket on this occasion by Marnus Labuschagne. No run. Ollie Robinson, cropped hair, without his Ashley Giles sunglasses.
The spinning glasses.
Yeah.
his spinning glasses, as they were. Someone described them as, was it crack dealers' glasses? I saw on a tweet. I'll tell you what I did see, or listen to. Both in fact, as we just wait for Robinson. Short, attempted pull by Labuschagne, but through to Butler. No run. George DeBell's question and answer session for the cricketer, which we probably competitor, I suppose, but he pulls no punches. The question really was asked was whether it was.
Who was he asking on to?
Well, the question was about Root, or what do they do, Root or Silverwood? What are they doing wrong? And the answer was simply, it's not them. You got to look up up at the higher echelons of the ECB. You constantly prioritise another form of cricket. You chase money, and ultimately you'll kill the golden goose that's got you to that place in the first place.
Well, there's a bit of truth
interest in watching England get battered.
There is a bit of truth in that, because you think when they brought in Fletcher and then Andy Flower.
Chris Wokes back into the attack, nicely worked off his legs by Cameron Green. That's away towards deep mid-wicket. Hasib Hamid comes around to do the fielding.
Fletcher started
2 runs.
Fletcher started it. We're building that team that won the 2005 Ashes, and then Andy Flower took over, and they prioritised Test cricket. And at the time, the ECB wanted to prioritise. That's it. When Fletcher came in, his goal was to get England to be the #1 Test side in the world, wasn't it? And within a couple of years, he had done, and they stayed there or thereabouts for a good long. That team had Pryor as keeper. He had a really quality bowling attack.
Comes Wokes again. Solidly played by Cameron Green, out towards short extra, and there is again no run on that occasion. 2 from the over so far from Wokes. None for 46 for him. Just 1 wicket in the first innings. None so far in this one.
And then they decided they wanted to prioritise winning the World Cup after our dismal performance in whenever it was in Australia, and they brought in floppy-haired, floppy-hatted Australian, which is
Wokes in, Green forward, to the offside it goes.
God, his name's temporarily departed me.
Trevor Bayliss.
Trevor Bayliss, of course.
Yeah, Trevor Bayliss. Yes.
Yeah, I'm still sleepy. I was talking about earlier in the day, and I couldn't remember his name now.
I think we will let you off.
And his priority was to win the World Cup. But by doing that, he bunked a whole bunch of white ball players into the Test team at the same time.
Wokes in again, just the 1 slip. He seems to be targeting sort of middle and leg of Cameron Green. I think feeling he's a candidate for LBW, but Green played that well enough, nicely under his eyes. Bat aligned with his front leg. And there was no run. 394 the lead, 157 for 5 the score in this innings.
And Bayliss's idea of playing Test cricket was to play it much like a one that he wanted high score rates, and he wanted players to be positive and play shots.
Comes Wokes, driven straight to backward point. Ollie Pope fields. He's got his sunglasses resting upon the peak of his England cap. He's a man who's going to be, well, he's probably already dreaming of Nathan Lyon. He's been very scratchy against him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has indeed. And the legacy of that is still within the side. You've still got a whole load of those players who are still in the side, and I don't think England's problem is necessarily its bowling.
In comes Wokes once more, pushed into the onside. No run. It's the end of that over. 157 for 5, and we'll go to Al.
There is little for me to tell you. We are up to date with regards to tweets. I think that the Twitter sphere is coming back to us after our dinner break.
Let me carry on my rant then, because I finished.
Rant away.
And I think in that respect, George is right. England's priority was winning the World Cup in 2019. They did it. They won it. The legacy is still there with the players on the side. And ECB have neglected first-class cricket in this country. It's played at the wrong times of years. We haven't got a fucking spinner who can bowl for toffee, apart from possibly Leach, who has been badly treated by this England side.
Robinson's going to continue, and that's outside the off-stump of Labuschagne, who really stepped across outside, quite a long way wide of his off-stump, to just push it into the onside and take a single. Robinson it was who followed through to field off his own bowling.
And
I'd like to see someone try a leg stump Yorker at Labuschagne and Smith.
I mean they have tried that. Fair, it's not the leg stump Yorkers, but they tried bowling straight.
Yeah, like the ball that Stark bowled to Burns, the first ball of the first test.
Yeah, that was 145 clicks, and we don't have anyone to do
Robinson
that.
is in, worked off his legs again by Camberwick Green, down to deep mid wicket. Well, no more, deep backward square. Another single taken, thumps into the throw, thumps into Butler's gloves. Carry on, boys.
And it might be that England have to go back to that. They need to get a coach in who they might think about in that position, and they might go back to thinking about they want to be number one Test team in the world again, and having got the monkey off their back of winning the World Cup.
Robinson, who's operating from that city end, in he comes, swatted high and hard, but 2-3 bounces before it finds its way down to. We've got Johnny Bairstow back on.
Yeah, someone's off the field.
I wonder who's taken a break now.
Probably Rooty again, I thought.
He's gone for a sort of a.
When he went for that catch at slip and he bounced off the ground, clearly his knackers looked in pain.
He got up really slowly.
Exactly.
He's gone for a testicular towel down, has he?
I think he's quite bruised down now. Future kids might be an issue for the time being.
Robinson in short, and Green, who's a big fella, just did enough to bob his head. Really, it wasn't even a duck, was it? It was more of a bob.
Would we describe him as a unit?
Well, that is the common parlance, I think.
He's a unit, isn't he?
He's a solid man.
He's a chunk.
He's a chunk.
And a no ball.
And it was a no ball as well as Robinson. Just over steps, looking for that extra bit of pace.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
On this occasion, no wickets cost, though. Sorry, but I'll come back to you straight after this ball, which is pushed into the onside by Green. They take another single.
Well, they're taking
two. They have come back to 2. Good running. There.
And the lead's 400. Knackle says, why can't we be good at white ball cricket and Test cricket at the same time? We're not bad at Test cricket. We're just not as good as we used to be. And maybe we don't have the playing resources, and that is partly down to the ECB and partly down to the fact that, we've de-emphasised, if you like, first-class cricket. We've had a pandemic for the last couple of years as well. But we've tried umpteen openers. We haven't got an opening partnership that works, and that's one of the hardest parts of Test cricket, to be fair.
Robinson, in he comes, and forward comes Green. steers towards mid-off. There is no run. I'm not sure I completely agree with you. I think you have to look there to the schedule in the summer.
Well, that's what I mean. They've de-emphasised first-class cricket, so all you get are players playing on green seamers certainly last year or so, in really bowler-friendly conditions in April or right at the end of the summer.
No spinners and batsmen who struggle on hard, flat surfaces.
Precisely.
And, nicely forward comes Cameron Green, getting into the offside. It's the end of that Robinson over. And Australia have serenely moved along to 100 and what are they on? 163.
Yeah. 163, yeah.
163 for 5.
Tony, you might have been having some internet issues when Farong's tweet came in.
Yes.
He asked the question about who scored the most ODI 50s in the 20th century.
Oh no, I heard that, and the answer is.
Do you want to know what the answer is?
Oh, I do. I'd love to know what the answer is.
Alan Border.
Goodness me, that being the surprise.
Alan Border was exceptionally good at getting to 50, but not getting to 100.
Well, it's either an overrate crisis again, or England are just striving for variety, or they realise that they just,
they realise that it's over with, I think, and
it's Dawid Malan. Let's jingle him up.
Send filth.
It's it is Dawid Malan.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
Dawid Malan, congratulations.
It is Dawid Johannes Malan. Did very well with the bat, thank you. 80 he made.
Do you know he's become a better international T20 batsman while he's been playing Test cricket? He's gone back up to number 1 in the rankings.
Yep. And in he comes, his right arm over the wicket. And that is a leg break to start with. And guided to backward point, and there is no run.
How would you describe his action?
Half an action is what I'd say. He kind of starts with his arm up and then just sort of pushes the ball out, doesn't he? There's no real rotation of the arm. It's a bit like Marnus Labuschagne's a bit like that as well.
He has a slip in place, but he pushes this one down leg and is steered to backward square by Green. He'll get another single and move on to 8. Labuschagne, who is approaching his 50, he's on 47 off the 91 balls he's faced.
It's more
165, 4-5, 402 the lead. In comes Malan. Back foot by Labuschagne. Away to point, Jimmy Anderson fields. Another single. Bear, you were about to make a point.
Well, yeah, it's not really a full action, but I think the half action, if you're going to bowl leg spin, kind of allows you to concentrate on getting the ball in the right line and direction, rather than getting the revs on it, which is going to put it all over the place.
Here comes Malan again. Back foot by Green to Jimmy and backward point. No run.
Just puts the ball there, really. It doesn't.
I think we're going to have a little change around at the end of this over.
Indeed.
I can't remember who's on next. In comes Malan. Again, Green steps back. Again, he cuts down towards Jimmy Anderson. Once more fields proficiently enough, and there is no run. It's Josh, Cat, and Knackle. Quite a trio to look forward to. Onto the back foot goes Green. Pushes to mid-on. There's no run. It's the end of that over. It's cost just 3. 166 for 5 for Australia. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Josh, Cat, and Knackle.
Indeed.
I don't know who's going to be providing the capable hands on this particular stint. Cat, Knackle, you'll have to help me out here because I'm not sure I can do that at this time in the morning.
I did once go through I once went through a season at school, not without dropping a catch. Had one chance, took it.
Nice. I went through a season scoring without making too many mistakes in the book.
The thing is, though, if you're a scorer and you make a mistake, there's no point of appeal.
Absolutely true, and also there's always an eraser to help you correct it, as long as you haven't done anything first time round in ink. As here we're back live, Robinson over the wicket to Labuschagne, who just sort of squirts the ball gently out towards deepish backward point for a gently ambled single. Australia move to 167.
Ollie Robinson now bowling back bowling seam after his brief iteration as a shades-on off-spinner partway through the first session.
I missed that while making coffee. How did it look? And was it just
actually
about getting through overs?
Not bad actually. So he's got quite a high arm, sort of some overspin, little bit of dip. Seen worse than some specialist spinners.
Angled into the stumps on his run out this time. Green works him out on the other side of the wicket towards deep backward square for another single. Nice bit of strike rotation here.
It was the sort of thing you could easily see in a sort of getting through 6 overs in a one-day international for just under a run a ball.
So we're very much in the boring middle overs of this.
We're at that point, yeah.
Collapse.
We're at that point. Travis Head batted very well to kind of get out of that slight torpor.
Robinson in again, this time back of a length and is clipped just in front of square. Didn't quite get hold of it, but there's an easy run out there towards mid-wicket. Fielder running round, another run, 3 singles off the first 3 balls of this over. Still looks like boring middle overs of what's presumably just waiting for the declaration to come.
It's Australia pushing their lead on. That's 50
exactly.
50 for Marnus Labuschagne. He's really sped up, dragged along rather by Travis Head. His second 50 plus, in fact his third 50 plus score in 4 innings this series.
Robinson in to Green, who looks to drive, and there's a misfield at cover, but they decide sensibly not to take the single. Probably would have got through, but there's no need to take this risk. They're under absolutely no pressure, the Australians. The first dot ball of the over. I think Hamid did well to stop it and recovered well, getting the ball into England's makeshift substitute wicket keeper.
Actually took a very good catch earlier.
Did he?
Yeah, and then dropped a much easier catch next ball.
Oh God. Yeah, I was going to ask if you can keep me. This time Green does time that cover drive beautifully out towards the extra cover boundary. It runs away. They'll come back for at least 2. Yes, 2 there. 5 off the first 5 balls of the over. Yeah, I've only seen the scorecard since waking up. In the scorecard in this second test of what will probably be known as Head's Ashes.
Yeah, he's batted very well. England were very good in the first hour. Took 3 for 14, and then partly through the positivity of Travis Head and partly through some loose bowling, then conceded 75 in the next hour.
Robinson in to complete the over, drifts onto Green stumps. He can't, however, capitalise, clips the ball straight to shortish fine leg for no run. 5 off the over. Australia keeping the scoreboard ticking along, even though they're under no time pressure whatsoever in this game. There's plenty of time left in the game, so they've already set England an unmanageable target. The question is just how much rest really does their bowling attack and need, and how many runs do they want to set as this notional target. Kat, we've not met before. How are you doing?
Hello, hi there, Josh. I do have a couple of tweets in. O'Neill Harris is saying England might need 2 different coaches and 2 different teams for Test versus white ball. I think that is their plan. White ball makes the dollars and has a captain with total control, so any coach will lead towards the white ball. So thank you for contributing and joining in, O'Neill Harris.
Milan, Josh. Full of a length to Labuschagne, who goes down on one knee, plays sort of a gentle half-struck slog sweep out towards the deep long off boundary for what I presume was a single.
Yeah, I presume so as well. The camera operator made that look a lot more exciting than it actually was, because he thought, oh, is it going for 6? Oh, is it going to be caught? No, it's just gone straight to Ben Stokes on the bounce.
Yeah, I was wondering, trying to work out what to commentate, but there didn't seem to be anything to get excited about until there wasn't. Milan, he's looking a bit like a poor man's Alistair Cook as Green prods him gently towards deep wide mid on for a single.
Yeah, he's an adequate sort of roly part-time leg spinner. Bowls a reasonable amount in white ball. white ball cricket. Doesn't have a test wicket, does have one in T20 international cricket.
Who was that in what game circumstances, I wonder? Milan in, again, over the wicket. This time Labuschagne does get hold of the slog sweep, and it's gone straight into the hands of Ben Stokes. Labuschagne holds out at cow corner. Shit gets wickets.
We will not have jingles because Bear is asleep. It wasn't that bad a delivery. It was sort of on a length, and Marnus Labuschagne obviously trying to get on with it. This time does pick out Ben Stokes.
It was a half tracker.
Oh no. It wasn't that short, but it was not particularly well hit, and Ben Stokes has taken another catch. Took an excellent catch, one of those goal of the season contenders at 6-0 down in the first session, and this time has taken a very simple catch. Marnus Labuschagne gone for 51 off 96, his third 50 of the series. Every time he's actually faced a ball in this series, he's passed 50, but yet again, I think for the 8th time, has scored 50 plus against England and has not made 100, and that brings the Australian wicketkeeper Alex Carey on his home ground to the middle.
That is the end of Glamorgan's Marnus Labuschagne for this innings. So Knuckle, you're at home.
Knuckle's now going to sing the Carey theme song, aren't you, Knuckle? Off you go.
What is the Alex Carey jingle?
I can't remember what it is.
He's the next cab off the rank. Alex Carey is his name, and I can't remember the rest.
No, that was excellent. I think we should replace the jingle machine with you all the time.
Oh, we could certainly sing some jingles. Also, we could sing what we think the jingles ought to be for certain players.
And that is Darwin Milan's first Test wicket.
It is.
Oh wow! We had a comment before from Mick Emmett, who quite well predicting into the future had said for Milan's first over, outstanding economy, landed all 6. So didn't quite predict the wicket, but I think it was a good comment.
What's Milan's Test bowling average now that he has one?
75.
75. Oh well.
Yeah, so Martin Guptill in the T20 International.
He's just brought it down from infinity.
And
he continues now with a Test wicket to his name, and is pushed by Carey gently out towards Ollie Robinson, who's fielding at a deep wideish mid-off for a single off the mark. First ball is Carey, and Milan's Test bowling average goes up to 76. Even I can do these sums.
He's the only England player you'd say has had an unequivocally good series, David Milan.
I've not seen him bat yet, as this time a nice little off break, turning the ball into Green, who can't quite get it away on the offside. No run.
There's a bit of a variation there. He's bowled a
googly.
It was an actual googly.
Orthodox googly out the back of the hand, and got quite a prodigious amount of movement, one has to say. It's easier to bowl is the googly. The leg spinner off the subsequent and last ball of the over doesn't quite get as much turn, and is just defended back out to the offside for no run. That completes the over. Will it also complete Milan's spell? He's done his job perhaps in taking the wicket. Australia are 174 for 6. Their lead is a highly imposing 411. Qatar, our tweeters, more of our tweeters saying what the England setup needs to do to develop a squad, a set of teams that can compete in both red and white ball cricket.
Well, they haven't really replied to that, but there is a lot of action now coming through on Twitter, which is wonderful. And Chris TB says Labuschagne out for 51, and that somehow brings his average down. So that is incredible. We also have Tom M saying must replace Wokes for Melbourne. He looks like he might never take a wicket again, which is a bit sad.
Ooh,
and looks like Joe Root's balls have improved. So back to you, Josh.
Another change of bowling. Root is on to bowl a bit more, maybe 3/4 time off spin. Floats the ball up outside Carey's off stump. Left-hander defends the ball out into the offside.
You do have to worry if you're Dominic Bess looking at this. Robinson bowling off spin, and now Root and Milan bowling
drifts down the leg side. There's a stifled appeal, not more out of necessity or obligation than anything else for a leg side strangle. There wasn't any chance of him asking the question though, was Root, embarrassed perhaps by drifting so far down the leg side, as this time he bowls terrible straight half volley, is picked up by Carey off his legs, one bounce into the deep mid wicket boundary for 4 runs.
Ich ni san chi.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A good thump down the ground from Alex Carey, who has batted extremely well, I thought, in the first innings of this Test match. Is piling on the pain after Smith, Labuschagne and Warner had done so.
Root this time back of a length. Carey steps away, makes room on the offside, and not quite carves, more thuds the ball out towards deep backward point for a single. Off, he made it look like he'd moved his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, but actually Root's length was just not quite consistent enough, and he didn't need to move his feet to get to the pitch.
I don't know if you were
it out to Cal.
I don't know if you were awake this morning, but Cat's reference was referring to that Root was off the field for quite a bit of the morning session because he took a hit in the hems while taking a throw down while not wearing a box.
Crickbuzz said rib injury, but I'm
it was described,
wondering if that was a euphemism.
It was described initially as abdomen.
Yes, well, filth from Root to Green. It's short, it's wide, it doesn't bounce very much, and Green plays a weird kind of it's a sort of cut shot in front of the square, cross-batted, scrambled seam there from Root. Absolute terrible delivery, and it's hit away out into the offside for a single. Carey this time chops on. Root has got another Test wicket. Carey has played on for 6. What jingle are we going to sing for the wicket? Fuck off!
I'm just going to do the fuck off.
Because I want to be saying it to the bowling because it's rubbish and it's taking wickets in this utterly uneventful and basically meaningless passage of play while we wait for the inevitable England batting collapse, chasing a target that was never in reach in the first place. I mean, the only real drama to this game is, are England going to get bowled out trying to chase the target, or are they going to get bowled out trying not to chase the target but to bat for time? That's the only unknown, I think, in this game.
There's a lot of suspense in that, Josh. I think you've nailed it. I think there's a lot to watch for.
What I think we can say now is, well, actually, probably not. I was going to say that we're probably declaration speculation is gone, but I think it's still on. Australia did declare without Nathan Lyon bothering to have a bat in the first innings, as Mitchell Starc enters the fray to try and hit some more demoralisingly aggressive runs while hitting the ball 180 degrees from his intended direction.
Oh hell, I better get onto some tweets here now. Thank you everyone for tweeting. O'Neill Harris saying England have geared their domestic season management orientation, player remuneration and player selection towards white ball cricket. With noted success, it was inevitable Test would suffer, which is a fairly mainstream take, I would say.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
I don't agree either. I mean,
I don't think any of us agree, O'Neill.
England have so many playing resources in terms of money and players that they should be capable of being competitive in. I know, to be fair, England weren't awful at Test cricket until sort of partway through this year.
Milan continues. Oh, filthy delivery. It sits up and Green just clobbers it. Ugly shot out towards the deep square leg boundary just in front of square. They come back for 2. There is a man out, but Stokes, even quick as he is across the ground, was not able to prevent them coming back from the second. A little bit of haste between the wickets from these Australian batters. They're not looking to hang about. Even though Mitchell Starc is now running, he's not overly worried about tiring himself out before he has to run into bowl. Milan continues to Green over the wicket. Ooh, absolutely filthy leg spinner's delivery. Just didn't quite control the line. It was a sort of leg stump full toss, but Green couldn't do anything except push it out into the offside for no run.
I'll come to that after this ball.
Milan again, this time is squirted away under edge from Starc out towards backward point, wide third man sort of area, and there is a single. Again, absolutely no drama in this play at this point.
Milan just kind of puts the ball there. He doesn't really complete his action, and he's an adequate sort of part-time bowling option, certainly in white ball cricket, and in certain circumstances, you can see him bowling 7 or 8 overs in a lengthy innings.
It's not something that happens as much as it used to. When I started watching cricket, the idea that, Graham Gooch was actually a useful bowler, possibly started as one, as Milan drifts across the left-handed Mitchell Starc, who thinks about playing out into the offside, but doesn't make contact, no run. I remember Atherton bowling in the summer of 1990 against India.
Atherton, we were talking about this in the first session.
Milan again back of a length to Starc, who this time does carve the ball out towards the deep point boundary. Stokes is still out there, no run.
Atherton was quite a decent leg spinner as a young man before his back went.
Yeah, by the time he was bowling in tests, he was basically serving up full bungers in the hope that one day he'd get a caught and bowled, and he did. Milan again this time drifts down the leg side to the right-handed batsman, and it's worked out again to Ben Stokes, who by this time is at deep square leg to the right-hander. Another single off the over that completes it. 5 runs off it. Australia are 185 for 7 of 55 overs. Had this been the case in the first innings, the test might be in the balance now. It, however, was not, and it's happening at a point of the game where it's basically irrelevant. But yeah, part-time bowlers, are they used less in tests than they used to? Is this more of is this greater trend towards specialisation, where bowlers are expected to work on their batting more than they used to be, but batters perhaps don't turn their arm over as much? Oh god, bowling spin, which means it's less time between overs as Green slices Joe Root out towards the deep backward point boundary. Will they come back for 3? I don't think they did come back for 3.
This passage of play is in some way, it's sort of entertaining. I quite like watching people having to do things they're not good at in cricket. It's one of those
makes it more relatable, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a little bit, especially as a former bad leg spinner. The leg spinner bit being the former bit, not the bad bit. Now I'm a bad to okay club seamer.
Root round the wicket to the left-handed Starc, prods the ball out, no run.
Yes, I can empathise. But this.
I'm disappointed, Knuckle, that you've left the ranks of the bad leg spinners. I'm still a bad leg spinner. Root again from wide of the crease around the wicket to Starc, who plays an absolutely textbook back defensive out towards no run.
I feel a bit guilty about it, but got to the point I literally couldn't get the ball down the other end holding spin, so it stopped being fun.
Root again to Starc, looks to clip the ball off his legs. In the end, just pads it back to the bowler, no run.
This passage of play is only happening for England's over rate.
Root again, this time back of a length, and is pushed out gently towards extra cover. There's no haste shown by any of the parties involved as the batters cross for a single that couldn't have been slower had they had to wait for a bus in order to take them to the other end. Root this time back over the wicket to the right-handed Green, who shows more respect to Joe Root's bowling than it perhaps deserves. Prods the ball back down the wicket, no run, completes the over. They're really getting through them, as you say, Knuckle, solely to avoid a fine of those massively important World Test Championship points that would come their way.
Oh, and also possibly
us Guerrilla Cricket commentators will get fined unless we read the tweets, I believe. So Dean Lester is saying thank you. He's saying thank you, presumably to the commentary, so thank you for saying thank you. Pranjal Messi fan, Cricket Geek 67, is saying, can Junior Mark Waugh please stop talking about Bunsen burners in India? The Mumbai pitch versus New Zealand was really good, such a crybaby.
Why are you listening to Junior and tweeting us? Fuck off, listen to us.
Look, we all do things by accident.
Milan continues, and Starc looks to play a slog sweep. It does actually go in the right direction for once, out towards deep deep mid wicket, but it's along the ground safely there. So it was only about 30 degrees out from his intended trajectory. I think they came back for 2.
They're just showing that remarkable Ben Stokes catch that will be completely forgotten about because of the context of the game.
Milan again to Starc. They did indeed get back, who prods the ball gently out into the offside. It's fielded by number 80. Who's number 80 in this
Oliver Pope.
side? Oh, it's Ollie Pope. Running round from extra, excuse me. Coffee related belch there, my apologies. As the batters cross and the right-handed green comes on strike. As I think that was the googly again from Milan. It's just defended out towards short leg. Butler comes round to field from behind the stumps. No run.
Yeah, as I say, he isn't completely useless at leg spin.
No, he's better than I am at leg spin, certainly. Not that that's a particularly high bar to set, as Cameron Green prods him out towards short mid-on. No run.
I think he's one of those batters who probably could be better if he was asked to do it more and started bowling it more in the net. So I think Sachin Tendulkar falls in. I think Tendulkar was actually quite a useful part-time bowler, but Milan's probably not quite that. But no, Milan could be
Sorry, my laughter is because Cameron Green stepped away to the offside, looking to hoik the ball clear of perhaps the deep square, perhaps the long leg boundary. Missed it completely, as did Josh Butler, perhaps unsighted by the batsman moving his feet, and the ball runs away down the leg side. Terrible wicket keeping by Butler.
Butler has ducked because he thinks he's about to be hit in the head by Cam Green's bat.
And it's gone past him down the leg side for, I presume, 2 byes there. No, maybe 1 because Stark's back on strike. Maybe they got
3.
back for 3. As Stark just prods, pushes, caresses the ball out towards wideish deep mid-on for a single to complete the over. God, no, that ball just bobbled away. It didn't miss leg stump by much. Milan's disappointed he didn't get the wickets that he did not deserve with that ball, and it was byes. But yes, my apologies for not quite describing that ball in the fit of laughter.
I think the fit of laughter was about as good a descriptor as was necessary.
How are we doing on tweets in this remarkably short gap between overs?
I think the gap is gone.
Root's already in, and there's a touch of under edge from Stark out towards, I wanted to say extra, it's not, it's mid-wicket because he's a left-hander. No run. Sorry, Cap.
I'll try and squeeze a few in between balls, but we have Matt Searle joining us on Twitter. Thanks, saying meticulous planning is no good for England, as all it generates is a preconceived plan. No matter how green the wicket, Broad and Jimmy won't play the first test, Wood will rest in the second, but there's no point resting Wood in a dead rubber.
Root drifts onto Stark's pads. He clips it out to mid-wicket this time for a single.
It wasn't that
they
much
change
of a plan.
the field, there'll be time for some more tweets.
That wasn't really the plan. Anderson wasn't quite fully fit for the first test.
But there won't be time for new tweets if Knuckle has to show us how much he knows, as this time Root is clipped out by Green towards mid-wicket for another single.
I blame Root and Milan. They're deliberately trying to stuff up our guerrilla cricket commentary here by just bowling too quickly.
Yeah, we need, every time there's a single we need to get a tweet in, because there's a small amount of time while they reset the field for the left and right hander, except this time they come back for 2. Root continues to Cam Green again, leg side-ish, and is clipped out this time for a single to extra mid-wicket. 1 run and a tweet.
Pranjal Messi fan is showing that he is listening to us. He's waiting for Josh to say filthy full tosses for the 50th time.
Sorry, if they didn't bowl so many filthy full tosses, I wouldn't say it quite so often. Root round the wicket to Stark, who slogs over the cow corner boundary for 6 runs. That went like a tracer bullet. Cat, some more tweets.
Matt Searle is saying England will somehow not lose the last test, and Root and Silverwood will tell the press we've turned the corner, we've learned our lesson, we've identified where to improve, as we've done in the past ad nauseum. You're very grumpy, Matt, but I tend to agree. It is a bit hopeless, isn't it?
Mitch Stark's holding his back.
Wonder if there was a touch of twinge there as he went down on one leg, as this time he just clips the ball out to square leg past the umpire, and he's fielded by number 57. I can't remember who that
Ollie
is
Robinson.
either. It's Ollie Robinson running in from the long leg boundary for a single. He will pinch the strike. That completes the over. The 58th Australia are 207 for 7, moving more or less swiftly towards a declaration. Kat, what else does our tweeter say?
Wicket Geek 67 saying Mark Waugh on the alternative commentary, because he's listening to two by the sounds of it. He's suggesting Chris Jordan and Tymor Mills for the next test.
What?
Looks like Mark Waugh watches tennis and not cricket, but we know he watches greyhound racing and not cricket, so I would agree with that.
Tamal Mills
He's got a lot of bookmaker friends as Mark Waugh, hasn't he?
Tamal Mills retired from first-class cricket, I want to say 7 years ago, maybe even more, because of a congenital back problem.
He must be out here on holidays or something, and that's why he's being suggested.
Well, he's playing in the Big Bash.
May as well suggest Reece Topley.
Dear. Looks like we're having drinks, so we do have time to get some more tweets in. I'll see what else I can find. Matt Searle saying Atherton was an okay leggy, but then hampered by his back injury meant he couldn't bowl as much or as well. He had 108 first-class wickets at 43.8 and 2 test wickets at 151. What a stat.
Yeah, his bat was just basically done by the time he came into test cricket. Nasser Hussain, another one we were talking about this before the dinner break, was a very decent teenage leg spinner, but then he got the yips and then turned himself into a batter.
Joseph Coleman saying the captain is no longer suspended for slow over rates, just the loss of World Test Championship points and match fees.
Repeat offences can lead to a ban.
Drinks are over, the drinks break is over, and Milan continues floating the ball up outside Stark's off stump. He looks to capitalise but can't make contact. Taken not quite cleanly by Butler, no run.
Mitchell Stark is definitely stiff. I think this might actually accelerate the declaration.
Ooh, touch of inside edge onto pad there from Stark. It might accelerate it, but it might also mean that he stays out there to get a bit looser. This time he looks to make hay out towards long leg, just get to the single.
Yes, he looks to make hay by batting with a scythe.
And both Al and Messi Jez have informed us in the chat that was not a drinks break, it was a treatment break for Stark, so he's maybe had some kind of pain relief there. Does look like he's twinged something in his back playing that slog sweep. Milan over the wicket to green, steps inside, doesn't take hold of it properly, but it bumbles away down towards the very, very fine leg boundary. And is fielded by Root, running back from... Was he a slip? Have they got a slip into Milan? And the batters cross for the third.
Well, Joe Root has hurty testicles, so doesn't want to field anywhere he has to run. Unfortunately, he's just had to
that's
run.
Exactly what he has to do when the ball goes through the wicketkeeper. Slight pause as they adjust the field for the change of handedness as Stark clobbers the ball out through the offside. There's a in-out field here, and it's fielded at deepish extra, restricting the batters to a single. We've got time for a tweet while they reset the field, if there are any to be read, Kat.
Yes, it's ironic the Bear sat through this shite and fell asleep when England started taking wickets. Rest well, Bear, it might last another day, says O'Neill Harris. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is my last early morning on this test, as Milan floats another of those filthy full tosses onto Cameron Green's legs, just flicks the ball out towards backward square for a single.
This spell of speed commentary is about to come to an end, as we've got a change at the end of this.
Oh, thank fuck for that.
Over. Good work, Josh. It's a sort of, this whole thing has been a tongue twister rather than a
Not the thing to be doing, having just torn myself out of bed and speed drunk coffee. Milan in to complete my commentary spell. Stark pushes basically a backward defensive prod out past the bowler towards wide-ish mid-off, left-hander, for a single, completing my spell, our stint. I'll see you again in half an hour while I get some more caffeine down my neck, and I will be handing over to other people. I don't know exactly who they are, but I'm sure someone will tell us very shortly.
Cat Jones taking over ball by ball. Steve Jones doing some summarising, no relation except possibly extremely distantly, and Al Hotchkiss doing some social media messages if Root and Milan allow.
Two good Welsh names, though, Kat, Steve. Do you have any Welsh connections here?
Yes, my mother was actually, my grandmother on that side, all from Anglesey, so yes, but of course my name came from my father's side and he has Irish blood, so all peculiar.
And I definitely
Morning,
have some Welsh ancestors. Good morning, Steve. Hi there. And we have Al on the socials.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like we have a drinks break.
Sterling effort in that last half hour. Should we slowly get ourselves back up to date with tweets?
I can tell you that Madan Mohan Sharma is the next tweet to read out, the one that starts with an interesting memory. So there you go.
Interesting memory. I feel I should go all hazy at this point. In 1968, the West Indies gained a lead of 122 against England in the fourth test due to 5 wickets taken by Basil Butcher. Sobers thought that Butcher would do it again, and he declared Butchers did nothing and England won. Butcher never took a wicket after that. There's an interesting memory for you. Roger McCann says they're both taking wickets, I think talking about the part-timerness of the bowlers. Ravi Nair, it's all a question of luck, isn't it? For Broad, Anderson, Root, Stokes. Granderson are lucky they aren't Australian. Root and Stokes unlucky.
Now, have you got the face? There's been nothing on Facebook, but there are a couple of comments on YouTube. Have you got that up, or I can read them out?
I will bring up YouTube now.
Bring up YouTube. Emily Elizabeth is the next one to read out when you get into it.
Talk amongst yourselves for a sec.
So we have a little bit more treatment going on, I think, out on the ground, and a variety of people, mostly Stark, getting a little bit of work from the physio here. Cameron Green is standing up and he seems able-bodied. But what do you think, Steve? Do you think this is a problem for Stark's bowling later on?
Yeah, I think he's struggling a little bit here, and he doesn't look at all happy. The magic of the doctor's hands, though, of course, always can often change these things, and all of a sudden he comes out steaming in at the English. I'm sure the sight of Rory Burns walking in will suddenly cheer him up.
Yeah, he's definitely tweaked something in the centre of his back. It looks like about C5, something like that, and he was trying to, I think, hoik a ball across the line and didn't quite catch hold of it, and he's sort of played over the top of it. And
does Stark have a history with his back?
I don't think so. That's right. I'm sure you're right, Steve. He's done something in the past. I just can't remember the details of it.
I mean, for Hoyke, he didn't middle it, but quite clearly over the boundary for 6, though, didn't it? So.
Yeah. So I hope it was worth it. Stark, he's 17 from 17. And Australia leads by 451 runs at this point. And do you think there's any chance of a declaration or not?
Well, interesting psychology by the people in charge of the scoreboard, showing that Australia already have more than enough runs to win.
Yeah, anyway, it's Root continuing, and his next ball is to Stark, and he's driving the ball out into the off. It all goes almost all the way around to the boundary, but there's a sweeper out there, and they've run 2.
Well, he ran that well, didn't he, Stark?
It's a sponge.
Not impacting his running. Yeah. And Root's around the wicket again to Stark, and he's sending a ball into the turf. It goes backward of point, no run.
Emily Elizabeth says that she should go to sleep, but she loves cricket so much. I know the feeling.
Good work, Emily. Stark sees Root coming towards him. His eyes light up. His centre ball all the way out to cow corner. It's gone a mile into the air. There's a fielder coming around, and it will be taken out there. It is a glorious catch, and there's been a lot of good outfield catches today. Was that Stokes again, or was it someone else?
Ollie Pope.
That's the end of Stark. Pope.
In the absence of the bear, batter, out. On your bike, mate. Bye-bye.
Knackle has advised us that Stark did miss the 13-14 Ashes with the back injury and has had stress fractures, so yes, he has a history.
Considering
and that brings Jai Richardson out to bat.
He did pretty well, didn't he, there, Ollie Pope? He had a bit of distance to make, and then a sort of semi-desperate lunge forward right at the end to take the catch.
And in the shadows here now, there's quite a lot of shadow in different parts of the ground, and yeah, really good to take that. 216 for 8 is the score. We're in the 60th over. We have Root continuing his over the wicket to green, and this ball is sent out to mid-on. They're getting, I think, a single there. So 1 run so far this over, 2 a dot to Wicket, and 1 run shoe to come.
So, Kat, what's the feeling about Jai Richardson about kind of coming in as first reserve? Is he is he near first team selection?
Yeah, I think so. Getting quite a bit of a spin here for Root from this next delivery. It's worked around the corner, and again they take another single trying to turn over the strike. Yeah, I think Jai Richardson's a good call. So Richardson and Nisa, I mean, they kind of look like better bats than England's top order.
Jai Richardson apparently averages 37 with the bat, so
he's not bad, is he?
Not a mug.
This ball is squirted a little off the edge. It's sent aerial, and Green gets another run, though. That's the end of the over. He's on 29, and Richardson on 1. He's off the mark. 219 for 8.
Jeff Thomas, a major drawback of these pre-dawn starts is the absence of reports on magpie action in Tony's garden. Don't worry, Tony will give you all the reports you need later on with Magpie Watch. Ralph the Wanderlam would like you to know that we're doomed. Simon Q, why isn't Stark retiring hurt? We need him bowling, not batting.
Well, he's finished batting anyway.
So we've got David Milan continuing bowling leg spin, getting quite a bit of turn, pitching a ball outside off, and it's been driven into the covers. Wokes comes around, picks it up just inside the boundary, and they've run 2. Nice drive there, nice stroke.
Yeah, it looked fairly powerful. Emily Elizabeth wants to say thank you for the shout out and love from Chicago.
Thank you, Emily Elizabeth. A little bit more wayward this next ball from Milan. It's sent to mid-on. I think they're getting a single. It's 222 for 8. And Milan, what are they doing tiring out Milan and Root? They're going to have to bat in a minute.
Quite literally. Well, one of them is as soon as Burns gets out.
How long do you think Burns will last, Steve?
Well, I don't think there's an awful lot of people queuing up to fill the opener's slot, so...
Okay. Kat, you like a bit of a gamble, so I've got a gamble for you.
Oh, good. This is a straight one from Milan. And Green's eyes light up, and he sends the ball out towards the boundary. There's someone fielding there, and they run 1. It's a gamble.
It's a bit gingerly, didn't he?
Over under 19 and a half balls for Rory Burns' innings.
I'm taking under. Another one sent out to the same direction. Stokes is fielding out there. I'd like to see Stokes bowling one now, wouldn't you, as this light starts to dim, Steve? What do you reckon?
Yeah, type of pitch for him. I take it Jimmy's being rested for the eventuality as well. So
Ben was pretty shocking in the first session.
He normally is.
Richardson is swinging the bat at this next one. He's sending it over cow corner for 6. The Australian dressing room love this, and they're trying to just mount up the score. 467 is the lead now.
Oh, that was a fabulous shot from Richardson. That was not what you typically not what you typically see from your number 10 batsman.
No, but I mean, he can swing the bat in short form cricket, and I think that's what he's doing now. He's got a pink ball. He thinks it's a white ball. Looks like a day-nighter.
Well, it's almost white. Go on.
Yeah. And he's not going to die wondering. This next one is off the edge, though. It's gone straight up into the air. Will Butler catch this one? It seems doubtful.
Yeah.
It seems very doubtful. But no, he holds it. It sticks. It sticks in his gloves. And I think that's the declaration.
Yeah.
As,
a blind squirrel finds an acorn.
A lot of waving going on from the pavilion. Good.
Yeah. The law of averages came true. Just Butler takes a catch. No, it went a long way up, but it didn't go a long way out, did it, Kat?
No, look, I think when you get that much time, hopefully you're not going to drop that one. But anything is possible with Butler. If it's not a difficult catch, he's not going to stick it sometimes.
Well, that's true. So,
and do we have any more tweets there, Al?
I've got a few more comments to fill the time. So Emily Elizabeth said, "Love from Chicago. Hope you're a Bears fan, Emily. I hope you're suffering the same way that I am this season." Emily also says that cricket's not popular here, so I get my mix from listening to GC and watching the match clips online. So thank you for being with us.
Yes, indeed.
That is absolutely that's absolutely fab. Let me just make sure that I've got all of the requisite tweets.
Eccles off to Chicago tomorrow morning.
Is he off to Chicago tomorrow?
That's what he's just messaged. Yeah.
It's my kind of town. Chicago is.
It is.
Right, Fitzgerald. They scored all the runs. Why not take all the wickets? Obviously, that's referring to Root and Milan. Garrett Dusselthorpe, Essex's Sam Cook might be worth a go. Gets a ton of first-class wickets 2 seasons in a row, and he's one of the Lions players still in Oz. I think they've all been sent home though. Ronnie Omelette, Jack Leach currently sitting at the hotel bar wondering where it's all gone wrong. You might have a point. Pranjal Messi fan, hi Knuckle, will you live stream India versus South Africa test and ODI series? I think we're going to get this one out of the way first.
Yeah.
Mark, get up Stark. you soft-bellied poltroon. Farong, Stark played the first T20s here in Dakar before the World Cup. Side strain, missed the remaining 3 matches. Yosef Coleman, I heard that they got rid of that. I think that might be in response to an earlier tweet. So, Kat, you are up to date on tweets and also YouTube comments.
Fantastic, very nicely done getting us through all of those.
Yep,
I was
well done,
really
Al.
hoping that I could get a few more people to be sending through a flurry of tweets, but I didn't really get the chance.
I was going to say we were helped enormously by the end of the innings.
Yeah.
So, what are we talking about? 460? Is that the gap? 460?
467, I think.
467.
And the highest ever run chase is 418. So I don't think history's going to be repeated.
So, Steve, what do you reckon a good score would be here? What do you reckon our total's going to be?
Well, we got 236 in the first innings. I think I'd be sort of quite pleased if they get somewhere near 250. And given that the Aussies have managed 218 here, 455 is the Australian lead. 456 to win. The Aussies got 218 for 8. I presume that's a sign that the wicket is beginning to deteriorate a little bit. So,
Kat, what do you think? What do you think England's second innings score is going to be?
I'm penciling in Ben Stokes for a century, and I think that after Milan and Root have done most of the bowling, I think when they bowl well, they bat well. They've been batting well all series. They're the only ones who've made any partnerships at all. I don't know why they had to bowl so much, but anyway, I think Root, Milan and Stokes each of them will get a century, and England will run down the total. End of day 5.
Kat, your optimism for good cricket is so contagious. We all love you for it. It's just like, I just want it to be bloody exciting. That's what I want.
Yes, that's exactly right. And also, you know full well I have bets on it being a disappointing series. So the more wins we get, the happier I am, even if my bets don't come off.
It's always good to have ulterior motives.
Yeah.
But on a more important note, Kat, how's the puppy?
Oh, the puppy is adorable. I actually don't know where he is at the moment.
What is he, Kat?
We went out last night to a Christmas function for 5 hours, and there were no messes inside when we got back. So that was fantastic. Oh, here comes the puppy. Puppy's come to say hello. Puppy's coming up to say hello.
Hi, Batman.
Visuals aren't very good. There's Batman.
It's Batman.
Batman. He's doubled in size during the series, actually. He's now 4 months old.
You'll be calling him Clifford the Wonder Dog before too long.
Yeah. If he starts turning red, get worried.
By the time we get to Hobart.
I don't want him to get that big, but if you want to tweet in and make Al read out lots and lots of tweets, tell us about your pets. We have Pet Corner, I think, in the first test. We need Pet Corner again.
I would go and get my half Maltese, half Shih Tzu dog Cosmo, but he is currently fast asleep and will not be
Sensible.
disturbed. Will
Not
be
an England
disturbed.
fan, Al.
Just not. There comes a point where he just looks at us and goes, "Right, I'm off to bed," and just off he goes. Enough of this. I'll be the sensible.
So Knackle's also giving us some positive messages here and saying England only need 3.56 and over. So it's totally possible.
It's a run of the mill one day international score, isn't it? Really, just milk the bowl. Mog says he got mugged in Chicago. Great town. Sorry to hear that, Mog. Mayank says that there's 44 overs left today. England should finish 110 for no wicket.
That is good. I hope that too.
Let's remember that one.
We will see whether history ages that tweet well or not.
Look, I'm happy for them to be one down. I mean, Rory Burns is not going to last. So one down at stumps, I'd be happy with.
Alistair Cook's looking quite confident in the studio, isn't he? So I don't know what he's saying.
What I'm seeing in Australia is different vision. We're seeing vision of Stark warming up, and he's looking pretty fiery. Doesn't look like there's any kind of niggle at all. He's either had very strong painkillers, or that was just a temporary twinge.
You don't know with backs, do you? It can go as quickly as it can arrive, and sometimes it doesn't even feel like you do anything to get things back to normal. Emily Elizabeth on YouTube says that she's not a Bears fan, but she is a Cubs fan, so she understands doom. 109 years between World Series wins is a long time to go. Any team can have a bad century, and England certainly look like they're beginning one at the moment. And also, with response to seeing Batman, she just goes, he is the knight.
He certainly is. It's very hard to get a good look at him, actually, or take a good photo of a black dog. It's very difficult. You can't see their eyes, but he is very adorable. And we have a message from Josh. He's apparently got some, presumably animals. They could be children or partners. Lila and Minnie in with him, and they'll join the Guerrilla Cricket team in the next slot.
If I remember rightly, of Josh, they are cats.
Aha!
If I was
cats. I was hoping they were something more exotic, like
If anyone's got anything more exotic, then
they are indeed cats. Yes. Thank you, Josh.
Excellent.
I have 4 cats, but I am not at home at the moment, so I can't offer them on screens.
That's quite a lot of space to give up.
On 4 cats.
4 cats. Well, I was assuming that they just assume that they owned a quarter of the house each.
No, they think that, but no chance.
What are the names of your cats, Steve?
The 2 eldest ones, who are now 15, are called Pickle and Pepper. They're sisters, don't like each other at all, listen snarl at each other. We have a rescue one called Poppy, who's several strawberries short of a punnet, poor little thing. And then there's Alfie, he's the only boy cat, so I share a house with a wife and a daughter, so he and I are the only boys in the house, so we're mates.
Bit of camaraderie there.
Absolutely.
Between you and Alfie.
But he's a monster, he is. He's just a huge cat. Big boy. Very pretty.
We would love to jingle you up some batsmen, but we can't. We're bearless.
Yeah, but we do have Hasiba Mead coming out and Rory Burns, presumably. I didn't catch a good glimpse of him, but... we have Carey coming out, doing energetic side swipes as he comes out to get into his keeper's position. Everyone else strolling out. And quite a few pullovers, quite a few jumpers there, Steve. So obviously you heard the weather isn't quite as hot today.
I did eventually get the streamed picture of Stark warming up, and he did look all right, actually, didn't he? Didn't look like he was struggling in any way. So England 467 to win. Okay.
As predicted by our wonderful Guerrilla Cricket audience, they're going to make a great dent in it.
Has anybody won the GPL, do we know? Or still big?
I'm not entirely sure how many GPL people, how many entries there were, but we'll probably check in the third session about
I'm sure
who's close.
Knuckle will update us.
Apparently, we
only had one entry, right?
So Josh, Josh, our commentator here on Guerrilla Cricket, so he's asking: is 467 the target or is it the odds? So, very good point.
Could be both. Could be both.
Yep.
Tell you what.
And apparently, Knuckle's saying we only had one entry in the GPL.
Mitchell Starc is going through what, for me, as a terribly unfit human, is a horrific warm-up.
He's going to do his back just giving his warm-up going, isn't he?
I mean, if I did that warm-up, someone would have to come and replace my hamstrings immediately.
Not unusual.
So the field has been
three
set.
slips. Yeah.
Yep.
in the gully.
What else we got, Steve, in the field?
3 slips, a gully, a cover point, square leg, and then I've lost the picture now, but it looked like a couple, one at mid-off, one
Looks
at
like a mid-off and a mid-on as well.
Yeah, very standard bit.
Yeah.
468 is the target.
Yeah.
So Burns is going to be facing the first ball from Starc. His left arm over the wicket. Burns goes up on his toes and does an elegant leave, shoulders arms straight through to the keeper.
Apparently, if the GPL is to win, the GPL entry that we've got, England's magic number by the end of the day has to be 92. Right. So something to watch out for as we get into the end of the day's play.
Well, let's hope that's the most exciting thing that happens in this session.
Indeed.
Well, that must have a chance, because if there's 40 odd overs, that's going to be about 2.5 an over, isn't it? So, hey.
Yeah. That's from Hombre Nuevo.
That's right. Who knows his onions?
He does.
Good prediction. As this next ball from Starc, and Burns is almost edging this as it goes through to the keeper, and Starc who's taking a deep breath after that one. Good ball, Steve?
It was. The slight problem I've got is I've got a very dodgy connection here, and I'm getting slow motion in real time pictures through from Guerrilla headquarters. So the first I knew that had Burns had missed that was when you said it, because I didn't see it.
Yes, it's fizz past the outside edge.
The replays are showing, but yes, it was a bit of a bit of a left-hander's prodder, that one.
Burns sticks his bum out, faces the next ball. It's a little bit more wayward from Starc, and he just helps it round the corner. It's gone down to fine leg for 4.
Oh, it's easy. It's all downhill from here.
Burns is pretty pleased with himself.
There you go.
That was an elegant little dab, wasn't it? That was a beautiful shot from Burns. I don't want to curse him, but so far, the first 2 balls he's faced have been absolutely mint. He's faced 3 balls, actually. They've all been good, except for that second one.
Well, he had a dot of 4. It was a dot of 4 and an out in the first innings, wasn't it? So he's
tomorrow in short sample size theatre.
Burns is almost looking over his shoulder as he edges one, but it doesn't actually hit the edge of his bat. He's not competent enough to get an edge on that. It goes through to the keeper. 2 good balls and 2 bad balls so far from Rory Burns.
He's lab-ashamed, that one.
That's a good ball, actually, I have to say. Beauty from Mitchell Starc. It looks like he's fine.
Oh, they're just...
Yes.
They're coming beautifully off the seam, aren't they? They're just seaming away. He's playing inside the line, and Starc looks like he's going to get an edge any minute. I'm surprised they haven't put 5 slips in, Steve.
Play and miss, a very important skill, as Knackle rightly points out.
Yes, indeed.
It was.
This one, a more conventional leave from Burns. He deliberately lets that one go straight through to the keeper. 4 runs so far from the over, 1 ball to come.
He might survive an over. This might be. He's up to 5 balls so far, Al.
Well, I only offered over under 19 and a half balls. Cat's the one who went under.
Yeah.
You notice.
Did you take the over? Did you take the over, Steve?
I kept very quiet on it.
Yeah.
Deliberately.
There was bravery from Cat, and there was silence from Steve.
Utter cowardice from me.
Silence.
Starc's on my side as he steams in. And this time it squirts off Burns' edge, but it goes to gully along the ground and safely to the hands of our gully there. And that's the end of the over. England 4 for no loss after one
It's
over.
kind of snorted up at him, that one.
It did, yeah, off a good length as well, actually.
Yeah.
Played well.
A friend of the show, Grubby, I was the subject of an attempted mugging in Kirribil. Shall we write a mugger's guide? That damn double C. If Rory Burns fails again, would they be better off replacing him with a cardboard cutout of Rory Burns? or former rally champion Richard Burns? Or owner of Springfield Power Plant C. Montgomery Burns?
Burns, yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Burns.
just it helps if we keep the name on the back the same, just for identification purposes.
That works for my simple brain, I have to say.
Yeah. El Presidente, dogs are generally useful fielders, at least in club cricket circles. Perhaps we could replace Butler behind the stumps with a well-trained Labrador.
Messi
So we have a new
reminds us
bowler
that
from
elegant
the-
is not a word for Rory Burns, which I have to agree with.
Oh, yes.
Kat, over to you, sorry.
Not usually. We have Jai Richardson coming in to bowl a second over and bustles in a very fast run up as he comes through the crease, back of a length through to the keeper, and Hamid lets it go.
I think it's beholden on us not to tar Hamid with the same brush as Burns. That Hamid looked far more composed for the Australian conditions than Burns has been. I think he's looked pretty solid.
I'm not even sure how many balls Hamid faced from Richardson. This one he leaves beautifully, elegantly. He does leave this one. I think we can call Hamid elegant, can't we? Maybe not Rory Burns, but that one again through to the keeper.
No doubt Messi will confirm. But I think he looks a good bat, actually, Hamid.
That one almost hit Hamid's jumper on the way through, so a little bit of a hazard of the pullover if you're wearing something to keep warm out there.
Eccles suggesting that Jai Richardson is Australia's Sam Curran with his boyish good looks.
Yeah, I guess, and the way he bustles through the crease too, I think is quite similar. Another dot ball there. Hamid seeing out this over possibly, getting the shine off the new ball. We're 9 balls in.
Counting down to 19, Kat.
Although it was at 19 that Burns has to face. I'm not quite sure what bet I took in the end. I was a bit quick.
We've got the tape recordings that prove it, Kat, don't you, Aaron?
Uh-oh. And this one from Richardson angling in to Hamid, and he offers a very straight bat. I think he was attempting to defend that one, but again he misses. It goes outside the edge and straight through to the keeper.
I think that's just left him a little bit, hasn't it? Yeah. It's a great shape of a ball, that.
Definitely played and missed. Cracking ball.
Played and missed competently, missed it by at least 10 centimetres, so quite safe. And Steve Smith on the replay quite likes that. So good bowling here from Richardson. So Hamid has another go at defending a ball and does it this time quite well and sends the ball just into the onside for another dot. 1 ball to come in the over.
We're reminded that the other way of describing playing a miss is playing inside the line.
I think we're going to have a change at the end of this over, Kat. Steve, you're going to take over on ball by ball.
Okay.
Fourth, hopefully is going to be back around, and
I can see
it's going to be Josh as well.
And this time Hamid tries to play inside the line, but he doesn't. He edges this one. It's gone straight to first slip, and that is the end of Haseeb Hamid out for a duck.
Yeah.
Oh, no excitement from anyone else. Come on, Steve, where's your excitement?
And no jingle. And I was waiting for the jingle.
Out.
That's good.
Yes, well, that's a good ball. He had to play at that one, unfortunately, and all he managed to do is get the thick outside edge through to Carey behind the stump. So England 1 down, 4 runs on the board.
He bowled a snorter.
Absolutely glorious. And we are going to hand over now to the next crew, and we can see Josh Robinson's beautiful cat on his lap, being a very good cat. And nice to see everyone. That's the end of me for the day, and have fun. See you
Diolch
then,
yn
bye.
fawr, Cat. Bore da, Steve.
Morning, Josh. How are you?
I'm all right. Slightly more awake than I was an hour ago when I went on Ball by Ball. So I'm replenished by coffee and have this attention-seeking Carillion bobtail on my lap.
Whose name is?
This one's Minerva.
Very good.
Minnie, short for Minerva, and she's still a kitten. She's just past her six month.
Oh, really?
Point. She's remarkably interested in the.
Yeah, I can hear.
Quite see it. She's remarkably interested in the microphone on my headset. In fact, she's unremarkably interested because she's a cat.
Hi there, Steve. Hi there, Josh. How are you doing?
Morning, Forthy.
Hello, Forthy. How are you?
Hello. Very well, thanks. I was just trying to remember Minerva. I think is a Roman goddess, but I can't remember what of.
History, if I remember correctly, I know she's the Roman equivalent of Athena. If I remember correctly, I say I know. If I remember correctly, she's the Roman equivalent of Athena.
Given that she was wisdom and justice Athena, wasn't she?
That's the one. Wisdom.
Is that appropriate for your cat?
Well, we thought about going with Janus.
A wise and just cat.
We thought about going with Janus because she's so two-faced.
Two-faced, yes.
You can see that or Harvey was the other option for that.
Anyway, the cricket is just restarting itself after that wicket, and it's stuck into his second over outside Rory Burns' off stump. The new batsman is David Milan. We don't have jingles. Oh, actually, we're just seeing a replay. It came off Hamid's wrist, actually. Back of his glove. It flew to the wicket-keeper. Yep, that was distinctly out.
Perhaps got up on him a touch more than he'd anticipated.
I don't think a great deal of blame attaches to Hamid for that one.
No, it's a good ball. He had to play it. Stark is continuing up past the umpire. Again at Burns' stumps, and he just nurdles it round the corner, square leg dashes in, and no chance of a run there. Do we have anything on socials?
We do, indeed we do, which is nice. Madan Mohan Sharma. England need 468. They must know three things. A, so many times in fourth inning teams have scored more than it. True. B, they can't play out remaining time defensively. C, if they attack with brain, Australian attack will be shattered. So, interesting points. Thank you, Madan.
Don't.
Well put.
Are you a particularly blindly optimistic England fan, Madan?
Stuck in again. This one's on leg stump, clipped into the mid-wicket area, comfortably fielded. No run.
The Crunch says, I got mugged in Chatswood as a teenager. Sorry to hear that. The Crunch, that's continuing our earlier theme of places in the world where people have got mugged. I think Paul Howarth was mugged at Grubby in Kirribilli, wasn't he? Which takes some doing, because Canberra is one of the most placid cities in the world.
Where's Chatsworth? Chatswood?
I think where Chatswood is.
Somewhere in England.
Sounds like it, doesn't it? Somewhere the other side of Offa's Dyke.
Stuck in again, left hand over to Roy Burns. He shoulders arms through to the wicketkeeper. Another dot ball.
Mogos, how much past 300 will Burns have to score to retain credibility in his place? I'm not sure whether Mog's referring to an individual score of 300, but if that were the case, he can book himself in for the next 10 years.
Reliably informed, Chatswood is in northern Sydney.
Question is, which Burns? Are we talking about Mr. Burns from The Simpsons is scoring more? Because he's probably got more credibility than Rory at this stage.
It's 10 balls face now by Mr. Burns. Stark is galloping in past the umpire, left hand over, and Burns just prods us out into the offside for no run. Doesn't seem to have any effect of that injury, does he? Stark is bowling quite well.
It looks okay. I don't know quite what happened there. We were saying though for last year that Burns will get found out on Australian pitches, and it does us it's with sadness that we discover that we've been vindicated.
223 is the highest individual score in the fourth innings. So this is England and Jamaica, obviously for the West Indies. Stark in final ball of his second over. This is clipped away nicely through square leg, and that's going to beat the fielder. No, the fielder is going to pull it up. Oh, maybe I'll look at that and see if he was touching the sponge, but it looks like he's saved at least a run there. So come through for a 3 to end the over. Stark 2 overs, 0 for 7.
I suspect he might have had a thigh in contact with the sponge at the point where he got to the ball, but yeah, it'd be interesting to. I mean, not that interesting in the grand scheme of things. It's about the odd run or two, but no, I do think he was still in contact. But weirdly, they've not gone straight to the replay, so maybe they're just prioritising the advertising.
Obviously.
It's that individual score of 223 must have been in one of the timeless tests that took place in those days, I imagine. Mark, Ash is likely to give you quite a few spare days. Yes, so true. Let's see if anything else is happening here. Facebook. Sorry, Matt Searle, the ECB are running a Facebook ad that we are unforgettable. They aren't wrong. This lot will be remembered for a while. And I'll break off because I think Jai Richardson is at the top of his mark, ready to start the new era.
He may look like an overgrown schoolboy. He does not look, unlike Curran, as like a member of the Hitler Youth.
Anyway, Richardson in to commence his second over. This has got the Australian fielders all excited, all raising their arms, but obviously no actual danger there for Burns being out. He's up to 13 balls face. He's closing in on his 19.
Yes, I think that one. I'm slightly surprised that Richardson didn't show more interest in that LBW appeal. I think it was probably marginally pitching outside leg, but it was pretty full.
Yeah, certainly would have smashed the stumps out of the ground had his leg not been there. But anyway, he's back in to continue his over. Same sort of area, fully pitched up, and Burns just clips it all right down to a wide-ish fine leg, and that's just another run to the score. England up to 8-4-1 in the fourth over.
In important pet news, Lila has joined Minnie on my lap.
Hello, Lila.
Do they get on?
They do. They're sisters. They get on beautifully. They groom one another, and we've been quite fortunate in the way we've introduced them to Yuko, the resident cat, 10-year-old who's 11-year-old who's been here for about 5 years. He grooms them both, and they snuggle beautifully together.
Unlike your cats, then, Steve, from what I was hearing.
No, our two sisters, the elder ones, Pickle and Pepper. Well, Pepper doesn't like anybody. She loves people. Anyone comes in the house, she'll sit on their lap. It doesn't matter who they are. But another cat is just and claws and everything. So, but my boy cat Alf is very friendly. He'll just say hello to everybody and every other cat.
Does he have that break off?
Richardson in again. Milan, a full swing of the bat outside off stump, and has thumped that through the covers for a 4.
Ichni Sanshi. Steve,
4.
does he have that boy cat
1, 2, 3,
habit of sitting on your lap, facing away from you, and thrusting his tail up above your face and his anus into your nose?
No, he doesn't, because he does face away from me, but when he gets on your lap, he's a monster, so you lose blood to your feet very quickly, so he doesn't stay there long. But he lost his tail when he was 6 months old. He injured it, and the vets couldn't save it, so he has a stub of a tail now. Richardson in again. Milan prods this down, and Gully makes a fine flying stop, and again no run.
Confirmation from Knuckle that George Headley's 223 in 1930 was a timeless test and some interesting colour. A very high scoring draw. Andy Sandham scored the first ever test triple as England made 849. England did not enforce the follow-on despite bowling West Indies out for 286, and West Indies ended 408 for 5 in a chase of 836. Those 8 and 9 were rained off.
Richardson in again. This one sort of doubles up Milan. He doesn't play anything at it. The Australians are appealing for something.
I think they're going to review.
Yes, a lot of head shaking. No. He's got 8 seconds now, though, for called it off. Well
Smith
done,
has shaken his head, shaken his porcine snout from side to side, and said that for all that over-exuberant appeal, they were not going to review, and it clipped off the hip.
Good catch, but no, it was the protector more than anything else that got the ball there. Green's fielding well, actually. He's having a bit of a cracker at Gully, isn't he? After his batting heroics. Richardson changing to round the wicket to the left-handed Milan, and he just prods that out, and Green once again stops it in the gully. To end Richardson's second over, 1 for 5. England 12 for 1. Any socials?
Excuse me. Yes, El Presidente. As we await the inevitable in terms of the traditional scoreboard metrics, I feel the game might be more interesting if we introduced a new scoring scale for languid elegance. Call it the Gower scale. Although Burns will be fucked there too with minus 100. Oh, Paul.
So you have to get out the ball before lunch in order to do well on that perhaps thinking of the glass of wine you're going to be having. Oh, that's an idea. I could get myself a glass of wine.
Derek somehow managed not to get mugged in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. Farong, doomed, collapses on, and an array of question marks and exclamation marks. I break off.
It is Stark continuing into his third over. Again, outside off stump, slightly back of a length, and Burns just prods it out into the offside. Where a bit of a rushed single. I think Milan might have been struggling had that hit the stumps, but we'll see when we look at the replay. But it was a very, very uncertain run by the England players. Milan went quite early.
Shade of that excellent run out of James Vince by Nathan Lyon in the first test at Brisbane 4 years ago, taking a single that would usually be on. Wasn't quite as quick across the ground this time. The field.
Anyway, Burns has moved on to 9 from his 15 balls, and Milan will be facing his first ball from Stark once he's finished preparing his guard.
More importantly, Burns is increasing the drama, making sure he takes longer to answer the question of whether he's going to survive 19 balls.
He's up to 15. Milan, who's been batting well in this series. Oh, that's a cracker of a ball that has jagged back into Milan and doubled him up with a bit of discomfort.
I think that cracker of the ball might have been a cracker in the balls.
Yes.
He's flinch with pain there. Oh no. Touch lower.
I think it's slightly missed the guard and has gone straight into his leg. Well, yep. Keep walking, David. Keep walking. It'll walk it off.
What was it Brian Close said? It's only on you for a fraction of a second. How can it possibly do any harm?
Of all the nonsensical things you can say.
Yes. Stark in again, and Milan sort of lazily drops his bat onto this and just pokes it out into the offside. Another dot ball.
We've got a couple of parody comments on YouTube, if I can put them that way. The English tears are salty from James with an emoji, and England are so bad by Doc Torn sucks, which I mean, they're kind of stereotypical comments that one might read on any thread anyway, really, but thank you for your comments.
Yes, we need gorilla branded mugs of English cricket fan tears.
Lots of those around. Stark in again, outside off stump. Milan shoulders, arms, ball goes through to Carey behind the stumps. Another dot ball.
Yes, Grubby has just a little flurry of tweets from our very own Grubby. Reckons he's got 3 chapters sorted on places to get mugged. Replies to Messers with mug punting, quite different. And replies to Mog with the police weren't involved at all, Mog, as I took the law into my own hands.
Good lad.
Did you take the law into your hands, Mog, by taking one of your swords into your own hands?
It was Grubby, actually. Not Mog.
Grubby, my apologies. Grubby, did you take one of Mog's swords into your own hands?
That's Stark in again. This is outside off stump. Milan prods at it, misses it through to the wicketkeeper. Fortunately, no bat involved. Another dot ball.
Interesting from
Nick, didn't he?
Yeah, yes. Interesting comment from Knackle. Brian Close misunderstanding physics. The more time it's on you, the less it hurts because the energy dissipates. Well, I don't know if there are any physicists in the house, but care to comment further?
Yeah, I'll let Knackle take that up directly with Mr. Close. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
We'd be delighted for the correction. tell you exactly what he thinks.
Rough Yorkshireman's attitude towards it. Stark again, outside off stump. Milan, shoulders, arms. That's the end of the 5th over. England 13 for 1.
My favourite.
Matt. Yes, go, Josh.
No, go for it, Ian. Tweet us are far more important than any shit I'm out to talk.
Matt Searle's got a cracking tweet here. Cricket is all about timing. As I walk up my road into the park with the dog, my network changes and I hear GC twice for a second. So I got the sentence, thrusting his anus into your face, twice, without the rest of the sentence. Superb. Very funny.
Well done, Josh.
Excellent. I'm glad to provide this much titillation at this time of the morning.
So it was all about you anyway, Josh, the tweet, so you didn't have to say.
That's true. I'll break off as we start a new over.
Richardson to commence the 6th over, and Burns just nudges us into the square legs, and there's no chance of a run.
My favourite Brian Close anecdote was when he was playing for the players against the gentlemen. At Lords, he brought up his 50, and the gentleman's wicket keeper, I think it was Billy Griffith, said, "Thank you, Brian." Congratulations, Brian. And instead of responding, "Thank you, Mr. Griffith," he responded, "Thank you, Billy," and I think got into some trouble for that.
Yes.
Just how antiquated the attitudes were at the time.
The know your place syndrome. Richardson's second ball is hammered into Burns's pads. No chance of an appeal or an out, and the ball just drops down, and Richardson runs through to complete the fielding.
Yeah, had a remarkable test match career, didn't he, Brian Close? And I haven't got the figures in front of me. I think he debuted in 1949 at the age of 16 and played his last test in 1976 at the age of 45 or something like that.
He was recorded in 76, wasn't he, to face Holding?
Yes, and there's that famous last hour of Holding and Roberts throwing everything at them, and the picture of Close with his shirt off, covered in bruises in the changing rooms afterwards.
He took some batter in that day, didn't he? Anyway, Richardson's third ball of this over is another dot. Burns is readjusting his gloves yet again. He's up to 18 balls.
Here's the 19. Here's the 19.
Well done, Al. I think you won that one.
I thought Al went under.
He went under. Well, he must face 19 now. So under 19 is now surpassed.
So Al has lost.
No, he won, I think. Richardson, a nice firm straight on the offside drive. This is heading down towards the boundary. It's going to be pulled up by the Australian fielder Nessa, and throws it back in again, and they have run through for 3. Burns has moved on to 12 from the 19 balls he has faced.
Al, we can ask you to be your own bookie in this imaginary bet. Did you win or lose this one?
Well, if you, I rather cowardly didn't take the offer up, but Cat did go for under 19 very firmly. Very
it was Cat that went for under, so Cat's lost. My apologies.
Al was just a bookmaker.
No mistake.
That was a 3. There seems to have been a remarkable number of 3s in this test, which I bet no one can find the record for the most number of 3s in a test. I'd be impressed if they can.
Anyway, Richardson has reverted 2 round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and that one, Burns just shouldered arms, the ball went through to the keeper. Watching his lengths here, he's pitching quite a few of these balls halfway down the track at the moment. And they're showing us the variation of bounce that is coming off this Adelaide track at the moment.
Is it a drop-in pitch?
I don't know. Anyway, Richardson to complete this over. Again, outside off stump, and Milan is able to just shoulders arms, and that's the end of the 6th over. England 16 for 1.
Ducker Boy, designated non-route batter. Crying emoji with laughter. Leah, will this end today, or will Root Milan give us false hope again? They're making a habit of it.
Be surprised if it ended today. I wouldn't put it past England to collapse abysmally, but I would bet on them finishing 8 down, if nothing else but to piss off those commentators and fans who'd have to get up at 4 in the morning to witness the denouement.
we've had confirmation that this is indeed a drop-in pitch at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes, they also host AFL, Rugby League, Rugby Union and soccer.
So Stark in again to commence his fourth over. The England batsmen are making a hoolie of this. Going, stopping, no, yes. At the end of it, there's no run. Both batsmen are still in. They haven't managed to run themselves out. But that was all rather farcical there.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Milan started off, then Burns started off, then they both stopped. No, they had time to shake hands in the middle of the pitch there, the batsmen. They were lucky actually that the Australian fielder, as he was about to release the ball, slipped and therefore gained them another second, so they were able to recover. I think Burns would probably have been out and he got that away straight away. Anyway, he survived, he lives to survive. Another ball, this is clipped into the leg side, straight to the fielder, no run.
I assume Knuckle asks Grubby and Mog, how was the hospital food? After Grubby said he took matters into his own hands. Mark Spooner, that timeless match we were talking about a few minutes ago was Andy Sandham's final test. 325 is not a bad way to finish a test career, although he did score only 50 in the second innings.
Better than Bradman's last appearance, certainly.
Yes. And was he dropped having scored all those runs? Or was it
no, I think it was
retirement?
A bit different in those days. I'm not sure he was very committed. I can't remember the details, but I don't think it was a pretty weak West Indian side. Okay.
Was that Travis Head? I don't know who he's talking about now. This is a swipe from Burns over cover point, and it's gone to the boundary for one of these. Or I do miss the jingles actually. Anyway,
yeah,
Burns
is
you miss things when they're no longer there, don't you?
Yes, you do. I'm not quite sure Burns really had control of that shot. But anyway, it flew over the fielder's head, hit the boundary, and it will show us a 4 in the scoreboard. Stark in again, outside off stump, and Burns just shoulders arm, lets the ball go through to the keeper. England have galloped on to 20 for 1.
Messi Jez has posted the classic picture of Brian Close after that 76 match, covered in bruises, saying, I reckon if Brian Close was having any doubts about retiring, this would have sorted it out for him. For someone who played in the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s, you'd imagine he had an incredible test match career, but I don't think he ever scored 100 for England.
He certainly was not ever present in the side, was he?
Far from it, yeah.
Break off.
Stark galloping in again. This one's at Burns' stump, so he just nudges us into the leg side. It just about makes its way to mid-wicket. There's another dot ball.
I mean, if you're an Australian who only sees England in Australian home Ashes Test, you might think we've got a certain amount of consistency on the side. Watching Milan bat 4 years ago, but I just wonder if that lack of consistency, failure to spot a prospect and go with them until you've made the decision one way or the other is part of the decline in England's test side, lack of confidence in players' talent and constantly giving them second, third, fourth chances, which seems to be what happened with Close and of course with many others.
Yes, it's happened many times over English cricket history, hasn't it? This one's again at the stumps. Burns flicks it down the track. Stark tries to field it, misses it, but mid-on gallops around and completes the fielding, and that is the end of the 7th over, I believe.
Hick and Ramprakash, perhaps most famously in recent memory, were given dicked around or given more chances than would be reasonable, whichever way you see it.
Yeah, that's right. Ramprakash in particular could have been a great test batsman, I think, if they'd been really investing. Howarth, Howarth, are you grubby? Says Paul Howarth. We'll call the book Howarth. We'll call the book Magus, Moggers, Muggers, A Wise Man, an Axeman, and Ne'er-do-wells the world over. Really been really workshopping this one, Grubby. It's impressive. I'll break off again.
It is Jai Richardson continuing. He's round the wicket to Milan. He shoulders arms. I don't think that missed the stumps by an awful lot from Richardson's reaction anyway.
However, you can leave the ball arm length on this pitch with impunity, as Australians showed time
yeah,
and
it did.
again.
It actually jagged back a little bit, back into Milan. Was not far. Yeah, it's well over the top of the stumps, but it would have taken out off stump had it been a little lower. Carey takes it very elegantly. He's bowling well, this young lad. I like him. He's in for the second ball again. Milan just shoulders arms, rises up on his toes, ball left alone through to the wicketkeeper.
If we need optimism, and we do, Madan Mohan Sharma.
No, we do not need optimism. We
continues
have
to
far too
be
much
our
optimism.
man. Continues to be our man. Last session today would be very crucial. If somehow England survive, then tomorrow all results are possible. I wish England at least draw this test to keep the Ashes hopes alive. I wish them all the best. Thank you very much, Madan.
No, I think there are two results that are possible on this pitch. One is Australia winning, the other is England losing.
Yes. There's a summary for you. Richardson in again. This is slightly wider outside off stump, and Milan very clearly uninterested in playing at that. Again through to the wicketkeeper.
He's also got, Madan, something to say about Brian Close. A good cricketer, but never played outside England. I have read many funny stories about him in Tony Gregg's biography.
What was his off-season career? Was close.
I don't think he was one of those footballers.
No.
Richardson again just outside off stump. This time Milan does play it, punches it away into the offside, and Green dives away at gully and completes another good bit of fielding, saves some certain runs there for Milan.
He played football for Leeds.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Wow.
And football injuries kept him out of both the army and the cricket side.
I can definitely see Brian Close being a absolutely no-nonsense centre-back.
I was going to say, it'd have to be a centre-back, wouldn't it?
I can't ever see him as a creative midfielder, I have to say. Just destroyer, you know.
And Leeds would be very much his sort of team.
Yeah. Dogged Yorkshire. Richardson in again. This one has doubled up Milan and looks a little bit discomfort.
Big shout, but it's going over, isn't it? I think they're wondering whether to go for it.
Questioning it. They've got 10 seconds on the timer.
10 seconds to decide whether they're going to waste a review.
Interested.
It's going over. It's going a long way over in my untrained eye.
They timed out anyway, so I don't think Richardson was interested. Smith was much more the one driving that one. But
I think that was more a touch of gamesmanship from Smith than anything else trying to put doubt into the batter's mind as to whether he can safely judge the length on this pitch. It was above the knee rail. It was going a long way over.
Yeah, well over. Yeah.
I mean, not a long way over, 3 or 4 inches over, but
that's enough.
It's enough.
There's a good ball, came back in at Milan. He up on his toes, jumping at it, but he survives. This time outside off stump, jabbed into the offside, and that is the end of Richardson's 4th over. 1 for 8 from here, very tidy overs. England 20 for 1.
Is it also the end of our stint? Is there a new team coming on to relieve us, or are we going to go through another over?
Well, it's tea.
It's tea. Right. So,
excellent.
Yeah. It's the end for all of us, one way or another.
Lovely.
I might just finish off with the last couple of tweets. Leah, I think we should reclassify all tests that were not drawn as timeless, as it really makes no difference, and it will annoy a lot of people, no end. And I think this must be knackle. There's a mug going mad with a mugger in millets, which is, for those who are unaware, a half man, half biscuit reference, the original being, there's a man with a mullet going mad with a mallet in millets, that's right. We are more or less up to date. Dan Diper is considering sketching something very simple in the next 10 wickets and wishes us all the best. We wish you all the very best as well.
Indeed.
Oh, fuck. It occurs to me, prompted by Messy Jez, that because the bear is asleep, he can't put on any archive footage. Which means that between us, we have to wiggle until such time as we are relieved by the incoming thing, at which point I can finally go and put the kettle on, make myself some more coffee, but I think more pressingly get rid of the coffee that's passing through me and has been doing so for the last half hour.
I think Messi's
I do know that Forthy has got 3 sessions straight after tea, so you might want to take a break.
No, I'm okay. I'm fresh as a daisy. Staying on. It's only 20 to 8 in the evening here. I feel fine.
Well, I am done, so I will say goodbye to all of you. I shall carry on watching, and I hope it goes well, boys.
Pleasure to see you.
Thanks very much, Steve.
Good fun, boys.
Look after yourself.
Cheers,
Steve. Cheers.
I found an absolutely lovely sentence about Brian Close. This is from his Wikipedia article talking about the 1950 tour to Australia that contains the sentence, Close was the youngest player on the tour and had little in common with the rest of the party. By the end, he was not even on talking terms with most of them, which if there could be a sentence that's more in keeping with the image that we have as Brian Close as a cricketer and a human being, I think that there's very little that could be more in keeping.
There is a fantastic... Sorry, I was going to say there's a fantastic article in Wikipedia about England's Ashes tour to Australia, and I think it was 1963, where they started off in, I think it was Port Said, somewhere like that, and took a liner to Australia and went past Sri Lanka and landed in Australia. And it deals with every match, but it talks about what went on board in terms of, the setting up of a cocktail club, and Truman being a complete bastard to most of them. The fact they got paid absolutely nothing. They had a £50 allowance for expenses during the tour, or something ridiculous. But I highly recommend looking for that on Wikipedia, because it's actually a great insight. I don't know where it came from originally, but obviously it was transferred onto Wikipedia, and it's good fun to read.
How did it compare, Jeremy, with your boat voyage out to Australia in the first place?
Well, I got to tell you, it took me 30 days to get to Australia from Southampton, and I don't recall anything of the first day and a half, because we got pissed before I left, and I was absolutely passed out. The next thing I knew, I woke up in the middle of the Bay of Biscay in a fucking storm, and I was sick as a dog. And a couple of days later, we stopped in Las Palmas in the Canary Islands, which was good. From there on, it was basically getting up about 11 o'clock every day, drinking down the back with the younger people, and going to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning. I actually
sounds like good preparation for life as a gorilla.
Well, absolutely. I shared a 6-bunk cabin with a family who I never saw, because they were in bed by the time I went to bed, and they were well and truly up by the time I got up. It was not exactly luxury. Most of the people on board were £10. What are known here as £10 poms, where they only paid £10 to be given an assisted passage by the various Australian sponsors to come to Australia.
Were you also a £10 pom yourself?
No, I was on a 2-year working holiday, and I slightly overstayed that. It was only 51 years ago, but
my wife's mother and father came out in the 60s as £10 poms. They were old colonials, and they had a look at basically a sort of map of the world that was still just about painted pink, and worked out where they had some friends. And they thought, this guy in Northern Territory might be help us out. So they sort of hopped on the boat for 10 quid, thinking, why not, as you sort of did in the 1960s with their 3 young children. And they finally arrived many weeks later in Australia and looked up this guy who said, well, I haven't got a job for you, but there's something going on Melville Island. Do you fancy being a superintendent of the Aboriginal community up there? And my father-in-law said, yeah, sure, give it a go, because he was that kind of a guy.
Tell this pom where Melville Island is?
Yeah, it's opposite Darwin.
Okay.
Off on Northern Territory. So for the next 4 years,
right?
Oh, it's very much tropical, yeah.
Tropical, yeah.
For the next 4 years, they were the only white people on Melville Island, and they were in charge of a pretty rambunctious community. Can I say that? In order to solve what was, let's be honest, the alcohol problem there, he built a pub to...
One solution?
Which was the solution, so everyone knew where everyone was, and everyone looked after each other, and all of those things.
Was the problem that there wasn't enough alcohol?
So my wife, who was 5 or 6 at the time, sort of had her formative primary school years exclusively with Aborigines. Then when it got to secondary school age, they had a decision to make, so they came down to Brisbane for a couple of years after that, because obviously there's no secondary school on Melville Island. That didn't really work out, and then they made their way back to England again.
So you didn't meet out in Oz?
No, I met my wife's sister at university, and then my friend invited her sister, who's now my wife, to the graduation ceremony, and that's where we met, and we took it from there.
It's interesting, isn't it, how people end up going backwards and forwards the whole time.
And fourthly, what took you both back to Australia?
Well, because my wife had such an interesting experience growing up in Australia, she always wanted to go back. And her brother did go back to Melbourne, and we eventually sort of obeyed that feeling and went back when in middle age, when we had 3 young children of our own, and ended up in Melbourne and stayed here for the last 16 years, in fact.
Well, Melbourne is the most civilised city in Australia by a long shot. It's a beautiful place to live, isn't it?
I can't deny that. Make stereotypical POM jokes about that being a low bar to clear. I've heard lovely. I've heard lovely things about Melbourne. So
I think Melbourne is slightly a city displaced. You know, it wouldn't sit badly in Canada or even Northern Europe or somewhere. It fancies itself as a cultured city, and I think that's reasonable as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have a chip on its shoulder like all the other cities in Australia does. Well, although Perth's very well balanced. We got chips on both shoulders.
Perth's really transformed over the last... I didn't see Perth for 10 years, Messi. And I went back again a couple of years ago, and the centre seemed quite transformed. There was a lot of great eating places and so on.
It's true, but it still lacks a real heart. When I first arrived in Perth, it only had a population of about 700,000, and now it's nearly 2 million. I don't take personal responsibility for all of that, but it has.
How many of them did you sire?
Only 4, and I got 6 grandchildren as well.
I was going to say 4 in one generation. We can. Jez, was Perth the place you got off the boat and stayed, or was there?
Yes, because. Oh, the reason I did it is my parents wanted me to go to university, to Oxford University, where they'd met. And I knew full well that my exam results weren't going to get me into Oxford. So before the exam results came through, I did a deal with them and suggested...
Were they too good for Oxford, were they?
Not exactly. I suggested an alternative. Maybe they pay for my fare to get to Australia, and I spent some time there as a sort of University of Life. And they fell for that. And the reason it was Fremantle is because it was cheaper to get to Fremantle than anywhere else, because they weren't rolling in money. My dad was a teacher. And that's how I ended up here. And I look back now at a 19-year-old coming to Australia knowing absolutely nothing about it. You know, the information you could get was from travel brochures or an out-of-date copy of Encyclopedia Britannica, and that was about it. So it's quite extraordinary, the information that people have when they can make those decisions these days, compared to the dumb luck that a lot of us had just going and seeing what it was like in those days. I sound like a really old fart now, don't I?
And the plan was 2 years and come back, and romance got in the way?
About a year after I arrived, on the 2nd of January 1971, I met my wife, and on the 28th of January, we got married.
Wow. Fantastic.
Never wanted to let a chance pass by, and we were married for the best part of 30 years. So, you know, it has good bits and bad bits, but we ended up going back to visit Europe for 9 months in 1972-73, but never really seriously thought about going back there to live. I love visiting England now, but the countryside's beautiful. The cities are, from my point of view, just unbearable.
Is that how grey they are, or how densely populated they are compared with Australia, where there's more space?
It's how people in cities are in England, for the most part. For me, I think they just get so depressed by everything from congestion to the weather to the sport or whatever it is. I just find cities really to be a depressing place in England. I love the English countryside, and I think it's just stunningly beautiful and unappreciated by a lot of English people.
I sort of agree with that, Nessie. Whenever I go back, I think, these trees, we don't get just deciduous trees like these and the beautiful oaks and so on. But then you spend too long in the middle of a city, or you go on the underground at rush hour or something, and it reminds you why you're living in Australia.
Exactly.
I think being in Wales, it's really different. There's people don't stop talking, and rightly so, about the beauty of the surroundings. And I mean, it's a slightly it's a slightly cruel comment about Cardiff, that one of the best things of living in this city is just how easy it is to get out. But it is surrounded on all four sides by absolutely beautiful areas, from the Heritage Coast out towards the west. You've got absolutely stunning coastline that just gets more and more beautiful the further west you go. The coastline to the southeast around Newport is some astonishing wetlands, and then of course you've got the Brecon Beacons, you've got some glorious woodland waterfalls, you've got the post-industrial landscapes of the valleys, you've got the Vale of Glamorgan. It's quite a beautiful place to live, especially if, as I do, you like both rural cycling and hill walking.
This message brought to you by the Welsh Tourist Board.
Well, funnily enough, Knuckles just posted a glorious chapter in White Australian's treatment of its indigenous peoples. And look, I mean, I totally get the underlying point of the underlying point being that, generally speaking, it's been, appalling is not the right word, far worse than that. But funnily enough, I think that it was in a way a slightly glorious chapter, because my mother-in-law set up a museum there, and my wife and her sister went back to Melville Islands with their brother to meet all their old school friends from 50 years before, a few years ago, and had a wonderful reunion. And I think, it's quite moving, actually. I think it was for my wife to go back there.
Well, it's interesting that we should manage to use the opportunity of a tea break on Guerrilla Cricket on air to find out so much more about one another, isn't it?
Well,
yes, that's
the one
true,
disadvantage of Zoom Guerrilla is you don't have the green room. One of the lovely things about getting steadily sloshed in the studio in Sydenham is that between sessions there's usually 2 or 3 people in the green room, sometimes more, but over an Ashes night there's usually no more than 6 or 7 of us, and the conversations you have in the green room and actually getting to know each other over a drink or 3 while paying some small amount of attention to the cricket on screen are very different in character from those which we have on air. But because apart from the chat box, we don't really have that opportunity to have a parallel conversation. And of course, we've also.
How long have you been guerrillaing, Josh?
Since 5 years, maybe a bit longer.
Years, right.
First time I got heavily involved would have been that Ashes winter 4 years ago, where we did. I think I did a full set of all-nighters for 2 of the tests. Was awake for every ball. I think I started either the summer before that or the summer before that. It would have been the West Indies tour in 2000 and. God, when did the West Indies tour England? 2017 or 20? I think it was 2017. So yeah, that would have been shortly before the 17-18 Ashes tour. That's.
Dave Woods pointed out that there is a big disadvantage of Wales, Josh.
There's lots of big disadvantages of Wales.
Well, he says the biggest disadvantage is that it's bounded on the eastern side by England.
Here, those neighbours the other side of Offa's Dyke are pretty fucking terrible. It's a big advantage of Australia is being so fucking far from the English.
Well, on your point, we had some discussion on Twitter last night around the beauty of the Guerrilla Cricket family, and someone, I can't remember who it is now, came up with a suggestion we should look to have a Zoom get-together of gorillas around Christmas.
Oh yeah, it's a great idea.
And I'm going to see what I can organise, and in particular with priority for our Patreons, because they do so much to keep us going. In fact, they're all that keeps us going, really. And it's just an opportunity for people to get to meet one another and to meet the guerrilla commentators as well as they're available. Finding a suitable hour will be a challenge, but we could always record it for those who
No. We
well.
don't record it. We just have we have a 24-hour period where.
Oh, shut up.
No, there's always someone online, and there's always someone. It's always an acceptable drinking time somewhere, and people can
That's quite nice. Messi and Josh, I'm just going to spend 2 minutes just reorganising myself. So
reorganising yourself, is that your?
That's a euphemism. And I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Great.
Okay.
Well, we will look forward to welcoming you back, and presumably
Al will be with us any minute too, I think.
Excellent. At which point I shall fuck off, and that will be the last.
Welcome. Ask and he shall appear.
Ask and we shall receive.
Pretty magical.
Yeah, and then half an hour, ask again, and I'll disappear.
Let there be Al. Right, that's it from me until I think 5 a.m. on Boxing Day or some such.
Have yourself a merry Christmas, Josh.
Likewise.
Indeed.
All the very best to you all. I will drag myself out of bed, probably with a couple of cats in tow, because they will be clamouring for the breakfast that they won't yet have eaten at 5 a.m. So off I shall fuck.
Okay, thanks, Josh. We'll see you then.
Yes, do you want to talk about cricket, or do you want to talk about something else?
Well, I'm easy. They should be just a couple of minutes away from coming back onto the field. So, I mean, you're the one whose side is currently facing a situation that's less than optimal. Let's put it like that. Do you want to talk about cricket, or would you rather talk about something else?
I think this is where we need to probably talk about achievable targets.
Yep.
So the easiest measurable target is whether we knock off the runs.
Yeah.
But there's far more nuance than just pass-fail in that particular regard. I think that there are a lot of markers that can be put down for the rest of the series by making a decent go at this.
So what individual hurdles do you think certain players need to?
I think that Burns, I think, needs to score 50.
Yep. I kind of like to see him make 50, so he stays in the side and makes it easier for Australia henceforth.
Well, I think that he's always there's this overwhelming pressure on him, and you're looking for something to be able to release that pressure a little bit, and for that to happen early in the series, so that you can kind of concentrate on being Rory Burns, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like being John Malkovich almost.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly the same way as that.
Or being
sorry,
I've just got to read one tweet before we start with the cricket. Matt Searle said that was a brilliant tea interval. Getting to hear more about the team was really interesting. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Matt. That's lovely to know.
It's something that we should seriously think about doing. Is just whatever crosses the mind of us as we, especially with the tea break being like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We can hold a conversation for 20 minutes. It's going to be Nathan Lyon who's going to bowl the first over. Wow. First over after tea. Now this is interesting. We've got 3 close fielders for Rory Burns, who's 16 not out. Lyon is in. And that is a line on middle and off stump, and Burns will just block that out, and Lyon and a couple of others will converge, and there'll be no run for that first ball. Interesting, I think interesting application of pressure here, boys.
Oh, very much so.
Fielders.
Well, when you got 450 runs in the bank.
Lyon in, and Burns comes down the track slightly and pushes that through mid-wicket. What a beautifully timed shot that is. And that will race away to the boundary, and that's going to be a lovely 4 runs for Rory Burns. That was
a lovely shot, but frankly, I think Lyon would have been really happy to see him coming down the wicket like that.
Yeah, but nothing too out of control.
It was, unlike, say, Ollie Pope, who looks terribly out of control when he comes down there.
Frantic, doesn't he? Yeah. So let's see how Lyon responds, whether that is helped him. And that's slightly shorter, but turning just to outside off stump, and Burns will just let that drop off his bat, and there'll be no run.
Totally agree with you, Al. You can get a lot out of a defeat, and that they should be looking to maximise. Well, there we go again.
Burns again comes down the track, but that ball was pushed slightly wider. Lyon, I think, saw him coming, and there was Burns could have been in an awful lot of trouble there with the a hit to. If that had gone into the hands of the short point fielder, then Burns could have well been a victim of a run out there, but slightly stopped but fumbled, and that spun a large amount, that fourth ball of the over from Nathan Lyon, and Burns has played down the line and not played for the spin, and the ball's beaten the outside edge really quite comfortably.
But that was prodigious spin.
It's massive spin. Something that I think might be something to watch for. And again. It was mentioned earlier on in the day that bowling spin in Australia is a spin because it is an art form because of the bounce that spinners can get, and that really it's turning sharply, it's bouncing, and Burns has done well. He's played well inside the line of the last two balls. I don't want to make it look like it's been just beating the outside edge, but those are balls to give any batsman, in form or not, plenty to think about. First ball of a session, first over of a session. Sorry.
Yeah. Ravin Air says, I hope Josh gives me credit for urging him to be part of the Guerrilla Cricket empire.
I think he will.
Oxymoronico says Silverwood should still get the sack whatever happens. Adrian Lowe says, I loved hearing about you guys. Best break ever. So nice to hear real stories from real people. Thank you, Adrian.
Well, we want to hear your stories too. You know.
Absolutely. But not in a tweet string that is 5 tweets long.
Yeah, try and keep it relatively brief. It's going to be the speed of Mitchell Starc that's going to be bowling from the other end. David Milan is going to face. He's on 4. That is on to his pads, and he's just going to play that gently towards mid wicket, and they'll scamper through for a single.
Very broad grin on Mitchell Starc's face. Not exactly sure why.
He'd be pretty happy with himself, wouldn't he?
Well, I think it is.
Yes.
Isn't it remarkable how good performance is linked to the idea that you are enjoying what you do?
Yeah.
Indeed, yes.
He bowled pretty well before the break, but I thought Jai Richardson bowled beautifully. I really do.
There was something that made an English person's heart sink to see Steve Smith cackling away in the dressing room yesterday.
Yeah. 3 slips and a gully for Rory Burns for this next ball, as there's just a slight pause in proceedings to make sure that everybody is where they need to be and everybody's prepared as Starc begins his run up now. In he comes to bowl, and that's a full length ball just outside off stump, and a mistimed push by Burns. We'll see the ball go to mid on, but there'll be no run.
Burns has got a flawed technique, as I think we can all agree on that, but he's also not a mug with the bat. He's got 11 test 50s, he's got 3 test 100s. He's got an average of 32, which is not great, but he's an opener in today's Test match world, and he's beginning to look a little more comfortable. That's about as far as we would like to put it, though.
Well, that's what we mean by small, achievable targets. Occupy the crease for long enough to feel more comfortable, as that is slightly short of a length, but outside the off stump, and Burns lets that go, and it'll go through to the keeper. England 25 for 1.
Got a ton against the Aussies at Edgbaston first test, I seem to remember last 2019.
There is so much to be gained from an early good score or good innings in through the course of a long series such as this.
Yeah. I mean, it's cemented Travis Head's place for the entire series, no doubt about that.
Absolutely. And the innings today will do no harm to that, as well as that is pitched up, and Burns able to play that behind square to deep backward square, and they'll take a pretty easy 2 there.
Yeah, I mean,
comfortable, not falling across himself as he has.
No, he does look more in control, doesn't he? And I think Burns exaggerated his feet movement early on against Stark, which was fatal twice, just telling himself to get his feet moving, and overdid it. And now he's looking much more in control of his game.
Yeah. I do like what we're starting to see and kind of recognise about the idea of the difference between something that's too freewheeling as opposed to mechanical, as that is back of a length as well, but well defended by Burns, and there'll be no run. That I think, Burns less so than say Labuschagne and Smith fits into this sort of process first cricketer mould. That there's a set of key triggers that have to trigger all the time, and if any part of the process fails, it just feels like the whole thing falls apart like a house of cards.
Yeah, too many moving parts, isn't it? Yeah.
Sometimes the best thing with regards to sport such as this might be an absence of thought. That is,
yes, that's right.
That is lost ball of the over, tried to be tucked away to square leg, but can only hit the fielder. There'll be no run. 3 runs coming off that over, and England are 27 for 1. Jez, are people joining us?
Not a lot, but Diana Patterson says, I agree that was a nice tea break. Best of all, it wasn't a repeated interview of someone pushing a charity or a book. It was genuine people talking about interesting experience. Thanks, Diana. That's lovely to hear.
Thank you.
Chris Drew says, morning all at Guerrilla Cricket, and I hope you all have a wonderful festive season and stay safe, everyone.
Absolutely.
Chris, and
lovely. Thank you.
Same to all of you.
Yeah. It's going to be
one thing about the. Oh no, we haven't got time for that. Okay, Lion.
Well, we'll see how we go. Hold that thought. Don't forget it. Nathan Lyon to continue. And that is a ball that is pitched on off stump and spins away from the outside edge of Dawid Malan. Lyon has the line and the length straight off the bat, and maybe an indication of what could have been with the right selection. Not that we can make that linear connection between Lyon and Leach, as this next ball is slightly shorter and Malan is able to get on top of the bounce and play it to backward point, but there'll be no run.
But Leach didn't have 450 runs to play with, did he? So, and so on.
And he doesn't have Lyon's experience. Lyon's a wily bugger.
Right.
Oh, he is a wily bugger is a nice description. That's slightly wider, just maybe slightly quicker, and Malan is on this like a flash, and he's cut the ball behind square, and that's gone for 4. A lovely shot there, boys.
Don't know what you think, Alan Messi, but I don't want to talk them up. That would be a mistake. But I sense Malan and Burns are at least playing down the line and not chasing the ball from Lyon, which is the correct thing to do.
Yeah, it seemed to be that in the India tests we were playing down the wrong line, as that is a ball that is shorter and it's spit and turned, and there's all manner of appeals for a caught behind as the ball spun. It almost unplayable from Malan's position. It's turned a huge amount, and his bat is very close to the outside edge, but no review, as that again is able to be pushed through, and it's pushed through the initial close cover fielder, but there is Cameron Green there slightly further back, and Nessa won't be able to make that the stop, but a single will be able to be taken.
I mean, I think we should just confirm to catastrophists that if England lose this, which they will, Lyon is going to be almost unplayable in this innings.
Yes.
But a lesson there is that Burns takes a big stride towards outside off stump. The line of the ball is down the leg side. He plays the ball to backward square leg, but there will be no run, and that's the end of the over. 32 for 1 is England's total. Just 3 overs in the session.
Sorry, what I was going to say earlier, I don't know if you saw, I retweeted yesterday a comment from, known to us as Paris Bob, Robert McLean Wilson, who writes beautifully about cricket sometimes. He sent into the OBO yesterday, but basically what he was saying is that there are so many people in England, including the English press, who actually love the failure because it's what they expect and they enjoy that sense of doom and gloom. Yes, they enjoy the successes, but it's almost an English thing. I think it creates...
I think it's a slightly easier story to talk about as Stark is in. Good full length ball on middle and off stump, and Milan tries to drive the ball down the ground, but half stopped by Stark himself. His teammates will do the rest and there'll be no run. Yeah,
we could talk about this at length, couldn't we? But I mean, the English narrative is, since the end of Empire, is that of gradual failure and falling away. If you have a look at an English sitcom, it always ends in failure. If you look at an American sitcom, it ends in triumph. Those are the two different narratives of two nations on different curves. It's same with Australia. They need to win, whereas the sort of underlying narrative in English society is this will end badly.
Stark in.
Yes.
And that is wide, and Milan tries to cut, but it beats the outside edge, and there'll be no run.
However much you may not believe in the law of attraction, it does seem that it creates a certain environment for things to happen.
Yeah.
So if you have a look at Basil Fawlty, or if you have a look at David Brent, or if you have a look at the Blackadder characters, they're always destined for failure. That is the British narrative.
But aren't they also bad people destined for failure?
I don't think any of those are bad people, actually. Funnily enough,
don't think Edmund Blackadder's a bad person.
Oh, he's
maybe not him so much. Maybe not him.
Stark in a good ball right onto the top of off stump, and Milan is watchful in his defence. Straight back to the keeper, straight back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
I mean,
but Messi, I struggle to think of I struggle to think of an Australian sitcom. Really, they don't really happen in Australia very much, do they? Messi? Maybe they do, and I just
you missed the golden era of mother and son.
Okay, right. Wasn't sure what the narrative was, but say in something like Friends, they always win in the end ultimately in that sitcom.
Stark in for the fourth ball of the over, and that is slightly more onto leg stump, but Milan will only block that out to mid wicket. 4-dot ball so far in this sixth over of Stark's bowling.
I mean, it's a terrible thing to say, but I grew up. I was quite glad if it was raining at a test match because England had less chance of losing. That's a terrible way to grow up watching sport, but how you grow up watching test match cricket in England, really. Definitely, the scales fall from your eyes when you come to Australia and realise how obsessive they are about winning. It's a different mentality.
Well, as a young boy growing up, my first decent side I was able to watch on the television was the West Indian side, as that is again an attempt at a half cut, half drive by Milan, but the ball's not really there to do either of those things, and it ends up beating the outside edge, and there'll be no run again. Stark is asking the question. It's too close to Milan to try and play that sort of 45-degree cross-batted shot.
That is the biggest flaw in Milan's game. We've seen him get out to that in this series. He does try to cut the ball that's too close to him. Maybe whether it's onto him quicker on an Australian pitch, I don't know.
I mean, I think we take Stark's pace for granted. I think. But he is rapid. Last ball of this over, 12th, and that is dabbed down towards gully by Milan. A good over by Stark, a maiden over by Stark. Milan just survives. Jez,
so
what have we got?
So I just retweeted that piece for people if they want to see it, and I noticed Knuckles retweeted on the Guerrilla Cricket timeline. Mog says, so how about that Stuart McGill being a failed drug lord story? I'm not okay with that, Mog. You may have to fill us in a bit.
Not sure what's going on there.
Derek says this might be one situation where being selfish and batting for your average might help the team. I would have thought most times, actually, batting for your average generally does help the team.
Just be patient, you know.
Yeah.
You ain't you eat an elephant one slice at a time. As that ball is, I think, hit the thigh pad of Burns. I think it's missed the outside edge and fielded it slip, and there'll be no run. Yeah, hits the thigh pad, or misses. It certainly misses Burns' outside edge and ends up in the hands of slip, but it hit Carey, I think. As that ball again, Lyon trying to move the pitch of the ball more towards middle rather than off stump, and again trying to draw Burns forward. He's done so twice and beaten the outside edge twice in this over so far. Lyon in again, and that ball again slightly shorter of what we would consider a good length for an English spinner in English conditions, but perfect here in Adelaide. And he has got Burns thinking all sorts of nasty, horrible things, I think, at the moment.
On the other hand, the thing about Nathan Lyon is the only thing really. This is a chink of light. He doesn't. Everyone's an off spinner, really, isn't it? So you just have to. Yeah. You're not going to get the. Not going to get the variations really.
Well, you can do the overspin from time to time.
The overspinner, yeah.
The fourth ball slightly wider, and Burns able just to let that go without playing a shot. A slight relieving of the pressure. Maybe only even just the slightest of reliefs there. As that ball is more on leg stump, and Burns able to block that slightly easier. And there'll just be one ball left of the over.
As Knuckle points out, Lyon in the fourth innings in Adelaide, 17 wickets at 23.
Which is decent. Slightly back of the length. Burns pushes the ball with no real aggressive intent to mid-on. That will be the end of Lyon's third over. 9 runs coming off them so far. But he is getting in the groove.
And Farong said this was at the beginning of the session, minimum of 36 overs remaining for today, which means play may go until 10 o'clock local time. Madam Mohan Sharma says Burns appears a good batsman. He needs a good score today to boost his confidence. His future is bright. I feel he should open with Bairstow in the next test. Do not, whatever you do, put Bairstow anywhere near opening in test cricket again. It's a fucking disaster. Sorry. Madam,
but you know, we're at the point now where we're starting. You know, to go back to the sitcom analogy, we're starting to see the reruns, and we don't necessarily want to see the rerun. Stark in for the beginning of his new over, and that's too wide outside the off stump, and Milan will let that go through to the keeper.
As Mog says, another difference between US and UK sitcoms is the UK ones are actually funny. Well, some of them are funny.
Well,
there's some shit ones as well.
There is. Well, that's what makes the good. That's what makes the good ones good.
There's some good US ones as well. Let's not delude ourselves. Some of the best ones are from the US.
You're thinking of Schitt's Creek, are you?
Schitt's Creek's more of a drama, maybe, but you know, Seinfeld and that's an absolute classic.
Stark in full length delivery, and Milan has blocked that, but blocked it past Stark, well timed, and will take, I think, just a single. Yes, a single. I think they may have thought about 2, but have sent each other back, and so just a single taken, but well timed by Milan with just that defensive push, and that'll bring Burns back onto strike. Maybe slightly better for the 2 batsmen that they've crossed, and Burns can take a few deliveries from Stark rather than trying to solve the puzzle that is Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, they haven't gone totally into their shells, have they? Burns 22 of 43. I mean, that's the right way to go. You've got to, within reason, play your normal game.
Yeah, I think there's still a sense of, you know, wait for the bad ball and then deal with the bad ball when it comes, but don't look to really necessarily force anything too much.
No need. No.
Not at this early stage of the the session. Stark in, and Burns will let that go harmlessly outside his off stump. And again, there'll be no run.
Adelaide Barnes has sent us a glorious picture from inside the ground of the sun setting behind the stand, and he says chilly but stunning. It looks fantastic. It really does.
I like that. That sounds lovely.
It's funny, it didn't look chilly till you mentioned it, but it makes sense.
Stark in. And that is it's hitting Burns on the pad just outside the line of off stump. But certainly onto Burns in a flash.
Oh dear. Mog is exposing my cultural ineptness. He says, I can't believe you're overlooking such Aussie great sitcoms like All Together Now, Bingle's Fat Pizza and Blue Heelers. I've never watched any of those, so I really am not qualified to be in this discussion at all, am I?
Was Blue Heelers a comedy? I wasn't sure it was. Maybe it was.
I assumed it was about...
They sound more like they're dramas, aren't they?
Stark in, and a push into the covers by Burns. But that will not penetrate the ring of fielders, and there'll be no run.
Kath and Kim, I suppose, is the most noted Aussie sitcom export. It didn't do a great deal for me, but locals liked it well enough. I think it did quite well in England.
Yeah, it did travel pretty well, Kath and Kim.
It's like one thing the Americans do with all both their dramas and their comedies is if they're any good at all, they run them for about 5 series more than they should. And
that's true.
You know, if there's a joke to be made, it's usually made within the first 2 episodes.
Stark
about the ratings.
And that's taken an inside edge off Burns, who had no idea where that ball had gone. He didn't really aggressively go at the ball, just kind of just left the bat out for the ball to hit. And a single there off the last ball of the over. But that is the end of the over. And Jez, what have we got by way of people getting in touch
Angelic
with us?
Scooters is still with us in Canberra. He says David Lloyd was quoted, or at least intimated, as pushing for Bairstow to open with Crawley at Melbourne. Can imagine Messrs Stark, Cummings and Hazelwood liking the look of that. Oh, God. Certainly. And Mog confesses that he may be taking the piss with some of the so-called sitcoms in Australia.
Yes.
It's not like you to take the piss, Mark.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I'll have a look over on YouTube and see if we have company there too.
I think the problem's not with the talent. The problem's with what seems to be the multiplicative effect of Wickets.
Great.
It's collapse after collapse after collapse so far. As Lyon is in, but this is slightly on leg stump, and Burns will just let that drop into the mid-wicket area, and they'll take a well executed single, and that will move Burns onto 24.
Yeah, I mean, Lyon's very experienced operator, and he's 34. He's over 100 test matches. He knows his game inside out. He'll be able to work his way over all of these English batsmen now.
Yeah.
Just the slight variations of pitches. That is a slightly fuller delivery on Milan's legs. He tries to play the ball through the mid-on area, and they'll a second attempt at some scruffy fielding, but there'll be no run as Milan just retakes his guard, maybe standing a bit more around, off stump, maybe outside off stump go. Lyon in, that ball turns sharply again, but Milan goes back in his crease, plays that out into the covers, and there'll be no run. 35 for 1 England.
Longer we can go without Joe. No, the longer we can go without Joe Root having to bat after his difficulties early today, the better.
Well, absolutely, and in general, it doesn't have to be hitting the swingers to be left in the hutch for a while. As a good stride forward from Milan will see a defensive shot for the fourth ball of the over. Still,
Seem to
there's
remember
3 close fielders.
When there's a ball went through and hit Alistair Cook many years ago in the slips in the nether regions, and Joe Root found that extremely amusing at the time when he was a young lad.
It's always different when it happens to you, as that fifth ball is slightly wider, and as we said, because there's so little variation, Milan can leave that ball alone on line, and it's a free ball for the England batsman there to survive. Milan tries to cut this ball away. Not really anything wrong with the ball, but he's onto that width in a flash, and he's thrashed that through the covers, and a well taken 4 by David Milan. Great shot there.
Indeed.
Yeah, often a batsman's strength is also his weakness, isn't he? He gets so many runs with that cut shot, but he overdoes it and sometimes cuts when it's too close to his body.
Emily Elizabeth on YouTube says, Mother and Son was so funny. I also love Kath and Kim. Australian comedy is so good, and British too. I love it. And All Together Now with John English. Love that one too. Simon Q says, even England will say no thanks to Harris offer. They have Burns and Hamid to fill that role. And Matthew Wilson says Hamid is not having a good series. Well, the same could be said of quite a few of the English batters, to be honest.
We've got a change in the bowling. Replacing Mitchell Stark is Michael Nesser, who's going to come on to bowl.
Michael Nesser's here in town. Michael Nesser's here in town. Hi-ho, diddly-i-ho. Michael Nesser's here in town.
And that dulcet tone of a jingle allows me to say, welcome back to the Bear.
Hey!
It's a thing.
He lives.
I've just woken up.
He lives. Good to see you, mate. Nisa pushing the ball across Burns's off stump, but he plays that back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
I don't know why I say this, but looking at Michael Nisa's face, he's clearly a very good cricketer, but he doesn't look like a cricketer. I don't know what he does look like.
Well, I was going to say, if we're going to go on first impressions, who or what should he be?
I think he looks like a regional airline pilot. If I was
airline pilot,
if I was to allocate him a job.
Well, his second delivery is full and wide, and Burns checks his swing, and the ball will go all the way down to mid-off, and there'll be no run. Pretty short run up for Nisa to build up his pace, but that ball is too far across the stumps, and Burns will let that go through to the keeper, and there'll be no run.
He's got a very good average, isn't he? I mean, both Nisa and Richardson would get into a lot of Test match teams around the world, but they've got Cummins, Hazelwood, and Stark to get past.
Yeah. Knackle thinks that he would make a good casual menswear model. And that ball is just nagging on the across Burns on the off stump line, and he'll block that back resolutely to Nisa.
He looks a little bit like the guy who you think's a good guy in episodes 1, 2, and 3 of a murder mystery. Which then turns out he's got a really dark past.
Would you say
7 and 8?
Roguish? He's not good. He's not good looking enough to be a cad or a bounder.
No. But he's not a romantic lead either.
Not a romantic lead either. This one is pitching outside leg stump, and although it hits the pad of Burns, it is no way going to be an LBW. A strangled appeal by Nisa, more of frustration than of expectation.
No right without the beard.
One ball left of this 16th over. England 39 for 1. A testing start to this third session of day 4, but so far both batsmen up to the job as Burns let that ball go. He's on 24. Milan's on 15. England's 39 for 1. Are we due a change?
Indeed.
Yeah, I think we are. I think
I'm short.
I think I'm moving across to ball by ball, am I? I haven't got the schedule
are.
in front of me. But yeah, okay.
Knackle's with us.
Hello.
I'll take over from Jason instead of Jason doing tweets.
Gents, it's been a pleasure. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, Al.
Terrific, Al. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Michael Nisa's got quite sort of ruggedly handsome in a way. There's a look of the Austen adaptation, the farmhand, who we think is the good guy, the put upon, holy-handed son of the soil, but turns out actually to be in league with the posh villain.
Yes, you're seeing it my way, Knackle. Exactly, that's it.
Talk about predictable drama.
Here comes Nathan Lyon, top of his mark. I can't tell now whether I'm ahead or behind on my TV feed. So
you were bang on there. I love watching Nathan Lyon bowl when he's bowling well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So no run off the first ball to Milan. Onto our second ball now. It's slightly Groundhog Day with Nathan Lyon, but the minuscule variations are such that sooner or later you can't help feeling that either Burns or Milan will get it.
They don't have an obvious get-out shot to him, but the ball is turning predictably and consistently, and it does mean that if you can be suckered, if you can manage to not be suckered into trying to guess how much the ball is going to turn, you have a chance.
Totally agree. So that one was just a touch shorter, so Milan could leave that one with absolute impunity. 3-dot balls.
He did develop a bit of an undercutter delivery that can be more likely to go straight on, rather than this thing he's bowling with, either very much overspin with the seam going through the direction of travel or 45 degrees, which again is likely to turn.
And there's another classic example of Milan cutting the ball that's far too close to him and almost living to regret it, but just scooped past the edge and straight through to Carey.
Was the one that he undercut, the slightly scrambled seam, and that is a dangerous delivery on a ball on a pitch that is turning.
Agreed. And that was slightly fuller, slightly slower, but Milan saw it all the way. Just pats it down, 5-dot balls.
I wonder though at some point, if given that basically nothing is going to hit the wickets, I wonder if Lyon might have to go over the wicket to try and bring it to the left-hander. Obviously round the wicket to the left-hander is the first port of call.
Yes. Milan essays, that was quite full, it was almost a half volley, and he essays something a little more aggressive, but gets he certainly doesn't middle it, goes straight back down the wicket to Lyon. That's the end of the over. Milan remains on 15 off 42, Burns 24 off 54, England 39 for 1 at the end of the 17th over.
Josie Oak says, Aussie and great sitcom I don't believe have ever gone together. Mog says, Americans love to remake foreign sitcoms and it's probably only succeeded once in about 6,000 attempts. Evil Scooters says, currently waiting the result of a COVID test after I got pinged as a casual contact this afternoon. Well, good luck with that, Scott. So when did the curators switch the pitch setting to Hyderabad? I don't think it's quite got the Hyderabad turn.
It's been turning since day one. Actually, to be honest, I can't remember the last time there was a test played in Hyderabad, so I can't remember what the pitch is like.
Michael Nisa in for the first ball of the over. Standard delivery on off stump. Burns knocks it down into the offside. No run.
But yeah, the pitch has been turning since day one a little bit, and Nathan Lyon's always going to turn the ball on most pitches.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ashwin is the only other spinner to have got joy on this Adelaide day-night track. Perhaps when we get a moment, Knackle can talk us through how Ashwin has managed to get joy, whereas other spinners around the world haven't. Next ball from Nisa. That's a little wider. That's cut very nicely indeed by Rory Burns, past the right hand of Gully for 4, and we've got to bareback, so we're going to be hearing this.
It's me, Sanshi.
Yeah, he plays that shot well, Rory Burns. He's a little bit like Andrew Strauss in that he doesn't have that many shots. He's got the cut, the pull, and the clip off the legs, but he does play that shot well. Michael Nisa will be well advised to bowl a little bit, a little bit tight to off stump. Ashwin actually in the last series where he came to India actually started bowling more like Nathan Lyons. He bowled lots of overspin.
Nisa in again. That one's a little wider, but Burns not to be tempted and just lets it go through to Carey. There is no run.
So if you can get on a pitch that, okay, Adelaide will turn, but it's not like India. The ball will turn and it will be in line with the stumps, and you can bowl in line with the stumps, and you can rely on the pitch to do a little bit more work. In Australia, the bounce is your weapon, and a lot of the time the ball won't turn as consistently, or if it does turn, it'll miss the stump. So getting that overspin and getting the batter coming forward, but getting it to dip on the batter and extracting that bounce is your major weapon.
Michael Neser in again for the fourth ball of the over. Rory Burns, and we're certainly not going to put the commentator's curse on him, but certainly looking more comfortable. Manages to smother the ball, gets a little bit of an inside edge, and it squirts out into mid-wicket, no run.
You can play the spinners off the back foot if it's coming through flat in Australia in ways that you can't do on pitches that don't bounce as much, which takes a lot of the spinner's weapon out of away from them, unless you can, like Lyon and Ashwin have been able to do, get the ball up and down.
Seeing some shots of the crowd here, people in various states of disrepair around the ground. That one's a little shorter. Rory Burns plays it off the back foot down to point. Again, no run, so apart from that boundary, very little has happened in this over. That's just how England like it.
Yeah, he hit the bad-ish delivery and has blocked the others. He's looking like someone who actually knows what he's trying to do. Rory Burns, he got completely turned around in the first 3 innings of this series. I mean, his dismissal in the first innings here was just a good ball. There's not really too much to write home about there in terms of his errors.
That was probably the falsest shot of the over. Rory Burns, he got enough on it. There was no real alarm, but a very thick inside edge which dribbles out on the onside. That's the end of the over. Milan remains 15 off 42. Rory Burns 28 off 60. England 43 for 1 at the end of the 18th.
Defending a ball that's not going to hit the stumps. Just don't.
Yeah. Madan Mohan Sharma says if Rohit can open and succeed, then why not Bairstow? He's a good batsman and deserves the place. English openers are very poor. He can boost English batting by aggressive opening batting. I'd point out that in the last 2 years, he's played 18 test matches. He's averaged about 22, and he's got a higher score of 57 in 34 innings. So
he also doesn't open in first-class cricket.
Yeah.
We resume. Sorry, Messi. Well, I'll just get through this ball. Nothing much happening there. That's more on leg stump from Nathan Lyon. What's happening with Messi?
Josie Oak is on the Piccadilly line trained to cockfosters, and now I have Paul Hogan saying "serve it warm, mate" in my head in response to a request for a direction to cockfosters.
Oh yes, I remember that ad very well. Second ball, Nathan Lyon going a little fuller. That one's on middle stump, but a little tentatively, Milan manages to smother it.
Milan sort of hanging his bat out when he's playing
little tentative
forward a little bit. He's got spooked a little bit. Milan needs to get off strike. He needs to stop facing Lyon for a while.
That was a little bit more authoritative. He got more of a genuine forward defensive, which goes out into the gully region where it is fielded. 3-dot balls, England 43 for 1 halfway through the 19th.
Rory Burns has had his issues against high-class off-spin, but he has looked more comfortable facing Lyon than Milan has.
Interesting slight change of strategy. Lyon going much fuller in this over, perhaps sensing Milan's hesitance against that full ball, trying to exploit it. Again, almost Yorker length, you'd say, a half volley, but Milan's no attacking attempt.
Much quicker. Might have been the undercutter. I'd love to see the release. There's now 2 round the bat on the leg side. Oh no, offside.
Offside. That makes sense. Yeah.
Again, fuller, but not as full, but good defensive shot there. Good, solid defensive shot from Milan.
The reason he's doing that is, and Lyon got some joy against Pujara like this, as did Leach. It in theory stops Milan being able to get forward as much outside off stump. He's trying to induce some hesitancy. Milan played that last ball well. He did get properly forward.
And Milan's played that ball excellently. It was just a little shorter. We've talked about him cutting when it's too close for him, but he executed that shot perfectly, quite close, but he cut it down to 4 through the gully region. So he moves on to 19 off 48. Burns will face the first ball of the next ball over, and we'll see what's happening on socials.
3, 4.
Oh, it's funny having Jingles back. Oxymoronica says the British sporting conundrum. We are a nation that has become resigned and used to failure, which we begrudgingly accept, while victory and winning provides only brief relief. Knowing only too well, it won't last for long. That's the
definition of being English.
Hanging on in quiet desperation is the English way.
Yes. Angelic Scoozes says your regional airport line pilot is in fact a younger Edgerton brother who decided he wasn't quite gritty looking enough for acting.
Nice, like it.
And Liam Watch says, how does anyone get sufficient experience at first class level? Talking spinners there, I suspect. Oh no, Rohit. Well,
Rohit had a lot of first class experience before he played for India.
The regional airline pilot plaid jacket model comes into the crease again. That's Michael Neser, for those who missed out on the recent conversation. And that's a dot ball to Rory Burns, first ball of the over.
I like the line of approach, though. We're going round the wicket, making sure that Burns is playing all the time, angling in towards the off stump. Rohit had only opened, he had a lot of first class experience, obviously, but had only opened 3 times in first class cricket before becoming a test opener. That's a massive outlier.
Second ball of the over from Michael Neser is quite full. It's about a yard at least outside off stump. Possibly didn't need to play at it, but Rory Burns smothered it successfully enough.
Full enough from that angle. You always think you're going to have to play it. It was a push drive that the bowler happened to intercept. No issues with that. But Rohit Sharma succeeding at Test level as an opener, given his relevant experience. I know he opened a lot in one-day cricket, but that's very different. It's a huge outlier that he's been able to succeed.
One thing we are seeing here is that Rory Burns is batting a yard outside his crease to smother any movement from Michael Neser here, which is interesting. Not sure if that's others can comment on this, where his stance has been up until this point, but very clearly, very noticeably, a good yard outside his crease here.
A lot of batters will bat outside their crease when the ball is moving a little bit. I mean, the ball isn't actually moving that much. Michael Neser can swing the ball, but the ball hasn't really swung all Test match. Without having seen it, I would suspect that he's batting a little further outside of his crease than usual.
Yes, it looks slightly noticeably so. That's the fourth ball, which has really been a carbon copy of the previous 3 balls, about a yard outside off stump, and this time left by Rory Burns, who's looking composed at the crease.
RBF makes the point that at the moment Milan is opening the batting. Fortunately today, Root isn't having to for once. And Dave Wood says his favourite Irish sitcom was Shane Watson Calls for a Review. Did do a lot of repeats though.
A moment of uncertainty from Rory Burns. He does smother the ball, which was almost identical to the previous one, so didn't get quite enough of it, and it's squirted sideways. Momentarily lost sight of the ball, glanced round in a momentary panic, but it was well wide on the leg side. No need to be concerned.
At the moment, it looks like the drag-on is the most likely mode of dismissal for Rory Burns, doesn't it? It's like hanging the bat in the line of some of those deliveries. He looks comfortable enough on the outside edge. It's the inside edge that seems to be troubling him at the moment.
Yes, agreed. Similar ball, perhaps a little shorter, just played down into the point region by Rory Burns. That's a maiden over from Michael Neser. That's the end of the 20th over. England 47 for 1.
Oxymoronica suggests that the difference between Rohit and Bairstow has a lot to do with class as well.
It's a bit of a nebulous. Kind of nebulous, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's very hard to define.
Yes. Angelic Scooters retweets Cricket Stuff's list of the last 20 opening Test partnerships for England, which isn't great looking, and says the Australian one in the replies to the original post is similarly, unsurprisingly, anemic.
Australia started their last Test series, which was against India, with Matthew Wade and Joe Burns opening the batting.
Yeah.
Dark days indeed for Australian cricket, you'd have to say. Nathan Lyon settling into his task, into his 7th over now. He's number 18, coming round the wicket to David Malan, who probably could be doing with getting off strike. He manages to get that one down to mid-off there successfully enough, but perhaps not entirely in control of the shot.
At least it was a shot that might have scored some runs. It's a very interesting field. So we've got the slip the gully and the silly mid-off. We've also got the backward point is... there's a point fielder right on square, and then there's almost a fielder on the 45 on the offside for the square cut.
That one fuller and on the leg stump. And not quite a leading edge, but not far off from David Milan. It's a dot ball, no real alarms, but can't help thinking that something is brewing here.
Keeps making Milan play. David Milan desperately wants one that's just on his hips to tickle away for a single.
Oh my goodness, have a look at this. A clear outside edge from David Milan, straight through to, I think it's probably Steve Smith, and dropped. He has been dropped, an absolute dolly. It has to be said, one of the most straightforward of slip catches that you can hope for. It's what Nathan Lyon has been bowling for. Big outside edge off either the glove or the handle of the bat, and he just seemed to be in two minds whether he should be taking it with his hands up or his hands down. They were to one side. Oh, goodness me. Perhaps he just dipped a little at the last minute, but a bad spill from Steve Smith.
He grabbed at it, didn't he? It was like he was expecting Carey to... I thought initially that it might have turned so much that it missed the glove, but actually that didn't turn. It just bounced on Milan. It's a really good ball, and Stephen Smith does not drop many at slip. That is a poor drop at that level.
Wonder if it's Terra Twilight time. It's a possibility. Might be getting a difficulty with transitioning. There's a dot ball there, fifth ball of the over. Not too many alarms there.
Yeah, and I think Rory Burns might want to face Nathan Lyon for a while.
It's not at all a bad idea.
That's a really
last
ball.
Fifth ball of the over. Rory Burns happy to leave it. Classic off-spinning delivery goes through to Alex Carey, dot ball.
We've been talking about Milan against Lyon. I don't think there was that much he could have done with that. But the point is that he's kind of been there for so long that something like that was going to happen at some point if he kept facing Lyon.
Agreed. Last ball of the over. Last ball of the over. That goes straight through to Alex Carey. And there is no run. England 48 for 1, Burns on 28, Milan on 20.
Leo says, why do people want Pesto back in the Test side? He's not that good, and also not very likeable. By the way, does anyone know what Joe Denley is up to? No idea. Spicy Golden Duck says, good morning, Gorillas. Good evening, Messers. Thank you all for your commentary. It's nice to see Rory Burns batting like Rory Burns again. Well done for being more COVID-proof than the BBC and the ABC.
Well, I mean, the fact that some of us are several thousand miles apart helps.
That does help, yeah.
Yes.
Well, several of my friends are beginning to get COVID, actually.
Every bloody person in London seems to be getting Omicron. It's the reason I've been in my house for most of December in preparation for getting this flight. In just over an hour, I'm doing my Fit to Fly test.
Well, part of it is because you all had AstraZeneca quite a while ago, and it has virtually no impact after.
No, I had Pfizer.
Oh, you had Pfizer, did you? Or are you in a better situation?
And then the Moderna booster.
Right, Michael Nisa in, big appeal. The umpire has given David Milan out LBW. Was it outside the line? Was it too high? And Milan goes to consult with Rory Burns. He inevitably reviews it, and we shall see.
I think that's too high.
A very enthusiastic and concerted appeal, as you would expect, of course, from the Australians, no doubt in their minds. But I'd be surprised if this was out. You never know. It could just be kissing the very outside and the very top of the bail, but if that.
My son says it's too high.
My immediate thought was this is too high. I'd hit him on the front.
I think it's above the knee roll. He's not very far forward. It's a tentative forward, but it's just above the knee roll. History would suggest on this pitch that that's going over the top, but with England's luck, you never know. Maybe it's just kissing the top of the bear. We shall see.
Well, he's not hit it. The bat is close-ish. No. Oh, hang on. Is there an inside edge? There, the bat is quite close to the pad. And there's a bit of a wobble on Snicko. No.
Impact is in line. Wicket is hitting. Can you believe this? It is hitting and is getting a big chunk of middle stump. We were wrong. The umpire was right. He's on the spot. And we did misread that one. It did, to the naked eye, it looked as if it was sailing over the top like all the others. But David Milan is out for 20 runs or 52. He was looking uncomfortable.
Just by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Fair play, good decision, pistol pull rifle, because I thought that was going over the top of the stumps. But Milan caught on the crease. He'd been made to look increasingly uncomfortable by Nathan Lyon, and Michael Nisa gets the reward, traps him on the crease, good delivery. Michael Nisa's a very, very good cricketer, and I'm sure Bharat Sundaresan and Adam Collins will be very much enjoying that somewhere, the leaders of the Michael Nisa journalistic fan club. Darwin Milan gone for an increasingly shotless 20 off 52 balls. England 48 for 2, need 420, and enter Joseph Edward, Hurty Ball's route.
Yeah, he just wasn't far forward enough there. Looking at it again, we slightly got gulled into the impression that he'd taken a forward stride when he hadn't, or certainly I did, and he was actually somewhat trapped on his crease, far more so than I originally anticipated. So a perfectly fair decision, and England lose a review as well, for that matter.
I have got to warn you, there is actually a BBL match going on at the moment, which is unusual during a test match. And before the match, that complete asshat Hodge was talking about Billings as a possible wicketkeeper at the MCG. Billings is currently on 35 off 17, so no doubt there'll be a few people shouting for him to come into the Boxing Day test.
He's got an okay first-class record. He was doing quite well in first-class cricket before one of his many recent injuries, and he was the second choice behind James Bracey during the summer. He's not completely useless, but I don't see Butler being replaced this series.
By the standards of England over the last few months, this is comparative luxury for Joe Root, who's coming in at 48 for 2. Faces his first ball from Michael Nisa. A straight ball outside off stump, which he allows to pass harmlessly through to Alex Carey. There is no run.
Joe Root's been fine as long as Cameron Green hasn't been hanging them out there at 4.5 stump.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Yes, very occasionally great players have problems with fourth or fifth bowlers, don't they? Who was the bowler that Jeff Boycott had a terrific problem with? Third ball of the over, Joe Root manages to smother that, not entirely convincingly.
Thinking of the Indian very occasional seamer, take the shine offer, Eknath Solkar.
Yes, that's exactly who I'm thinking of.
I think England are very unfortunate to have a so-called fifth bowler bowling 143 Ks, as well as Green was bowling yesterday.
He's very decent. I mean, he was bowling. I think the two deliveries that got him out were 130 odd outside off stump wobblers. But yeah, point taken.
In comes Michael Nisa. That's a harmless ball, too short, too wide. Very easy for Joe Root to leave. That's a dot ball, fourth ball of the over. Interesting to see whether Joe Root, who for latecomers, suffered a euphemistic abdominal strain this morning, and
he got hit. He got hit between them.
I got hit in the euphemisms.
He got hit in the euphemisms, and Ben Stokes had to captain the side for most of the first session, but he is out there now. 48 for 2, facing Michael Nisa. 2 balls of the over to go. And he's off the mark. Characteristic Joe Root fashion. Prods it through just wide of points on the offside and comes through for a single. Oh, what a beautiful sky in Adelaide. Salmon pink, you would say. Ah, beautiful.
The pinks and the oranges and the yellows of the Adelaide sunsets that we've been seeing over these last few days. Absolutely magnificent. And I don't get what people are complaining about with the new Adelaide Oval. I think even after the redevelopment, it looks magnificent.
It does. I agree. And, tradition usually means discomfort.
It's true. Last ball of the over, Michael Nisa comes in. That's wide. Rory Burns comes across and smothers it effectively enough. No run, 1 run and 1 wicket off the over. A successful over for Australia. Nisa now 1 for 5 off his 4. England 49 for 2. Root with 1 run and Burns on 28 off 7.
Angelic Scooters says, anyone know how many times Justin Langer opened in first class cricket before he got moved up to join Matt Hayden? I can't remember it happening that often. But yes, for every Langer or Rohit, there's at least one Mike Hussey.
More to the point, I mean, the two openers who I would say have made a significant Test career, having done it mostly in one-day cricket previously, Rohit Sharma and Virender Sehwag, it very, very rarely works.
Yeah.
What about David Warner?
Warner's different because he was an opener in first-class cricket before he played Test cricket for Australia.
Okay, I see the distinction you're making. Nathan Lyon in. The vultures are hovering around Joe Root, but that won't concern him. He's the best batsman in the world. Time for him to bat with some compadres for the next 24 hours and see England through to a meritorious draw or not.
Root wouldn't be particularly bothered about facing Nathan Lyon, relatively speaking. He's a fantastic player of spin, and obviously to the right-handers it's a little bit easier, or for the right-handers it's a little bit easier against Lyon.
That said, that was a slightly false stroke there. There was a shortish ball, which Joe Root instinctively went to sweep, but didn't really quite get in the right position and was well underneath it as it flew over past his glove, which he could easily have gloved it.
He ended up playing the sweep leave, didn't he, once he realised it had bounced?
Sweep leave, yes.
Yeah, it bounced a lot.
There's a repeat, and now, is that a drop catch or not? Probably not. But Alex Carey certainly spills it, and it was almost a rinse and repeat of the previous ball as we have the sweep leave. I think, yes, so what happened there was Joe Root got a glove on it, but he got such a glove on it that it made it impossible for Alex Carey to have scooped it up.
He got an under glove to it, and it went almost straight down. That's basically impossible for the wicketkeeper.
Impossible. That is not a chance. Again, Root not entirely in control of that. Manages to get it down to the deep square leg area. He gets off strike, which will probably be the best idea for him at the moment. Looking uncomfortable against Nathan Lyon early on.
Yeah, it's that little bit of turn, isn't it? Root is a very good player of the sweep shot. Might have to shelve that on a pitch with this much bounce.
Rory Burns back on strike, which makes sense.
Root might be better off playing Lyon off the back foot.
And that one's pitched way outside leg, and just a little nurdle around the corner to square leg, where Burns picks up a single. It does expose Root to the last two balls of Lyon's over.
That's pretty well played, actually, from Burns, because it was leg-sidey, but with that drift and the possibility of it turning back across him, it's very easy to get opened up there at a leading edge or to completely lose your bearings, and he did quite well.
Okay, so that one has spun firmly. There is an appeal as it comes into Joe Root's legs, but Paul Wilson not entertaining the appeal, and certainly Nathan Lyon not seriously entertaining it either.
There is very little chance of him getting an LBW from over the wicket to Root, unless he's basically bowling a middle stump Yorker.
And it was well above his pads. Root does sweep. There's a man down at deep square, so just the single, much more successfully and composedly there. That's the end of the over. Lyon done for 22, England 52 for 2, Burns 29 off 71, Root 3 off 9.
Mogg reminds us that Mark Waugh was pushing for Tymon Mills and Chris Jordan to be rushed in for the MCG test. So yeah, he certainly competes with Hodge for us, Hattery.
It's amazing. Mark Waugh was Australia's head selector for a while.
I know.
When by his own admission, he doesn't actually watch much cricket.
No, not unless there's a horse involved. Oxymoronica says, I was about to write, things seem to be going England's way. Silly me.
Well, I mean,
now, should we have a... it's 1 minute 2. Should we have a change now? One more over.
No, do this over.
Okay.
I mean, things were not going England's way, but they were looking like they knew what they were trying to do.
Yes. Michael Nisar in again for his fifth over. That's a little short, and it gives Joe Root time to get on the back foot and play it neatly down on the onside towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
Well, England are almost certainly going to lose this game, but is it for the line in winter? When the fall, it matters very much how a man falls when the fall is all that's left.
Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, late 12th century historical references here at Gorilla Cricket. That's exactly what we're looking for.
/ mid-20th century films.
/ mid-20th century films, of course, yes. So that's a very full ball on leg stump, which Joe Root manages to get down to deep fine leg for 2 runs. I did ask earlier, Knuckle, and I'm surprised, to be honest, that you haven't come back straight away. Have there been more threes in this test?
There is not a stat guru filter for that, so I don't know.
You've let us down, to be honest.
Look, if Guerrilla Cricket ever made any money, we'd buy a very expensive CricViz subscription, I'd be able to tell you. Cameron Green, by the way, is warming up, the root remover.
The root remover. Well, that's a fairly ordinary bit of cricket all round. A rank, horrid, short, wide ball from Michael Neser, which Joe Root then insists on chasing for no apparent reason, and gets a sort of under edge, which dribbles through on the bounce through to keeper. Not the most distinguished bit of cricket all round.
Yeah. The Ashes is the pinnacle of cricket.
Not that time, it wasn't.
Angelic Skukutus says maybe the better comparison would have been Shane Watson rather than Hussey or Langer.
I'm not sure about Shane Watson's first-class career prior to becoming a perfectly decent test opener for a while.
Michael Neser, that one actually moves in and traces in towards Joe Root. Ends up on his legs. So he just follows the ball nicely, plays it down towards mid-on. There's no run. And yes, indeed, Cameron Green is warming vigorously up. One of the great matchups in this series is going to continue to be Green against Root, no doubt. Michael Neser in again. Standard delivery, just very much line and length. Perhaps a little full, and Joe Root gets on top of it, but manages with a neat shot to get it down to mid-on. No run.
We're doing a change at the end of this over, and I think it's probably a drinks break as well, which is
okay.
Trying to catch on tweets.
So one ball of our stint together. It's been obviously a pleasure as ever, chaps. Thanks very much. Of our time together.
My last Guerrilla Cricket stint of 2021.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, you've gone out on a brilliant ball, actually, from Michael Neser. An absolute beauty, which whistles past the outside edge, beats him all ends up. Joe Root. He's got his hands on his head. Michael Neser, the regional airline pilot, can hardly believe it, and that was an absolute beauty. Nothing Joe Root could have done about that. So we wish Knuckle a very happy and safe trip to the USA.
Indeed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be back mostly in the studio, so Bear can actually get some sleep. At some point in the new year, we reconvene in Sydney.
Oh, happy Christmas.
England 54 for
happy
2.
America.
Sorry. Yes, have a lovely time.
Yeah, and
England 54 for 2. Sorry.
Thoroughly happy Christmas to everybody.
Absolutely correct. England 54 for 2. Burns 29 of 71. Root 5 of 15. Australia looking good. England need 414 more runs to win, or more likely, England 8 wickets. I think, is that the drinks break? Maybe not the drinks break, but I'll hand you over for some tweets, and I think I'm having a break for half an hour.
Oh, right. So, Jason, you've turned up. Where do you want to go?
I'm not having a break for half an hour. I'm on summaries. I'm staying.
Well, Jason's turned up half an hour late.
Oh, okay. Well, he can take over my spot if he likes.
Yeah, you've been on for the last hour, haven't you?
Yeah, that's okay. You can take over from me.
Meanwhile, I'm here for Ball by Ball, and Nathan Lyons.
G'day, Max.
This is just outside of stump, turns and bounces, and Burns plays inside the line, but excitement behind the stumps from Carey and the slips. Is a bit of movement, and yes, hello. that was a seamless transition, wasn't it, into the next section. Line in again. This is straighter. Burns is fidgety down the wicket. I think that's taken a bit of a leading edge, but Spoon's safe out to extra cover, and they scrambled through for a single. Or is it a dot ball?
Yeah, I think we're on to version 42A of today's roster, so it has been a little
that's
chaotic.
True. Yeah, a few overnight rejigs. I don't know who it was earlier who commended us for avoiding the COVID outbreak, as Lyons in again. This turns again sharply on Root, and he flicks it off the hip down to fine leg for a single. But I have COVID, so
congratulations.
I'm pleased to say I won't be giving that to anyone, as we are obviously doing this virtually. But we've not quite escaped the BBC's plague.
Well, the Bears had it. So yeah, it's been around, but isolation via Zoom is quite handy.
Line in again, this is straight and full, and Burns prods back down the wicket for no run.
And Jason, I don't know if you had anything to say, but you're on mute. Oh dear.
Last ball of the over, Lion in, it's full, outside off stump, turns, well left by Rory Burns, and that is the end of the over. England 56 for 2, I refuse to say 2 for 56, off 25 overs.
Fair enough too. Madan Mohan Sharma sent us a lovely tweet saying ABC, SEN, Triple M are all broadcasting the Ashes series, but Guerrilla Cricket is the best. It has all the spices required to make the broadcast tasty. I'm very lucky that I got myself connected to your broadcast. Whenever a cricket match is on, I search you to see if it is available. Thank you very much, Madam Mohan Sharma. That's a lovely thing to hear. And it's great. No, it's not. Cricket Lover says, to be fair to Mark Waugh, he didn't have a clue about most Australian players when he was national selector. No, he didn't. And Mog says, you were saying Mark Waugh is a clueless and lazy fuckwit who shouldn't be allowed near a microphone? I couldn't possibly say that, but I couldn't afford to disagree with you, Mog, of course.
Right, Cameron Green's here, the root remover. He's in, it's full and straight, and Root defends this back down to the bowler, who picks it up in his follow through. Is it jingle time?
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
See it again, this is straight, full off stump, and Root manages to squirt this out into the offside, and they scamper through for a single. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Cameron Green on now after the couple of wickets he's managed to get for Australia. The big man Joe Root in the last 2 tests.
Yep, he's been very good in removing objects.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Knackle described him as the root remover. Maybe I could put him to work in my back garden. I've got a lot of that required.
Oh, haven't we all? A lot more than that. I've got green thumbs when it comes to weeds, I tell you.
He's in again, Cameron Green, round the wicket to Rory Burns, and this is back of a length. And Burns defends this on the back foot out into the leg side for no run. So what do you think it is about?
What do you reckon?
Well, they've already lost half their chances of saving this game with Milan getting out. I think if they get Root as well before the close of play, that will be it and be wrapped up in fairly short order tomorrow.
Agrees it again, similar sort of area to the previous ball, a little bit more to the leg side, back of a length, and it's defended out to square leg for no run. I think the fact that we even think England might possibly have the smallest of chances of getting out of this game is slightly ridiculous. I'm surprised I'm even here to commentate in the last session on the 4th day.
Well, there you go. Things are looking up, aren't they?
Agree it again. This is Fuller on off stump, and Rory Burns is forward, defends that as it dribbles into the offside for no run. You've got to take whatever positives you can. This is.
Yeah, absolutely. Mog tells us that Billings got a 50. Get him in the test side. In fact, I think he got 60-something off 30-odd balls.
Well, the problem is they sent all the Lions home, so the only ones we got left are the people at the Big Bash.
Yeah, how dumb was that? Yeah, Billings made 64 from 27.
Last ball of the over. This is through Rory Burns, and he's given. It's been a tickle of an inside edge through to the keeper there. It's cut him in half, and Burns, shaking his head, does not look a happy boy. He's reviewed it instantly, which suggests he didn't get anything on it, but it could just be a frustration review. We will see. He didn't look too happy at the decision, has to be said. That's jagged back.
No,
and,
it's missed
that's missed everything by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think
It's
it's
not-
may have
it's not
just
Possibly
touched
a,
the
a
pocket.
flick of the back thigh pad, perhaps.
Yeah.
Nothing on hotspot. Yeah, I think this is going to be overturned. We'll see Snicko for confirmation, but yeah, there's a gap there, and the spike on Snicko comes as it passes the back leg, so this should be overturned. But they do seem to the TV feed seem to have got some very poor angles for the Snicko the Snicko reviews, to the point where you can't actually see where the bat is as the ball passes it.
I agree, yeah.
But
Is it,
yeah,
is it poor angles, or is it the fact that fielders inconveniently get in the way and have to relocate themselves?
That's
Yeah, I
possible.
think
There was a
bit
good
of that.
hotspot yesterday, wasn't there, with short leg, where you actually couldn't see at all because there was someone standing in the way at short leg. But either way, that was overturned, so a reprieve for Rory Burns and no wicket for Cameron Green.
Reprieve is probably the right word, given that there's probably another wicket coming around the corner for him. temporary reprieve, no doubt. And we've got we've got the proper hotspot angle there, which actually shows the flick on the rear thigh pad. The first one we saw was from basically the wrong side.
Well, no, except they had to show the inside edge because it was between the bat and the pad.
True, but a bit of. Yeah, they could have shown both. We could have seen for sure exactly where it hit. But Lions in for first ball the next over, and it's into the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah.
Getting through quickly. This is a bit back of the leg, turn and bounce again. Outside off stump, root back. Defends this out to gully area, and again no run. Whipping through his overs here. Nathan Lyon trying to build some pressure on his England batsman.
Indeed.
In again, this is Fuller and turning again back, straight back down the ground, defended by Joe Root.
Just no respite from Lyon, is there? No, he's not quite Jadeja quick, but he certainly rips through his overs in 2 minutes, maybe less.
Yeah, no worries about deducted points for over rates with Lyon on the side. In again, and Roots forward and sweeps this out to square leg. He gets hold of it all right, but doesn't beat the man, and they just come through for a single.
That sort of shot is fine as long as the bounce is true, but there is an inherent degree of risk given that every now and then one gets a bit more bounce.
Yeah, well, he's already invented a new shot, hasn't he, to Nathan Lyon today, the sweep believe, the sweeve.
Yeah.
Fifth ball of the other line, round the wicket to Burns, straight, defended down the wicket.
Feel free to fill in the gaps, Jace.
I will.
Quick, say something.
I'm just trying to get my brain up to speed. It hasn't had any coffee yet, so.
Oh yeah.
Last ball of the over, Lyon in. This is again straight, defended down the wicket by Rory Burns comfortably. And that ends the over. Lyon, he's whipped through 10 now, up 24, and he's having a little mutter with Joe Root for some reason.
Leah makes the point in response to my suggestion that Mark Waugh only watches games with horses involved. That so what you're saying is Mark Waugh would have selected a team of 11 Mark Woods, which is about right. Leah also says Shane Watson made several ducks and a highest below 20 opening in Shield cricket before coming a Test opener. I didn't realise that. That's interesting. She also says, if you have a green thumb in regards to weeds, would you share some wisdom in light of imminent pot legislation here in Germany? Only useless weeds I'm any good with. Everything else dies immediately. It's a sort of hospice for healthy plants, my garden on the whole. Ombre Nueva says, stupid positivity from me. England finish on 92 and then win tomorrow. A surreal concept as my guerrilla commentary-led dreams. Experienced this morning from 4:30 to 6 o'clock while snoozing to the first session. The point I would make is that if England do finish on 92 today, Ombre Nueva will win the GPL, and he is the only entrant today. So you never know; it could happen. Madan Mohan Sharma says, I think it will be the first time that a day-night test has entered into the 5th day in Australia, so credit goes to England. If they survive another 18 overs to the day, then they may save the test tomorrow. That little glimmer is very small.
I mean, I don't know how much England have got to do with this going to 5 days, to be fair. Apart from their bowling.
Yeah, and Brian W1 says, with that saved review, will England now resurface, or will they seemingly drift and hope to bat out the day tomorrow while praying for rain tomorrow? Well, there's certainly no rain forecast. And Peter says, are you even watching? It wasn't Paul Rifle. Must have been Paul Wilson. Did somebody mention which umpire it was? I can't remember.
Rod Tucker, Knuckles says.
Yep. Rod Tucker. Okay, we're up to date on tweets anyhow. And I think we're still in a drinks break, are we?
We are,
Indeed.
I think.
Because I know Channel 7 is showing little bits of the BBL, which is on at the same time right now. Which seems
Shane
confusing.
Watson made his first incarnation as a hard-hitting middle order player, didn't he? Before he then got punted up the order because they're having no viable opening batsman after Langer and Hayden had quit the game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was a fantastic white ball cricketer, Shane Watson. He really was.
He was reasonably good at red ball until DRS happened.
Oh, but geez, he gave us a lot of amusement with DRS. Wouldn't have missed that for quids.
No, there's a very good 7-minute collage of various apoplectic statements about Shane Watson being LBW and then reviewing that is in the archive somewhere, which would be well worth somebody looking at who's got the archive on our Patreon offer.
I mean, the concept of best opening the batting is something that we shouldn't even give time of day to. But, you know, if you're looking for someone who can fill a Shane Watson role, he's probably the closest we've got in the England side to ridiculous DRS reviews, isn't he? So it could work.
Yeah.
Anyway, the cricket's back, and it's Green into Root, and it's in that area that's got him a couple of times, but this time Root comes out on top, cuts it away. It was close to him, but he gets on top, cuts it away square, and it's 4 runs. We're 4 closer to 92.
He does play that jumping cut shot very well. Both feet just off the ground as it gets to him.
Green, and again this is Fuller, and Root defends this back down the wicket. Cameron Green picks it up nicely in the follow through and throws back at the stumps as Root thinks about stealing a single, but fortunately the throw was wayward and nothing doing.
The pink is turning to sort of purple in the sky at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, I thought you took it out of the ball there, Messi.
Yeah, me too. I'm a bit colourblind, but not that colourblind. This is again back of a length outside of stump. Root steers it the way sort of backward of square for a single. But it's that shot that he is so good at, but Cameron Green has been getting some joy out of. Whether it's the height that causes Root extra trouble from Cameron Green, perhaps.
Just talking about the height, I mean, he's a tall guy anyway, but he does seem to make the most of his height with a very tall action to go with the tall height.
I think I read it was 20 centimetres higher than Steve Finn, the release point.
That's a lot, isn't it? He certainly gets a bit of lift from time to time.
Cameron Green is in round the wicket to Rory Burns, outside off stump and well left.
Well, I must say, Green would be feeling a lot more comfortable with himself now after making a few, admittedly fairly junk runs today, on top of taking a few wickets.
Yeah, needed though, isn't it? It's those when you're in a bit of trouble. Doesn't say in the averages or the scorebook where those runs came from.
No, that's true.
And again, Green round the wicket, outside of stump from Rory Burns, and he defends this down towards gully, and there is no run. Knuckles suggested Cameron Green's a a chunky Morning Morkel? What do you think?
I'm not sure he gets as much lift as Morning Morkel.
I think
he doesn't have the pterodactyl arms, the Tyrannosaurus Rex arms either.
Nor the. Well, looks wise, he's suggesting rather than
all the pirouette at the start of his run up.
This is wide of off stump and well left by Rory Burns to end the over. It's 63 for 2 for England. Burns is on 30, Root on 12.
I think that was a no, Knackle. Leah makes an outrageous but entirely correct suggestion that she says, now I know that Messages hasn't listened to fellow Gorilla's Ridiculous Ashes podcast. It's quite true. I've listened to Can't Bowl, Can't Throw, but I haven't listened to Ridiculous Ashes, which is supposed to be very good, though. Mog says, do you think Mark Wall knows that the entire cricket community considers him a total joke? If he doesn't know that, it's because the people with whom he mixes don't have the guts to actually tell him he's a complete idiot.
I mean, a yes man.
Yes, absolutely.
Not yes, no. Oh, sorry, men.
Change of bowler, Bear.
Joy Richardson, he loves to bowl, loves to bowl, loves to bowl. He spells his first name weird, you know, Jhye.
Very good. Yes, Joe Richardson returning to the attack. He will be in at Joe Root. This is outside of off, and Root's on the back foot trying to squeeze it away into the offside. Doesn't get hold of it, and it just dribbles the fielder really for no run. What do you thought of Joe Richardson so far in this test?
I think he's bowled steadily. I think he's bowled to plan. I think he's been slightly unlucky that he hasn't got more wickets.
I think his spell at the beginning of the second innings was his best spell of the match. It was fast and accurate and bouncy.
Is it again? Full outside of stump, and Root is forward, playing textbook forward defence, hold the pose, and there is no run. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was tough for him in the first innings. I think in that sort of bowling in that session where it didn't really do a lot until Mitch Stark came in and broke the game open. But yeah, it looked better second time round.
Yeah, you could say he broke the game.
Joe Richardson in. This is back of a length outside of stump, and Root lets it go through to Alex Carey.
Yeah, he's a kind of bustling bowler, isn't he? He thunders up to the crease and then rushes through it without much of a jumping and delivery stride. So he basically runs through the crease with his action. Trying to remind me, Andrew Tye, I think, who does very similar.
Yeah. That's a fair way of putting it.
Giant Tye.
Both West Aussies.
Shies in, back of a length outside off stump. Root plays this. It's high on him, and it goes out towards third slip on the floor. No run again.
And of course, he's got magnificent hairdo as well. Very bouffant.
He seems to be sort of as a kind of guy who every time the camera zooms on, he just looks a bit surprised. He's got a sort of a perturbed expression.
Indeed.
Richardson is in to Joe Root. This is again outside of a stump, and Root lets it go. No real movement there.
Yeah, there's no real pace through to the keeper either. It's sort of dying as it just gets to the keeper now.
And Knackle was saying if Guerrilla Cricket had made money, they might afford a very expensive CricViz subscription, but in absence of that, you just have to make do with their Twitter feed. And apparently, Joe Richardson's extracted the least swing in this innings out of the Aussie bowlers so far. As he's in to finish the over. This is Fuller outside off stump, and Root plays this dead batted down towards fourth slip, and Cameron Green does the rest, and there is no run to end the over. England 63-29.
And Leah recalls happy days. She says there was an Ashes test in which Watson was out LBW after reviewing it in both innings. She thinks it was at Chester the Street in 2013. And Ravi says, this is frustrating. Can England not do the decent thing and collapse by close of play? The Hofbear needs his sleep. Yes. Yeah, he's going to have to get up at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning as well, the way things are heading. It's a bit mean. Oh dear. Yeah, just listening to you mention Ty and Richardson. West Australia's been blessed with some fantastic fast up bowlers over the year, from Mackenzie and Lilly through to now.
Green's in there, and that's full at Rory Burns. Is an appeal for something. Not quite sure what, as it looked like it was quite well outside, off stump. But either way, no run.
Did I think he was straight onto the boot first instead of the inside edge?
Yeah, he's pretty much middled that onto his back leg. That's a poor appeal.
Oh, no appeal's a poor appeal.
Green round the wicket. This is back of a length, well left by Rory Burns on length, I think. Whistling reasonably close to the off stump, but I think he's well within his rights to leave that one, and goes through to the keeper.
I know this tactic is to make him play every ball, but I still think there's value in going back over the wicket and pushing it across him now.
Yeah, that generally seems to be where Burns edges off, doesn't it? But
yeah.
I think sort of trying to get in at him and threaten with the one that cuts back. That was the one they nearly had him out on, wasn't it, with the overturned review? So probably still searching there. So there was a bit of movement from that delivery, wasn't there? It was a good ball from Cameron Green.
I think it was Naka who was telling us yesterday that it was Burns who, once he gets off a duck, actually has a pretty good test average.
There's a short leg in here as Cameron Green aborts his run up. Rory Burns not ready. Well, yeah, man under the lid. So I think we got a clue as to what might be on the way for Rory here.
Or is it the bluff?
This is still full. Bit of kidology from Steve Smith bringing the man in for now, and Burns goes to play in it and pulls his bat away at the very last minute.
He didn't quite pull it away.
Didn't pull away quite in time, did he?
He's playing the non-shot shot.
I think Green could be a lot quicker than you expect. That was 141.3 Ks, which was pretty damn quick.
Quick enough for me.
Yeah. Well,
this is leggish, and Burns tries to tuck it away, but just flicks the pads and dribbles through to Alex Carey.
Yes, Burns, I think, had a identified flaw, one of many, early on in his Test career, where he was not great against the short ball, which is why I think they've now put the short leg in to get the rising clip onto his pad or onto his chest.
Yeah, and whereas England's opponent of the short ball in this game has been Ben Stokes, when you've got a man who's 6'7" doing it, it's a different ball game, as this one is full, and Burns defends this out into mid-on for no run.
So he's bowled his last 3 balls at over 140 Ks. Were any of the England bowlers bowling that fast?
Don't think so. Don't think we got that.
Not in this test, I don't think.
No, we haven't picked the bowlers who can do that.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Cameron Green is in. This one is short, and Burns ducks underneath it. Goes through to the keeper. End of the over. 63 for 2. Roots on 12. Burns has been there for 91 balls now. So yeah, it's safe to say he's into the period where he can see what he's doing. I think it's time for a change, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It is.
I think he'll start you two.
I'm staying on. I'm slipping over to the summarising chair.
Jason is staying
I'm slipping over to the tweets.
And
excellent.
Messi's back for the last session.
Oh, good. I've never break. Thank Christ.
Yeah, I had a nice kip for an hour and a half. I must have. What did you do over tea? None of you two were on. Because I obviously wasn't here to put anything on, so I presume we just wibbled through tea. Cameron Green is going to continue, and it's defended by Root back down the track, and there's no run. So you've had COVID, Max?
Yeah. I'm on day 7 of COVID, so feeling better now. But
were you ill at all?
Pretty rough on Tuesday, but that was sort of that was the worst of it, and just a bit coldy now, just a little bit bunged up. But yeah, I don't think there are many people I know who don't have it at the moment.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah, it's the London plague.
Well, this is true. My whole family had it about 7th of November onwards for about 3 weeks. That's driven nicely by Root. Beats mid off, sprawling across the field. It's probably not going to make it to the boundary. It's going to be chased down. It'll be one of those threes that you get here. Mitchell start chasing. There's no run. 3 runs. Sorry.
I think possibly the mid-off fielder might have got a touch on that to take the pace off him.
Maybe.
Yeah, Root pounced on the full ball there straight away. Nice to see some intent to at least still score some runs.
Yeah, there was a bit of me. No, he didn't get anything on it. I think this outfield is not the quickest, and it's quite a big playing surface. There was a bit of me wanted this to be over today, just because I don't want to have to get up again tomorrow. But it's not going to be the case unless something dramatic happens in this last out, which of course is possible.
What's been worse, Bear, for the body clock, the day-nights or the staying up?
In some ways this is easier because, I'll explain after this. Richardson is in and through the keeper and there's no run. The overnights are kind of drink o'clock, and that's quite dangerous because obviously you come in and it's around midnight, you've been up all day, and it's like, well, it's night time, I can drink like a fish, and then it gets quite dangerous at about 4 in the morning. Whereas with the ones you get up early, of course, you actually try and get some sleep. So when you get up, it's like getting up, so you don't want to drink. So it's coffee all day, and you're quite sane by the end of it. Although, like last night, I went to bed at 10 o'clock and I just couldn't sleep. I was just lay in bed for about 3 hours and then got up again. So I've hardly slept at all in the last, 36 hours or something. As that skews off the outside edge of Burns down towards third man. Hands on heads for Jai Richardson, but it's 4 runs to England.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
But usually me and Knackle split these tests. So if I'd have done, for example, the first 3 days on this test, I was absolutely fine. It's today it's caught up with me, and tomorrow it will be hard.
You've had to do 5 in a row.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to have to do 5 in a row on the Boxing Day test.
While Knackle swans off to the.
While Knackle swans off to the States and has a nice time. Yeah. Whilst I watch England get pulverised again, as that left outside the off stump of Burns, jabs a little bit at it. But it's through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, that 4 off the previous ball was it was a bit of a false shot. He was playing it slightly away from him and went through the gap in the slips. But he's doing all right, Rory Burns, I think, so far, without wanting to completely do him on. But he'll be probably a little happier that people won't be calling for his head quite so much.
Well, yes, and I have been calling for his head earlier today, in fact. Richardson comes in, last ball of the over, around the wicket to Burns, who does get an edge and has gone. We have just fucking sent him off to the touch. 34 off 94. Burns didn't quite get in line. Good ball, fuller this time by Richardson, tempting him outside off stump. Probably didn't need to really play at it, but as England's way, they don't leave a lot. And he hangs his bat out there. It's a good low catch. Second slip by, who was that who caught it? It wasn't the Pigster, was it? Or was it the Pigster? It was the
Pigster. Yeah.
The Pigster gets yet another catch. There's quite a few in this
Made
test.
up for his earlier drop.
Yeah. Australian catching is clearly a hell of a lot better than England's. And
well, I think they've dropped 2 now, haven't they? Australia.
Yeah. In this test,
I think we've dropped. Well, it was 11 the other day, and
it was at least one more today.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's say goodbye to Rory Burns.
I think he's being a bit harsh on. Yeah, I was going to say he's being a bit harsh there because I think he had to play that ball. There was angling in on off stump, and it was a good movement away that took the edge.
Yeah, it was a bit of wobble seam, wasn't there? And it jagged away slightly enough to take that edge. And
I think that's a case of being got out rather than giving a wicket away.
Well, yeah, he didn't give it away. I mean, I was calling earlier that possibly they might swap out Burns for Crawley. give him a shot.
I mean, what benefit are you getting there? Really, it's just
you're
else
not.
who's
But
going to edge to the slips instead, just on the other side of the wicket.
Well, this is very true. But before this innings, Burns had scored a total of 20 runs in 3 innings, 19 runs, I think, in 3 innings. And would you get any worse out of Crawley? He's a tall man. Likes it coming onto the bat. Probably would play some shots.
Depends what you want, isn't it? Crawley, you might be able to guarantee he might get between 15 and 25 before he gets out, whereas Burns, it's either going to be 5 ducks in a row or he'll get 80, 90.
Yes. Was it when he gets out of above 5 or something, he averages 38. Root is facing up to Green, as that's the last ball of the previous over. And it's defended back down the track, and there's no run.
38's hardly...
it's not,
hardly making waves, is it?
It's not putting up trees, no, it's
when
not.
You take out all the ducks.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, they showed up his scores this year, and there was an awful lot of ducks in there. And a couple of decent scores. Well, at least we're going to get to the end of the calendar year with Roy Burns has now got over 500 runs, so it won't be the first year ever that the highest scoring batsman with over 1,000 runs. As the slips go up, as that one short of a length and rears past the edge of Root's bat through to the keeper, and there's no run. I think it would have been the first year that if Burns hadn't managed to get over 500 runs, that second highest English batsman hadn't got over 500 runs when the skipper got over 1,000 or something. Or the
Scottish he's England's second highest run scorer for the year, so how can you drop him?
Exactly. Which is
look at the rest of them.
Fucking sad indictment. And there was a stat earlier on our feed that Knackle did, as that's defended into the offside out to cover, no run. That before this innings, Root and Milan were 300 for 2, and the rest of the side were 380 for 28.
Wow!
Isn't that fucking? That is an indictment of how shit we've been.
Yeah, if you just dissect that further into Wokes and Stokes as well, it probably looks even worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Green in, defended by Root out to the covers, and there is no run. Generally, England underprepared and weak in the batting department, isn't it? I mean, you've got 2 guys who have scored some runs, and everyone else looks a bit shaky. I think Stokes looked all right in the first innings. Certainly competent and able to stay there. Ran out of partners, of course, and had to go for it in the end. But Pope and Butler have been pretty useless. Green short, ducked under by Root through to the keeper.
It's a problem, isn't it? I mean, Ollie Pope can't play spin.
No, and it's so disappointing as well, because
that's an issue.
I like Ollie Pope. I like his setup. I like everything. He looks like he should be a good batsman.
Well, he's technically correct, isn't he? Yes.
So he's nice to look at, but I suppose that means nothing really if you don't score any bloody runs. And Green has bowled 5 dot balls. The last one in his 4th over is coming down now to Root, who goes to play his favourite shot as a guy down to 3rd man, but gets a 2 square to point.
Danger.
No run. Danger, Joe Root. That's the end of the over. Socials?
Yep, Mog says, in BBL news, Chris Lynn continues to be the most overrated flog in the game. Nunes says that was commentator's curse, referring to Max's faux pas on air.
Pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
And Mog says, Saj Mahmood has 2 wickets in an over. Get him in the test side.
I don't think that's a bad call. I thought he should have been in the squad. He bowled really well in that ODI. So I know it's an ODI series, but he does have genuine pace,
Yeah.
And if that's what you need in Australia,
and we know
he's quick enough.
We know that Wood can't play all 5 tests. So why not bring someone along who can, come in?
Absolutely.
And the rest of the pacemen have been decimated by injury. Otherwise, we would have had Archer and
Ollie Stone.
Yeah.
To rotate around.
Yeah, Richardson in outside the off stump. Stokes just watches it through, and there's no run.
I mean, supposedly England have been planning for 2 years, haven't they? But does the planning for 2 years consist of get Jofra Archer into the team?
Yeah,
and then
pretty much.
And then we bowled him too much. He got injured, and now we don't have a plan anymore.
Yeah,
That was largely it, wasn't it?
It was
I think
largely
the plan was to give people experience, but unfortunately, by giving people experience, they've also managed to injure them all just at the wrong moment.
Jofra Archer got given a little too much experience, didn't he?
Yeah, pretty
the
much.
dog leg overs.
And they really wanted him to play when he was injured as well, didn't they? Really. Stokes lets that through to the keeper, and there's no run. Jim C on the hot mic has been having a rant about England's problems. I'm not going to go through it all. But lack of prep is one big thing as well. I mean, supposedly they went out to acclimatise and there was bad weather, and they didn't really acclimatise. They played very little cricket before the first test.
They played some Mickey Mouse internal games, didn't
they? But I mean,
that was what they could play.
That was what they could play under COVID restrictions. Plus, a lot of that was seemed to be rained off.
Yeah, they didn't manage more than about 30 overs, did they?
Something like that. Yeah. I think they managed one day and about 30 overs. That's left alone outside the off stumpers. Jai Richardson comes around the wicket to Stokes, and there's no run. So they were massively undercooked.
Oh, we could have been perfectly cooked, and I think we'd have probably ended up
we'd
with
still probably lost.
Similar results, but yeah, it's a perfect storm, isn't it? There's a lot of things going into it that haven't gone well.
Nope.
And having done daily review shows on our podcast, we've spent the last 7 shows talking about them.
Isn't it the same conversation every day?
Pretty
that's
much.
left alone through to the keeper for no run, except for I presume when that stand of Milan and Root in the last test, and you thought, ooh.
Yeah, that was our hope day. That was yeah.
Yeah, it's the hope that kills, man. It's the hope that kills. But we've mentioned this throughout the series. England are a pretty average test unit, really, and until they get the batting sorted out, I don't think the bowling is so much of a problem.
They don't have the runs to play with. That's the problem.
They never have the runs to play with. That's defended right in front of him by Stokes, and there's no run.
We're always asking the bowling unit to dig us out of a hole. So if the bowling unit don't bowl the other team out for 150, they've failed.
Yeah, basically. Which there's no wonder that Jimmy looks perma-grump, but it's tricky. And as I've said earlier today, I think this test is not as bad almost as Brisbane, because Australia won the toss and did what they needed to do, having won the toss and batted first, and they've had England under pump ever since. Although it is England's fault that they've dropped so many catches. That's defended by Stokes on the crease. The last ball of the over looks pretty comfortable, and there is no run.
Rocky 5, sorry, sent us a gif, I think, of what is presumably commentated cursing. But I'm not going to click on that just in case it's something else. Just thinking about this for a second. If they have been planning, they'd be planning on the batting and the bowling, and they've probably neglected the fielding aspect of it, which is quite important in Australia because they're big grounds and you don't really want to chase the ball if it goes past you.
Well, it's not even that. The problem with England is how many bloody dropped catches they do. I mean, they're the 9th out of 10th, is that the top 10 test
in the World Test Championship, I think we're sort of around the Sri Lanka, Bangladesh kind of.
Exactly. I mean, we just dropped too many catches, especially in the slips. And keepers especially should not really be dropped. I mean, Larry Shane's drop, the second one when he was in his 90s on day one, was, it's a joke.
Yeah. We should maybe. It's absolutely dreadful dancing going on down there by someone in the Australian team.
It's
Jai Richardson doing.
It's
Khawaja doing shuffle dancing.
Yeah, indeed. They seem to love it in the crowd. Green in onto the pads of Root. Can't bowl there. And funnily enough, he clips it out towards deep mid wickets. A race down there to stop the 4. It will be stop 4, but presumably it'll then be a 3. Oh no, they jogged 2. Should have probably got 3.
That's my train of thought after that Khawaja shuffle dance. I was going to say something. I'm sure it'll come back to me.
Indeed, same here. I had something important to say, and it's gone. It's a problem with being up.
It was the dropping, wasn't it? Joss Butler. We should probably mention the absolute stunners he took. This morning, but maybe.
Well, he dropped 3 and caught 2, so the 2 were quite important. They were Larry Shane. That's outside off stump of Root, and he lets it through to the keeper this morning. I mean, fortunately, the one he dropped this morning, the second one, Smith, wasn't that important in the end, as he did catch a stunner. He made up for it with a stunner down the leg side.
You don't always get the opportunity, do you, to make up for it that quickly?
Exactly. And it would have been nice because that was Smith's only second golden duck as well. This is a good thing to have on him. Green in short of a length straight, and Root just plays it into the leg side and there's no run. And I guess that opens the door for Bairstow. If you don't want him opening, blah blah blah. If Butler's really hasn't scored any runs either, he's dropping catches. I know Bairstow has iron gloves. Somebody even suggested yesterday that Bairstow was a better keeper than Butler. I'm not so sure about that. They're pretty equal.
Yeah.
But I think we could probably get more runs out of Bairstow actually than Butler. The ball doesn't tend to jag around here, so his gait might not be so well used over here. That's left alone outside the off stump.
And you can leave it open for the postman without worrying too much.
Precisely. And there's no run.
I'm afraid I'm in the camp of Johnny Bairstow shouldn't be anywhere near the Test team anymore.
Yeah,
we've tried it. What are we expecting?
Well, he might get 23 runs, which is more than naught.
Yes. We're pining for mediocrity now. That's the statement.
Yeah, it's a sad indictment, isn't it? Clipped up to mid-on by Root with no timing, and there's no.
I think the answer is that's not the marginal gains you are looking for.
Well, it's more than marginal gains we need, isn't it? That's the problem.
Yeah, way more than marginal gains.
Look to the page.
But our batting unit's been weak for a couple of years now.
3 years, I think, since 2018, 2019.
Was that when Cook retired?
No, Cook went a bit earlier than that, I think.
It's been pretty poor since then, really. Into the offside, and there's no run. We do need to find an opening partnership that actually is consistently scoring some runs. I mean, openers get it tough, and they will get ducks and they will get low scores.
Some tweets. Planmore says he's out of his depth, I'm afraid. I think that's talking about Burns. Leah says, I disagree, Bear. A bowling attack in which Joe Root has more wickets at a better average than Stuart Broad in 2021 is a problem. Messages is exhorting all to come to Guerrilla Cricket where the English agony is palpable. Hombre Nuevo says, have we been ruined by the success of Anderson and Broad? Every kid wants to be there like them, then we only have 3 possible pace bowlers and not much in the spinner bag. So when we get injuries or lack of investment as in spinners, our attack is one-dimensional.
Well, yeah, pretty much through to the keeper and there's no run. But then can't really complain about Broad and Anderson. They've got nearly 1,200 Test wickets between them. It's difficult to. Apart from the fact they're old, well, especially.
I mean,
old.
it's a global game, isn't it? There should be people out there going, I want to be like Mitchell Starc and I want to be like Jasprit Bumrah as well. There's that sort of thing. I think it's possibly more about the way we play cricket in this country that makes being that kind of bowler so successful and gets you into your county team.
Well, that is the point,
Duke's ball and
yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you can only play. I mean, you're brought up where you play your cricket. Now, I guess I mean, India have invested in fast bowlers. Richardson is onto the pads of Stokes, who holds the pose, whilst Root calls for a run as it squirts out towards third man, chased down by Nathan Lyon. I mean, what else do you do in England? I mean, real pace doesn't actually necessarily advantage you in England, whereas actually with a Duke's ball, as you say, on nice green juicy wickets at the beginning of the summer, being a nice 82 mile an hour guy who can nibble it off the seam and swing it in the air is very advantaged. So we are still pretty good at home, let's be honest.
I'd like to see us do half a season with the Kookaburra and County Championship and see what happens.
I would like Australia to bin the Kookaburra and find a decent ball.
By Dukes.
Well, it doesn't have to be a Dukes, but I mean, if you look at the Kookaburra ball, that is defended out to the offside to, well, gully really, and there is no run. There isn't really a seam on it. It's just a bunch of stitching. It's you know.
But aren't they trialling a new Kookaburra, which you got slightly raised?
It's slightly raised, and they've got this plastic coating or something inside the leather, hasn't it, that makes it last a little bit longer, supposedly. let's be honest, India used it pretty well last year. But they got Jasprit Bumrah, and he's an enigma, and they've got spinners, obviously. Spinners coming out of their arse, to be fair, and that's unsurprising as well, because that's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that India didn't really have any decent pace bowlers either. It's only that they've realised that they need to get some, maybe change their wickets a little bit, as Knuckle keeps telling us. That it's
that's the thing, isn't it? How does it work in most global cricket? We're the only people playing with this Duke's ball, so maybe we should be thinking about.
Max, I think the West Indies have now started to use the Duke's ball to counteract their slow wickets.
Oh right.
Richardson in, but we birthed the game. God damn it! Everyone should use what we started with. As that's played square by Root out to the offside, and there's no run. And and the Aussies used the Duke ball in Shield cricket, didn't they? Before they came to the Ashes the last time they were here, so that the bowlers could get used to it. But I mean, if you bowl with a Kookaburra and then you're given a Dukes, it's like Christmas, isn't it? I mean, suddenly you're very skilled with a ball that does fuck all, and then you're given a ball that does shitloads. It's like, yay!
Yeah, you get those one that's red on one side and white on the other.
Yeah, whereas going the other way is always difficult. And maybe you're right. Maybe they should do. India used the SG ball, which again is slightly different. Does have a seam. That's played into the leg side by Stokes out to mid wicket, and there's no run. But
I think the point is we've got to do something, haven't we? We've got to try something.
Well,
we've got to read some tweets.
We'll read some tweets.
Maybe Twitter has the answer.
Yeah.
You need two things to be a good test opener, says RBF: technique and ticker. Further than Hamid don't have it. I think that's a bit hard. Our very own Knuckle says on the GT channel, England's institutional lack of faith in spin bowling goes way further back than Anderson and Broad. Barry Goodman says, if it had been Richardson dancing, would he have been gyrating? Tish. Angelic Scooter says, England did have that one pretty good series with the bat in South Africa, and they did pretty okay in Sri Lanka. But yeah, apart from that, it's been pretty slim pickings.
Yeah,
Mog says, pretty sure that at least 4 of my 5 cats would be better keepers than your current options.
Maybe. Well, I mean, there's the argument for folks, isn't there? That's the eternal argument on guerrilla cricket. Half the people calling for folks, and he's not a bad bat, but apart from the fact he slipped over going to the changing room and did something terrible to himself at the beginning of the summer, which would give him a long run in the side, to be fair. Root defends that square on the offside and there's no run. I mean, he would have had those tests against New Zealand at the beginning of this summer if he hadn't done himself an injury, and that might have stood him to be part of the test side during the summer if he'd have done well then. It's an unfortunate injury to him.
It's a lesson to all amateur cricketers out there: don't wear spikes on wet concrete.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't that long ago that England won. Well, 10 years ago, but I mean, England were number 1 Test nation in the world. We did win in Australia. There's a lot of application went into that, so it's not that they can't get there again. And Stark is back into the attack. I should have mentioned that. He's bowling over the wicket to Root, who just defends that back down the track, and there's no run. I do think a little bit of T20 has, the inevitable rise of T20 has a bit to do with it as well. The fact that players can make a living without playing Test cricket quite reasonably now around the world. If you're a bowler and you have to bowl 4 overs once every other day, and you can make a couple of $100,000 in 2 weeks, it's not a bad living, is it? As Root defends that out to the offside, and there is no run. Whereas you can be perennially battered by the press, live in bubbles, and go around the world, away from home for a couple of months at a time in a test side, and your standard wage might be $500,000 a year. Fair enough. You could do 2 or 3 tournaments for a month at a time and make the same amount of money. It's something to be balanced, isn't it? Start, 4th ball of the over is over the wicket to Root. who lets that past. That's well wide of his off stump. No need to play, and there ain't no runs.
More traction on spinners on socials. RBF says it's not helped either by certain county in the southwest preparing pitches that make very ordinary spinners look like Cumberland and Warren. To which Jonah Cooper responds, "Heaven forbid having pitches that might get spinners a game."
Well,
and I also want to make the point that Essex do exactly the same to accommodate Harmer, but they don't get nearly as much opprobrium as Somerset do.
No, true. And weren't we going to try and get Harmer into the side? But now there's no. He's qualified as English now, isn't he, or something? Or he will do when he's about 39. That's defended square on the offside.
Yeah, there's a couple of years left, but yeah, I think.
And Root won't get through for a single.
I think he's given up on the idea, and he's potentially gone back to South Africa, and is re-qualifying for South Africa.
No, fair enough. They'll have a lot of cold packs. You know, they can have a potentially decent side again. I mean, South Africa are a really strong side. I mean, they're not that great anymore. I mean, that was a series we won away. That was a tough series as well. Lost the first test there, looked awful. Came back and won it 3-1 in the end, I think, in 2019 winter, just before the pandemic. That's defended square.
I mean, South Africa's got its own issues structurally with cricket, hasn't it? So
well, there is well, some of these a lot of places like Sri Lanka, West Indies, South Africa got a problem with being able to pay their players enough to want them to be professional cricketers, I suppose.
Well, there's that. There's also the issue about quotas in South Africa as well, which is somewhat divisive, potentially within the squad.
Well, apparently Mahmood got 4 for 9, I'm being told, on Hot Mic, and his BP.
Yep. Knackle said it in the chat as well. 4 for 9 from 2 overs.
Nice. Get him in the side.
Yeah. Lions back. Thought as much.
Yeah.
8 overs to go, is it?
Is that 8 overs?
Keep the goat out for long.
We won't get through 8 overs in half an hour, I doubt. So we'll go through till 11:30. Let's give him a jingle.
Was his living spinner. He's lying. He's not too bad, that's true.
And he's going to bowl around the wicket to Ben Stokes. 2 slips, short leg, guiding that in towards leg stump, defended by Stokes. And there is no run. I think we'll have a change at the end of this over. The last slot of the day, fourth is going to give you ball by ball. Messi's going to come in, and I'm going to remain here until the end of play. Lion around the wicket. Oh, and that one turns, and Stokes probably didn't need to play it.
Doesn't need to be playing at that. No, that's the area where you can kind of bank on it spinning a bit, especially with Nathan Lyon. And it did turn a lot, but
yeah, and he fenced it. It was lucky he didn't get a little tickle on that. Round the wicket again. That's straighter. Has to pull out that one, and does. Defends it into the offside, and there is no run. These two could bat out a day tomorrow. Totally capable of it, he says, with a lot of optimism.
I mean, yeah, like they're probably the two you'd need to, aren't they?
Yeah, a good part of it. That's defended into the leg side, and there's no run. I mean, I remember watching Collingwood and Pryor bat out nearly a whole day in New Zealand a few years back. It got out at the end, and it got tight at the end, but they, it's that kind of thing that gets you to draw.
I mean, it's not.
It shouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility,
No.
but it feels like it because it's England. Stokes defends that one.
Squared him up, something horrible.
Yeah,
it's not the world's worst fifth-day pitch, but when you've got, it's going to be like 30 overs of Nathan Lyon, isn't it?
There is, and we just saw the ball before that did miss. Stokes is outside edge, take a massive chunk out of the pitch. There he goes right back in his crease. Ooh, that's dropped down into the offside, beats the slips, and Root calls him through for a single. And so they get one off the last ball of the over. And we will have a switch. Forty's going to do the last slot. Messi will come in. Good to see you again, Max. Recover well.
Likewise, thank you very much.
And
maybe see you tomorrow.
Yes. With a bit of luck. And I'm awake.
We won't need the whole over. There's only 6 overs left, and if Lions bowling, they'll be finished by 20 past.
Okay, that's good. That'll make a change.
Okay then. I'm seeing more of you two than I am of my own family at the moment. That's nice.
Well, ditto. I don't mind.
It's fine. I was going to say something, make some humorous griff about my own family, but my son Jamie just rang me and said I can't stand the commentary on the telly. When are you on next? I said, well, actually, on in 5 minutes. So, hello, Jamie.
Hello, Jamie.
Jamie.
There we are. He's just moved out of home for the first time with his girlfriend, and big cricket watcher will be at the Melbourne Test in a few days' time.
Moved into a love palace, huh?
Oh yes, very much so. Yes.
And Bear, you were asking what we did at tea time. We just talked to each other about our own histories, which apparently our audience really enjoyed.
Excellent.
It went across really well, and it was good fun too.
Yeah, I put my head down next door, and the next thing I knew, it was 9:20. I think when I woke up, I thought, oh shit, missed tea.
Right then, Mitchell Starc resumes hostilities. Ben Stokes crouches over his bat. Tattoos gleaming in the twilight. Well, it's dark now, actually, in Adelaide. Leaves that one successfully. Sails through to Alex Carey. No run off the first ball of the over. Once again, I have to work out if I'm slightly behind or ahead on my TV feed. Just give me a moment. I think we know now.
It's roughly the same. It's weird though. It's weird that it fluctuates. That's what's strange.
Yeah.
No, I don't get it.
Is it actually the TV feed, or is it a web feed that's onto your TV?
No, it's Fox Cricket.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Fox Cricket is slightly different. I'm on Channel 7, and it's almost spot on.
Okay, maybe I might switch at some point. Mitchell Starc in for the second ball. Stokes resolutely behind that, beginning to take good shape. Stokes, 17 balls into his innings, jabs down on it nicely. It's wide of the wicket. His feet are beginning to move back and across nicely, and he's looking the part for now.
Yeah, these two have got to survive tonight and then get in tomorrow morning, haven't they?
They have.
And then it'll be the hope that kills us, especially if they get through to lunch without losing a wicket. We'll all be going. And then straight after lunch, one of them will fall, and it'll go like a pack of cards, and they'll wheel out about half an hour before tea. That's my betting.
In comes Mitchell Starc, and Stokes noticeably takes one step across to nullify swing, I guess. Doesn't go forward, he goes right back in his crease and shoulders arms, and the ball sails back through to Carey. So he's got his own unique method of dealing with Mitchell Starc here, and he's trusting himself to go right onto the back foot to, the traditional way is to bat way outside your crease to nullify Mitchell Starc, and Stokes is going the opposite direction on this occasion.
I can't see them surviving Lion for too long tomorrow, particularly if it turns even more.
It's hard to see, isn't it? Mitchell Starc in, fourth ball of the over. Again, nice, resolute defending from Ben Stokes. Knocks it down into the gully region. There is no run.
Well, you could imagine if Butler comes out and Lyon's still bowling, the only thing that Butler's going to be able to do is be counter-attack, try and hit him out of the attack, you'd have thought. I wish he'd do a little bit more of that, because he's looks ineffectual when he's... this is the problem, I guess. If you can't play a test innings properly, which he doesn't seem to be able to, then he just needs to come out and give it some Humpty, really. But then we'll just cut him though when he gets out to a shit shot. it's a hiding to nothing.
It is rather. Starc in again, fifth ball of the over. That one's a little fuller, a little closer to off stump, but no problem for Ben Stokes, who gets everything nicely in line. This time pays it out onto the onside. There is no run yet. I was a little bit, I suppose, concerned about Jos Buttler. He just looked mentally as if something had slightly gone. He just did not look happy this morning.
No, maybe he thinks
he's got a lot to be unhappy about.
What does that mean? Maybe he realises that Test cricket isn't really for me. I keep saying it is, he says to himself, but actually I don't enjoy it. I kind of get that feeling. I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped him and he came home. And I wouldn't
be surprised.
And Bairstow jumped into the side.
touch of the Jonathan Trotts. One hesitates to say it, but it might be. Again, rinse and repeat. Last ball of the over. No run as Stokes just plays it out on the onside. Stark completes his 9th over. He's number 17. England 75 for 3. Stokes 2 off 21. Root 18 off 54.
So Aidan says Swan had an excellent record, but even he wouldn't have had the same success if the batting was so poor. I suppose the keeping issue is frustrating because of so many excellent keepers. Guerrilla cricket, a pure keeping county cricket, has several of the best in the world. RBF says pitchers that get spinners into the game are fine. Ones that rag square at tee on day one don't help anyone, in the same way that green pitches don't help develop quicker bowlers because they make life too easy for them. We play all our red ball cricket on lawns or dust bowls. Probably not all, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
He also says you think Leach and Best would be in the England reckoning if they hadn't spent 18 months running through teams on Bunsons at Taunton. Give over. Yeah, I think that's a strong point there.
Yeah, but the one thing that, it gives them confidence, and part of being a spinner is having confidence that you believe your bowling can take wickets. I mean, if all you're doing is getting set defensive fields and people just pat you back because there's no pace, bounce or turn in a wicket, and you're just used
but that's a false confidence. You're not working for your wickets in a way that Lyon does, for example. I mean,
Nathan Lyon starting a new over, comes over the wicket to Joe Root, and again, prodigious turn, but predictable turn, and Joe Root plays it.
You say that, he was head curator at this ground, and it turns. So,
oh, yeah.
And it's different bowling spin, obviously, in Australia. The wickets are harder. You've got to rely more on bounce.
Second ball of the over starts out a little wider, and so Joe Root is able to just flick it down towards deep square and plays it nicely enough. There's big turn here, but almost too much turn for Nathan Lyon.
Yeah,
it's too predictable.
I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow, he might not do it today, but if this turn continues, he might come around the wicket to the right hand and bowl it a little bit.
Yeah, he's got. Well, speak of the devil, he's coming round the wicket right now.
But they got a single, so he's bowling to Stokes, which makes more sense.
Yes, it does indeed. That one pitched right up on off stump. No great turn there, but Ben Stokes is looking very organised in his defence. It has to be said at the moment. Smothers the ball nicely out on the offside. There is no run.
Bear in mind too, Bear, that this is a drop-in, has been for 5 or 6 years in Adelaide.
Yeah, but the other thing, I think in England, I'll say this as a spinner.
Well, just hold that thought for a second. That one was pitched a little shorter. Stokes rocked back onto the back foot, played it down through the gully region. They scampered through for a single, and they move on to 77 for 3. Stokes onto 3.
Look, if it's not going to turn, you'd much rather have bounce than English wickets, because even if you've got enough guile on a wicket that has bounce.
Yeah.
On that ball, nothing much happening. Classic delivery, which was just smothered by Joe Root out to the point region.
You are a little bit quicker. You've got more to play with your length. The problem with English wickets when they're green and slow is after this ball.
Last ball of the over, and Joe Root doesn't play a shot. Shoulders, arms, rather dangerous. A half-hearted appeal. It was clearly sailing over and probably past the leg stump as well. He doesn't want to be doing that too often. End of the over. England 77 for 3. Root on 19. Stokes on 3.
Joe McCooper says, sounds like you've been drinking the Kool-Aid. That was to RBF about playing all the red ball cricket on lawns or dust bowls.
There's no dust
bowl. Pat says, we can't pick Mahmood because that's not part of our meticulous planning for the tour. No change is necessary. We plan meticulously.
Yeah, right.
As is clear.
Sure.
And RBF says, sweet denial of reality, the soft drink sponsor of English cricket. Darren Macy says, the thing that gives me the sense of certainty that we can't bat out day 5 is that English bats seem pathologically incapable of resuming an innings in the morning after being well set overnight. End down 3 today, and we'll be down 5 within a couple of overs tomorrow.
Quite possibly.
Mitchell Stark resumes, and you won't be entirely surprised to discover that Ben Stokes has just played that nicely back down the wicket. There is no run. Stokes intent on stumps, very single-minded, very focused. Possibly these two, well, I've had to say almost certainly these two, are the only two batsmen in the English side you could envisage batting through an entire day to save a test match. So let's just hope they're there at stumps. Not long to go now. Stark in for the second ball of the over. This is interesting. It's not that interesting. A short ball which sails past Ben Stokes' chest on his leg side as he weaves inside it. Appeal from Carey, but Mitchell Stark says, I heard nothing. Optimistic appeal from Carey, no review.
Let me finish my point about spinners in England. So, at least in Australia, you get a bit of bounce, right? So you can drag someone forward, even if it's not spinning, you can drag someone forward, and therefore you can try and beat them in a flight. The problem with England pitches when they're so slow is if you try and do that, the ball just sits there and says, hit me. So you can't really do that. So at the beginning of the season in England, when it's green and slow, you end up basically having to pitch the ball right up, and that doesn't do you any favours. You might be able to contain someone, but then someone will get hold of you eventually.
Right, so this looks like a change of strategy from Mitchell Stark. He's banging the ball in halfway, targeting Ben Stokes' chest. This one, Stokes rocks onto the back foot but misses it entirely. It bisects him. An untidy piece of keeping from Alex Carey. If there had been just a little nibble, which there wasn't, he would have spilled it anyway. They've now put a leg slip in. David Warner.
That was a fantastic delivery.
And to be fair, before Australia settled on Nathan Lyon, who didn't, has made himself into a great spinner by dint of having enough rope to hang himself, I guess, when he started out.
Yeah. Well, he's bowled
Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark just settling into some leg theory here, but that one sails harmlessly past the leg stump, and Ben Stokes just waves it through. Sorry, Messi.
Yeah, well, I was just looking. Nathan Lyon's bowled almost 26,000 test deliveries.
Well, exactly.
And God knows how many other first-class ones, but that's an awful lot of time to work into getting your game right.
Precisely, and you've got to have the time to be able to do that in situation. I mean, they went through, how many spinners did they go through before they settled on Lyon? I mean, they had Beard, they had Doe.
7 or 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Casson, Frazier, Cameron White. That again, that ball was dug in halfway down the pitch, but this time on the off stump. Very easy for Stokes just to play it down. I remember talking to a man at our club, cricket club, when Nathan Lyon was first establishing himself in the Australian side, and he was apoplectic. He said, Nathan Lyon has got nothing. He's got no spin, he's got no revs. What is he doing in the Australian side? But they backed him, and now look at him, 400 wickets on.
Exactly that. I mean, I remember doing an India series when India played Australia. Steve O'Keefe, he got an 8-for against India. Where is he now?
Yeah.
Okay, so leg theory continues. This one was dug halfway down. A rather fanciful review from the Australians. There was an appeal for LBW, but clearly it was going over the stumps. Steve Smith doesn't entertain it for long. That's the end of the over. England 77 for 3, Stokes on 3, Root on 19. Anything happening on socials?
Yeah, Jason Hiscox retweets Nick Sharland saying it's very much under the radar, but James Anderson has match figures of 3 for 66 at under 2 runs and over. That's a truly phenomenal effort in the circumstances.
Yeah, true.
It really is. And Varong says Khawaja in for Harris on Boxing Day. God, I hope so. He has the moves. He's retweeted a picture of Khawaja pulling up the shuffle for the Barmy Army, where he was dancing for him. Which is pretty good.
Very nice. That was a nice bit of interplay. Nathan Lyon, that was a good ball actually, and it darted in at some pace towards Joe Root, who just managed to get in line in time, knocks it down on the onside through the square leg region and gets 1 run, gets off strike.
It's gone well over
Stokes. A full half volley. Ben Stokes, because he's intent on defence, would have smashed that, finished in a more aggressive frame of mind. It just plays it out to cover point. No run.
Well, Jason on our feed says he reckons that there were 12 spinners after Warren before they got to Lyon.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It seems a lot, but it's possible. Yeah. I'm not sure I could get to all 12, but I could probably do 7 or 8 of them. Ben Stokes rocks back onto the back foot, plays it out through the covers. No run, a cruise.
And I guess Australia is a place again where the spin, it isn't deemed, to be a major part of the game.
That's the classic Nathan Lyon delivery. Just tempts Ben Stokes to come forward. He does rock forward. He plays at it. And he follows the ball slightly. Lucky not to get the edge, but it goes through to Carey. No run.
But it remains a case generally in Test cricket that you do need a spinner, just to add balance to your side.
Yep. Stokes rocks back onto the back foot, plays it down to the gully region. No run.
England really need to find one. I don't think that Leach is a bad spinner, as I've said many a time before. I think he bowled extraordinarily well actually in that India series.
He did bowl well. Rinse and repeat for that last ball. Played down to the gully region. That's the end of a very rapid Lyon over. Just one run from Stokes, from Joe Root off the first ball of it. And as you were.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of opportunity in first-class cricket in Australia. Each state team only plays 10 first-class matches a year, so that's all the chance you get to develop a spinner. Madan Mohan Sharma says just 6 overs to survive, just 3 now actually. Australia in attack lacks variety. If England show dedication and determination, they will draw the match tomorrow. In the third test last season, India were 102 for 3 and they drew the test. Yeah, but India. Jason Hiscock says turn, yes, but don't forget who's bowling at the other end. Stark's footmarks outside the right-handers off stump, proving very handy. And Mark Spinner says Lam wasn't actually curator at Adelaide Oval, he was a member of the ground staff team. Picky, I know.
He was head groundsman, they were saying earlier on.
Is there an ideal pace at which the ball swings, and is it different for the Kookaburra compared to the Duke's ball?
Well, the Duke swings longer.
Into a new over from Mitchell Stark. He comes in round the wicket and he has, I'm afraid to say, felled Joe Root in the very same region that he had his difficulties. He is in serious difficulties here. He is in serious agony. He is rolling on the floor. He is gasping for breath. He is doubled over. He is in a huge amount of pain. That has obviously aggravated this morning's injury. He's a tough man. He's a Yorkshireman, but my God, he is in some pain here.
I think we can all feel that.
Yeah, fucking hell. Especially when you've had one in there earlier in the day and had a scan on it. That cannot be.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, I mean, this goes beyond the usual humorous chuckles when someone gets struck in that region. This is obviously far more serious than that. Oh, my goodness me. It could not have targeted the region any more accurately.
No. Oh, that's pain. That is so much pain. I feel for the man.
Jeez, yeah. And that's from Mitchell Stark, who's probably, with a ball like that, the fastest of the Australian attack.
Yeah.
111.
I mean, when I think of Australian bowlers, I generally think of fast bowlers, It's certainly an environment where pace is a premium, isn't it?
Yeah, but the other thing is that there's always been a tendency for first-class games to last a reasonably long period of time. So you'd get 400 against 400, and that gives room for a spinner to come in as well.
Yeah, but
my sense is a lot of English games end up being 200 versus 150 versus 250. Well,
certainly, when you know what the weather's like here. I mean, if you start playing first-class cricket in April, there's a good chance you're playing in 15 degrees. It's misty when you get there, and the wickets are just soft.
And
sorry to interrupt you guys. I wonder if there's an argument for Night Watchman coming in here, and for the last thing, the last thing England want is for Joe Root, who's considerably inconvenienced to be out because of this injury tonight, and then all England's hopes go out the window. But he probably will try to soldier on.
Well, if I was the doctor, I'd be ordering him off, frankly. I mean, it's not quite concussion, but it's just madness for him to stay on.
He's asking.
You're right.
He's waving away spider
waving the cameras away.
Yeah. He's going to look down his trousers, check it's all in place.
I mean, to be honest, everyone who's around the back, they're slightly torn because usually this is for whatever reason, usually in cricket, this is the subject for people to be chuckling behind their hands, and of course the guy gets over it within 5 minutes and we resume. And for whatever reason, it's always hilarious. This is not hilarious. This is a serious
Take
injury.
the camera off him, for fuck's sake. Jesus.
Yeah,
I feel like intruding.
I'd get a new box on there straight away. Right, Ben on Hot Mic has given us some of the spinners. Nathan Horrocks, forgotten about him. It's over dirty. Holland, can't even remember him. Never heard of him. Brad Hogg, for fuck's sake. Well, yeah, who's Holland?
Oh, Brad Hogg's not a bad bowler.
He's an arsehole. He was on the World Cup feed I did in 2019. And he was
he's a fucking mad.
He's as mad as a brush. He wanted us to basically hire an RV. And he was trying to convince the whole unit that we should hire an RV and drive around doing a podcast while we were doing the bloody World Cup commentary. And eventually got binned, and he was complaining because they weren't getting paid. It was an awful, kind of terrible experience, but it was really good.
And he never shuts up.
Yeah, I can tell you that. That's very true. He was a nice guy to talk to. Beer, Casson. Don't remember Casson.
Yeah.
Remember Beer.
No Casson.
O'Keefe, McGain. That rings a bell. Agar, of course.
Bryce
McGain, that's right. Agar and Frazier. That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, Agar's become a really good white ball spin bowler.
But spin bowling in white ball cricket, it's really fucking easy to go for 6, 7, 8 and over. I'm sorry to say.
Jason Frazier got, I think, about 12 for 400 or something in India, and it was really hard to work out whether he bowled well or badly.
Well, in India, it's a lot easier. I mean, look, Jack Leach got 25 wickets in India in that series. That's a good haul.
Yeah,
considering his best
inevitably, by the way, we're going back to David Lloyd being bisected by Jeff Thompson all those years ago in 1975 in Australia when he keeled over, the subject for many an after-dinner anecdote for many, many years after that. But it's apparently it's funny, but the pain is intense.
It's funny for everyone else. John Holland, I'm being told.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Name doesn't ring a bell.
There was an old Australian spinner from many years ago that Nessie probably remember. Another Holland, wasn't there, back in the 70s or 80s?
Oh, Dutchy Holland. Yeah.
Dutchy Holland, that was it.
Bob
Holland, says Jason Scott. Yeah.
And everyone would love a Warne, and you have Warne for what, 12, 15 years.
The thing about having someone like Warne is it doesn't actually create space for somebody else to come in and try. And same with Lyon. What's going to happen when Lyon's done?
Well, exactly.
He may have
Players,
5 years.
You'll be pleased to know that players resuming. Joe Root is staying on, like the man that he is, and just waves that one past off stump. He's grimacing, but he is walking. Maybe a touch gingerly.
He'll be
He's
going
to see it out.
At the end of this game, they'll have a little bowl with ice and water in it, and he'll be squatting over it and dangling them in it.
Yeah, he is grimacing. Mitchell Stark, to be fair, he's suppressing a chuckle, and I suppose fair enough. To be fair, the whole series has been played in reasonably good spirits.
It does seem to be.
It has, hasn't it? I put that down to Root and Cummings, actually.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That one's played down through square leg by Joe Root. There's no run, so just to re-clarify matters, 3 balls into Mitchell Stark's 11th over. He's on number 17. England are on 78 for 3. Root 20, Stokes 3. 2.3 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, that rather stymied my expectation of an early finish.
Yeah, that's true, yes. Mitchell Stark just summoning in a close fielder in the bat pad region. The helmet goes out. He'll be putting his gentleman's adjuster in the shin pads. They seem to be a little deeper than they used to be at bat pad, don't they, from how I remember it. But he's there hovering. Joe Root will be aware of him as Mitchell Stark comes in. That is could have been the classic Mitchell Stark Yorker, but turned into a half volley, which Joe Root clipped nicely off his legs. He's moving very gingerly, but he is still moving, going through for 2 runs. Almost like, how can I describe? Someone who's a man who's been out for a night on the town, comes in at 3 in the morning and tiptoes up the stairs.
He's basically running bow-legged.
not to wake his wife
wide
up.
apart.
His legs are wide apart. The advent of the deeper short legs, surely, especially to the pacers, is the fact that a lot of times now actually people are prepared to clip that one. And I remember little Jimmy Taylor when we went to South Africa a few years back.
And Joe Root, not completely unaffected by his injury, unfurls a classic cover drive. Didn't get quite all of it, but bisects the two fielders on the offside and comes back for 2 runs. He'll be feeling a lot better about life for that shot. Classic Joe Root cover drive. Moving perhaps just a little more freely.
Yeah, still
not much more.
Little bow-legged.
Yes. Last ball of the over. Mitchell Stark into Joe Root. Settles over his bat. Does some little squats. Here comes Stark now. That's quite wide, but Joe Root with his eye in after all those runs he scored every year, middles it, but with no great power. There's no run at the end of the over. He accepts that there's only 2 overs to go. They're going to draw in their horns. Root 24 off 65, Stokes 3 off 34, England 82 for 3 at the end of the 42nd over.
Leah says Lyon is still only the second best Australian off-spinner named Nathan. Fight me. She's obviously a Nathan Horrocks fan. Munib says, sorry, I'm trying to work out what this relates to. I'll come back to that. Madan says, left-arm bowler had his place in danger in the first test. The off-spinner was not attacked by English batters and other bowlers of complementary bowlers who were searching for a place. Derek says, wearing my radar...
I'll just come in for a minute there, Messi. Nathan Lyon coming in for his first ball of the over, and the fielders are hovering. Yes, they're getting through the overs now. Nicely played, defensive shot by Ben Stokes there. Second ball of the over, ditto. Played off the back foot this time. Probably most likely they're trying to get both of the overs in before the half past mark. So sorry to rush you there, Messi.
No, not your fault. These bastards got no respect.
No respect for
cricket getting in the way of the tweets. Third ball of the over. Stokes rocks back, plays that very nicely, nullifying the threat of Lyon in his own inimitable style by going right back on his stumps and making sure he plays it out. Eyes on stumps from here on in. Fourth ball of the over. Any further back and Ben Stokes will be treading on his stumps there, but he manages very efficiently to defend it. Object lesson in concentration at the moment. There certainly will be another over, I think, because there's still 2 minutes on the clock to go, and this will be the 5th ball of Nathan Lyon's over. Wheels in, very nicely played. Rocks onto the back foot once more. 5 fairly identical balls so far this over.
This is Jadeja timing, this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be less than 90 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Nathan Lyon wheels in. That one's a little flatter. Doesn't fool Ben Stokes. That's a maiden over. Lyon completes his 14th, done for 28 from him. England 82 for 3. Stokes remains on 3. Root on 24, and there will be time for one more over.
Derek says, I'm wearing my radio engineering hat. Audio levels, please. Sorry, we didn't mean to blast your ears out.
No, I think you've got a bit quiet again.
Oh, have I? Oh, I don't know why. RBS says, if the Australian attack backs variety, I'd hate to think how you've used England's 5 right-arm medium paces.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, at least you've got a lefty. And it is true as well. I mean, having a lefty in your side when you've got an off-spinner is kind of a real advantage. He does create that rough outside the off-stump.
Almost certainly the last over of the day. Mitchell Stark into Joe Root, who plays it out nicely. Playing for stumps now. No, all thoughts of aggression gone out of the window. Just dabs it down onto the offside. Joe goes for a little bow-legged stroll around the wicket, grimacing still. He is struggling, but there's a match to be drawn here.
There is a match to be drawn, and he is the skipper. Lead by example.
Oh dear.
Exactly.
So you're not thinking they're going for the win?
No. Mitchell Stark in for the second ball. And he's gone. Joe Root is out. He should have taken the night watchman. He chased the ball he might not have done if he'd have been in full control of his faculties. Just glanced the outside edge, went through to Alex Carey. You would imagine that's the end of England's hopes for the match.
And that'll be stumps as well. Wicket falling in the last over. Oh, that's so annoying. Well, that is it. That's done. I was just about to say if they get to bat through tomorrow, these two are the two to do it. But with Rooty going off a lot in the last over.
Yeah, well, that'll be stumps, won't it?
I think someone, Ben Stokes or the physio, whoever it should have been, should have advised Joe Root, the only way we're going to get out of this is for you to be fully fit tomorrow or as close as possible. Get a night watchman in. They didn't do it, and Root is out, and that's the end of the day's play. England 82 for 4. Stokes ends on 3 of 40, and Joe Root, the biggest hope for England to get through tomorrow, is out off the last ball of the day. Steve Smith and the Australians and Mitchell Stark all cock-a-hoop, as they should be. They've bowled very well. England are in all sorts. They'll have to... There's some sort of miracle needs to take place tomorrow. It seems very unlikely.
It does. Pope's going to come out first thing in the morning, and I imagine they'll open up with Nathan Lyon after Stark finishes his innings. He's over. And after Stokes, you've really only got Wokes and Robinson, and once again Stokes will be left high and dry. No, sorry, there's Butler there as well, isn't there? I forget about that, but he's done bugger all. That's why I'm forgetting about him, which is a bit of a shame. We should get through some last tweets, Jace, Messi even, and we can get off. Yeah,
there are a few in relation to the possibility of magic spray or a special sponge. Testicular concussion, says Barry Goodman. Try the magic sponge. Another no balls for England. Poor Root, says Rocky V. Angelic Scousas makes the point that McGill had a very good career even in the Ward era. He certainly did. He was actually a really good bowler.
Yeah, but he was a leg spinner, wasn't he? Another one, you know.
Yeah. And Gary Naylor makes the point that April Green tops in last April in the first round of the championship matches. Kent made 455, Northampton 434, Essex 490, Worcester 475, Lancashire 407, Hampshire 612. It's not the pitches, it's whether the sun shines or not. Hombre Nueva is more than happy to forego the chance to win the GPL in order for the skip's bits to be checked. They're all in working order. Bish says get him in an ice bath. Root replied, take away the pain but keep the swelling. Oh dear. And I'll finish with Madame Mohan Sharma, who's been very nice to us today. Says, thanks Gorilla for entertaining us. We shall meet tomorrow again. Thank you all for being with us. I'm sorry if we missed a few tweets, but we did our best. And we very much enjoyed your company. So thank you for being here.
Just to check on the GPL, he needed 92, didn't he, for him to win a GPL? So that's 10 runs short. Yeah, 267. Okie dokie. Good to see you, boys. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to get up at fucking 3 o'clock again in the morning to come in here for what? An hour and a half? At least I'll get to go back to bed.
A silver lining.
A silver lining. No, my luck, buddy Pope will take them through to lunch and then get out afterwards and it'll collapse then. But hey ho, that's life. It's been a pleasure as always, and I shall see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, cheers. Cheers everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, Brian, Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make.